So far, no one is watching yet, but ladies and gentlemen, folks of all ages, welcome to Collector Legion's Modern Staples event. My name is James.
I'm Wyatt.
This is Wyatt, and we are going to be your hosts today for lots of Magic.
Yes, 6+ rounds of Modern, so it should be fun.
At least 6 rounds. We have capped, I believe, at 64 players.
Oh, wow.
Some people didn't show up, so fortunately, some people who were here on a wait list are actually able to get in on it, and we're waiting for the judge. We have the same judge as we had yesterday, Mr. Travis. Sounds like he's going to be starting the player meeting soon, and we will be underway shortly. So we'll be right back with some actual action. Before we get started, though, Wyatt, are there any decks you are looking forward to seeing today?
So it's been a little bit since I covered some Modern, and been a little bit since I played some Modern. Mm-hmm. Things have changed a little bit, not too much.
Arclight Phoenix.
Yeah, so Arclight Phoenix now suddenly a deck. I definitely would like to see that just show up. It's kind of one of those, kind of similar to some of the Hollow One, Vengevine kind of. It's got a little bit of that feeling to it. Lots of like fast, aggressive play with graveyard recursion. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. Those are like the kind of decks I like to see.
Yeah, lots of cantrips in that one.
Yeah, I'm also like looking forward to seeing Spirits. I think Spirits has kind of come on to its own a little bit in the last few months, and there's kind of even a sort of a debate that it might even be better than Humans sometimes, and that would just be like not a thing we'd be talking about 3 or 6 months ago.
Correct.
Yes. And I'm obviously a big fan of tribal strategies. I love that kind of stuff, so kind of want to see that show up.
I can almost guarantee we'll probably see a couple Spirits, maybe a few Humans decks.
I'm guessing we're going to see some Humans also. That deck is just still quite good. I don't know if it still holds the title of like the best deck in Modern, whatever that actually means, but I think it's definitely a solid choice, and I think it's pretty respectable against pretty much everything. I don't think there's any deck that Humans just is stone cold to.
Yeah, I would agree with that, because it still is able to just pull a win out of nowhere with the right top deck, sort of. Sometimes you just need that one Thalia's Lieutenant for the extra damage, or the one Mantis Rider that can fly over, an Ulamog or something. And
yeah, I mean, it's a turn 3.5 aggro deck, basically, and those decks are going to be good enough against plenty of decks just by nature of they're pretty fast, and sometimes your opponent might stumble or whatever. And on top of that, it has a lot of these weird kind of incidental lock pieces, these like Thalia and Meddling Mage and stuff like that, that are just pretty good at disrupting your opponent without targeting specific strategies.
Right. It's kind of like a meddling, not a Meddling Mage, but a whatchamacallit. Got an interrupter. You can plug into the computer and have access to it. There's ports on there. Yep. Waifu Slayer peeking in there for a second and trying to get a look at where he could plug in his phone. But there's plenty of outlets out there.
Yeah.
I'm willing to bet there's multiple Tron decks in the room.
Oh yeah.
I know for a fact there's a couple burn decks and at least a couple infect decks. So we're already looking at a pretty diverse meta across the board. I believe there's also at least a couple of KCI players. One in particular I know, because I happen to have heard him say recently he's just switching back to KCI.
Switching back to KCI.
He was trying out blue-white control for a while and wasn't a big fan. We won't say any names yet, just in case.
Yeah, I won't name names in case.
Anything like that. I know as a Humans player, I'm not a big fan of sitting across from KCI because it's actually a reason I changed my deck from the stereotypical 5-color Humans. I hopped on the Hot Bant wagon. Where you run 3 fetch lands, and you run basically you're able to fetch for white X shock lands in order to be able to cast better sideboard cards such as Rest in Peace and Stony Silence. And we're just getting all kinds of people jumping in here trying to take a peek.
Hopefully that's going to stop a little bit once the tournament starts.
One of the reasons I like it is you do give up black, so you do lose out on Kitesail Freebooter, but lately Kitesail Freebooter seems to have been kind of lackluster in a lot of matchups. It might take a card, but it doesn't do enough to actually give you power to win the board state.
Yeah, it's not like, I don't know, it's kind of in a lot of ways a worse Tide Hollow Sculler, and Tide Hollow Sculler is not like, you know, like Black White Death and Taxes is not like crushing any tournaments or anything because of Tide Hollow Sculler. So.
Exactly. Let me fix this real quick.
Oh yeah, we are not Johnny.
We are not Johnny. Not sure. Double checking how we can change names. I'm James. That's Wyatt. Yo.
Now I've got the big screen up now, so.
Yeah, I think that way you can see our mitts. Looking for it. It doesn't really matter that much. One of the things that the Hot Bant does is you switch Kitesail freebooters for Mayor of Averbrook.
Oh, yeah.
And it surprisingly increases your clock substantially. Being a Lord on the field, it helps you compete better with decks like Spirits. And it helps against decks like Blue-White Control, because if they don't cast anything, it flips in and starts making tokens.
Yeah, and that's actually a big deal. Like, it makes like a bunch of like 2/2 wolves or something. It
makes 2/2 wolves, which are 3/3s, because the flipped one gives werewolves +1/+1. So if you flip one and then you cast another one, the human Mayor is a human advisor werewolf, so it's actually a 2/2.
Yep.
So it's, you know, having 2 is beneficial, and then being able to use Phantasmal Image to copy one side or the other is beneficial, because it won't flip because there's nothing for it to flip to, so it will stay whichever one, regardless of what your opponent does or what you do.
Yeah, you always have what the both effects going, basically.
Correct.
Which is pretty strong.
So it can be pretty spicy, pretty fast. I also like running Tajik, the new Tajik.
Oh, I think that card is like pretty good.
The red-white X mentor with haste. It's basically
it's like a 3/2 or something.
It's a 3/2 that with this mana base you can actually give him first strike because you have access to red and white, and then he can make your nobles threats. Like, you would just start swinging with everything, and there's counters going everywhere. Plays a lot like Allies, which that's what I used to play.
Oh yeah, the classic.
It feels a lot like Allies.
Get some like a Quorum Freeblade or whatever those cards, Battle Singer or whatever those cards are.
Yeah, exactly. I heard the judge make an announcement. I think the player meeting's about to start.
Okay, so we're almost underway
here. If you're just joining us, this is Collector Legion's Modern Staples event. We just had our Legacy event yesterday, which we had 49 players, 6 rounds of Swiss, cut to top 8. The finals consisted of Alex Bertoncini on Grixis Control versus Wagner Sandoval on Eldrazi Stompy. And needless to say, the Eldrazi Stompy destroyed the Grixis Control. It wasn't much of a contest at all.
Wagner taking it down. That's awesome.
Yeah, game 1, he had like a Chalice, like a turn 2 Chalice, not Chalice, excuse me. He had a turn 2 Cavern of Souls. So he was just able to cast everything. Bertoncini had multiple counter spells in his hand. And then game 2, Alex had 2 Blood Moons in hand, but it was kind of irrelevant because game 2, Wagner was able to put a Chalice out on 1, and Alex just couldn't cantrip off, and then he also just was still able to cast spells because guess what? Eldrazi don't care what color your mana is. They
care a little bit, but not too much.
Not that much. And it was, turns out a Reality Smasher still swings for 5.
Yeah, shocker.
There's an announcement for the rounds getting ready to start, so we're gonna bounce over to our feature table. And our floor correspondent, Johnny Luna, who was in here yesterday, should be bringing us deck lists momentarily.
Yeah, he's going to be supplying us with all that good stuff, taking care of the feature match area, making sure things run smooth, doing our job for us, basically.
Well, so that way we can kind of stay in here and sweat and get nasty and talk Magic.
Yeah. I'm really glad there's fans in here now. That's a major improvement.
It's a much larger improvement, yes.
Yeah, so looks like people aren't moving over quite yet, but
not quite yet.
Should be getting somebody in a minute,
which is fine. We got deck. Was that announcement for round 1 or not yet? No. Give us just a moment, folks, and we'll be right back momentarily. Johnny is telling us some top secret information that we're not allowed to share with you at this time, so we'll be right back. All right, friends, we're back. James and Wyatt here at Collector Legion, getting ready to start our Modern Staple event. There's apparently a couple people who may or may not have paid or may not have got their names on the list. They're working that out. There's a couple stragglers. So we're still waiting to start, which we're still technically ahead of schedule in comparison to yesterday.
We were some troubles yesterday, too.
A little bit of troubles yesterday. It was more just... Yeah. Player meeting list has been announced. So 9 minutes in, that's not too bad.
Yeah.
We're doing pretty decent.
Yeah, so we should be a little behind where we thought we were, but still ahead of schedule in general. So
indeed. If any of you guys have any questions in chat, or if there's any particular decks you're interested in looking for or want to see, let us know. If you got a favorite modern deck right now that you're playing or that you would prefer to be playing. I know a lot of people play one thing and they're like, man, I kind of wish I could be playing X deck or whatever.
Yeah.
Like if you could play any deck right now, what deck would you be playing?
I'd be playing, so not because I think it's necessarily well positioned right now, because it probably isn't, but because I like the play pattern, I'd be playing Gorya's Vengeance.
Ooh.
I think that deck is sweet. Just got a lot of pieces like reprinted in Ultimate Masters, so finally dropped down in price a little bit, so that's kind of where I'd be at probably.
Now for those who may not know out there in the Twitchverse, what is Gorya's Vengeance deck?
Oh yeah, so Gorya's Vengeance is it's a modern strategy. It's also called like Instant Reanimator or Griselbrand or stuff like that. It's a combo Reanimator deck based on card Gorya's Vengeance, with the goal, plan A being you reanimate a Griselbrand, hit your opponent for 7, draw a million cards, and then you're going to use Nourishing Shoals combined with Worldspine Worms to gain lots of life to continue to draw cards off of Griselbrand. And then at some point you will draw the necessary pieces to Through the Breach or Gorya's Vengeance, a Borborygmos Enraged into play, and then discard a bunch of lands that you drew to kill your opponent.
Yeah, I played against that deck on MTGO, I think, not yesterday, the day before yesterday, and had never actually played against that deck on paper or online, and for a minute was just like, what is this? And then I was like, oh, this is a combo deck that kills me very fast.
Yeah, like that deck can turn 2. I mean, it can even technically turn 1, even though it's really, really hard.
Yeah.
So it can have some very explosive draws.
They had a turn 1 Griselbrand, and I was just like,
yeah, it's like, how do you?
So that happened. Is this Legacy? Am I playing Legacy here?
It feels a lot like Legacy. I mean, there's a Legacy deck called Tin Fins that's essentially the Legacy version of Gorya's Vengeance. It even plays Gorya's Vengeance in Legacy, where there's a lot of really good Reanimator spells. And it kind of does the same thing, I think, except with like Children of Quelos or whatever that card's called.
We had a couple of those decks yesterday, actually.
Yeah, they're really fun to watch just because they're kind of ridiculous. And it's a deck that's very good at losing to itself.
Yeah.
Which is exciting because you could draw a bunch of cards and then just whiff and then die, which is sweet. So every time you get like a turn 2 kill and you think this deck is crazy busted, you'll also just have games where you can't go off or you try to go off and it doesn't work.
And it just stalls. Interesting.
Yeah.
I would probably, if I wasn't playing humans, I think I would play either Infect, because I feel like that's a combo deck that I can understand and it's not too complicated to wrap my head around and kills your opponent quickly. Because I know I've died on turn 2 plenty of times from Infect.
Yep.
Or Tron, because Tron just doesn't really care what your opponent does, and eventually they will win the game if you do not kill them. So it's kind of the slow and steady. It doesn't quite exactly matter. Well, I won't say that. There's not a lot that actually just shuts Tron off completely to where they can't eventually win if the game goes on long enough.
Yeah, like if there was a way to shut down Tron wouldn't be a deck. Like Tron is too resilient for it. And again, as you said, a lot of the stuff they do is kind of just like agnostic to what your opponent's doing. Like if you play an Ugin, doesn't matter what their text boxes say.
Right.
Everything on the board is going to die.
It's going to die.
Yeah.
It all goes away.
So there's a lot of that's just generically good, and especially just real good against control and mid-range and whatever. Like, if people are trying to slow the game down, Tron's just going to show up and crush everybody.
Right.
So in that way, I think it's a good choice. I think the more the kind of more you play the game, you kind of start to gravitate towards like those mid-rangey or control decks that have more decision-making trees. And that's where Tron gets to show up and just punish you for trying to be a good player.
Exactly.
Which is I kind of like it, and I kind of hate it. I hate playing against it because it feels bad.
When it's in your hands, it's like, wow, this is what winning feels like.
Yeah, this is what just effortlessly slamming turn 3 Karns feels like.
This is what not trying feels like.
Yeah. I gotta try to win. You know, if I'm playing something, I have to feel like I won despite my deck, not because of it, I guess.
Exactly.
The other thing I'd be definitely looking at is Dredge. I know Dredge had kind of this explosive breakout after the new Ravnica set came out with the introduction of Creeping Chill, and that was kind of a big deal. And then people kind of turned up the Graveyard Hate, and I don't know how much people are still on that Graveyard Hate and how much Dredge is still floating around. Because Dredge is kind of like, it's kind of bizarre in that it's kind of inversely proportion, like its power level is like inversely proportionate to how many people are playing it, because that's based on like, you know, how many Rest in Pieces are floating around. Like if there's a lot of Rest in Pieces floating around, Dredge is gonna have a bad time.
I mean, I'm playing Rest in Peace I changed my whole mana base so I could have Rest in Peace on my sideboard because it's that scary.
Yeah.
You know,
and then I think that's just like Rest in Peace is just such a powerful card against so many modern strategies that you just have to be like, if you can fit it in your deck, you probably should. That's kind of my opinion, because a lot of the other graveyard hate pieces, like, you know, if you're playing against like a Snapcaster deck, sure, like your Relic of Progenitus will be fine, but it's not going to be, that's not going to be able to bail you out of a lot of these really like major graveyard decks. Like that's not going to do that much against Vengevine or or Dredge or something like that. They can play around that.
They totally can. Vengevine could be very scary. That's a deck that kind of popped up and then disappeared for a minute.
Yeah, I mean, Vengevine is always on the cusp of being like broken. Like it's just such a, you read this card and you're like, how is this not like the best card ever?
Right.
And there's always something that's like just almost there. And the Vengevine like bridge deck that was floating around also about like 3 or 4 months ago.
Right.
That's probably the best incarnation that we've seen of that in a long time. I still think that deck is probably good.
I think it's good. I actually played against it on MTGO the other day, and I barely beat it in 3 games.
Yeah,
it was very difficult.
Serious. It can be very fast. It's kind of like you're playing against Hollow One, but
this player had Hollow Ones in the deck on top of it, and Arclight Phoenixes.
He had everything.
He had everything.
Like, all right,
it was
whatever.
just like all these graveyard decks. I'm gonna make one super graveyard deck, and they're all gonna just barf out at you. But sadly for him, I have Ravenous Trap on my sideboard also.
Yep,
and
it's a good one.
It's pretty good. Play a free card that blows up a graveyard. Yeah, it's not bad.
It's decent.
It's decent. I can hear the judge giving announcements. Player meeting is underway, so we should get started here shortly. If you're just joining us, this is our Modern Staples event here at Collector Legion. Players we're capped, I believe, at 64 players.
Yep, solid turnout. Really
so we will be having 6 rounds of Swiss and cutting to top 8 after that.
So we're in it for a long haul. We are 9 rounds of Magic.
We are in it to win it. Trying to think if there's any other decks that I'm hoping to see today, because there's always like that one person that brings that brew deck that they've been working on, and they do good for a surprisingly amount of matches, or even they're in the top 8. It's like, oh gosh, what do we do against this deck? Here's a deck we were not anticipating.
How do we beat
like a Slivers player or something?
No, who would do that?
Who would do that? Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, I've been there once or twice.
Yeah,
but yeah, I'm always on the lookout for weird stuff. I think we saw we've seen like some Soul Sister stuff on this stream before. We've seen some taking turns stuff. We've seen all kinds of weird things.
Have you seen the Grixis? Well, not necessarily. It's not always Grixis, but I think the most popular variant is Grixis Word deck, where it's a prison type deck.
Yeah, it's kind of it's like a Tezzeret kind of. It almost plays a little bit like Lantern Control.
A little bit, yeah.
But it's more.
They bobble you, look at your stuff, draw extra cards. They play ensnaring bridges and things. Yeah, we're ready to go. That was our other correspondent, Mr. Sayhawk, Saybay, a.k.a. I think he's like the Saurus. He was the one that was talking smack to me yesterday in the chat about, like, read the card, James.
Read the fucking card.
Read the card. I totally blanked on what I was saying. That's fine.
Oh, Grixis.
Oh, Grixis War. There's a friend of ours. Awesome. Friend of ours. I don't think he's here today. I won't say his name in case he is, but he's took that to GP Portland.
Oh, really?
And was narrowly missed his day 2. He lost his win and in, which he was very happy to do that well because he was not anticipating doing that well.
Yeah, you kind of bring a rogue deck to a tournament that big, and you're hoping, whatever I get is going to be cool.
Right. Yeah. And we did an extensive amount of play testing, and it's something that's very hard. Creature decks definitely struggle with, and the decks he beat all the creature matchups, and the decks he lost to, I think he lost to Burn because he couldn't get the one orb that gives him hexproof in time.
Yeah, Witchbane orb.
Witchbane orb. Yeah. And he lost to, I believe, a different control deck. I don't remember if it was blue-white or... I don't think it was blue-white. I think it was more of a Grixis because Kolaghan's command was relevant.
Yes.
And destroying artifacts and making him discard cards and not really caring about his hand size necessarily because they chip in with low-power creatures.
Yeah, like you can kind of get in under Ensnaring Bridge and stuff like that, depending on how well the Grixis player is keeping their hand size down.
Yep.
I know that's one of the ways that a deck like Amulet Titan can be.
Oh, that's a deck that we might see today.
Yeah, we might see that.
It's been getting more popular.
I hate playing against the deck so much.
I hate it.
Oh
my god. I might hate playing against that deck more than I hate playing against Tron, just because regardless of how much you know how their deck functions, there's so many different ways for them to be able to get the pieces they need to play Titan, or they just play Titan on turn 6. And you're just like, okay, so now how do I beat you casting a Titan, getting 2 lands, even if you're not attacking with haste? Like, it's still a problem.
Yeah, there's so many ways for... Once the first Titan hits the board, it's kind of over unless you can win the game like immediately afterwards, because everything in their deck can just basically turn into a Titan. Yep. Like, a Titan finds 2 other Titans, essentially.
Yeah.
So that deck can get very scary very fast. Obviously, they had to ban a card from it a few years ago when it was like really good, and even now it is not as consistent, but it can still have those really strong draws. The surprise, just win the game draws.
My win rate against Amulet Titan, I think, is somewhere like 1 in 5.
That sounds about right. I think that's probably where I'm at. I think the last time I played against it, I somehow won because my opponent had horrible draws.
Okay.
And then the previous time I played against that, I was playing Dredge, and I lost game 1 to main deck Bojuka Bog.
Oh, okay.
So that's kind of how that matchup goes, and it's really fucking sad.
Yeah. It looks like round 1 is about to be underway. We saw some people leave our feature table there as it's got a little bit quiet out there. People are pulling out decks, so Johnny should be coming in with a deck list for us here momentarily.
Yeah. And hopefully we'll get underway, let you guys know what these folks are playing.
Yep. If you're just joining us, my name is James.
Wyatt.
And that's Wyatt over there.
Oh, we don't have the camera.
We don't have the camera, yeah. Oh, we got a a local boy here on the right-hand side. I recognize that backpack anywhere. That's Salvador Cortez.
Salvador Cortez versus Andrew.
Alrighty. So you want to...
Yep, versus... if you want to go over Sal's list real quick, I'll start typing in information.
Yeah, I'll take
Sal's on humans, I believe.
Yes, he is. He was a long-time, like, green-black X player, and then... I believe before that Kiki Cord, and now he's on humans.
Yes, that is correct.
This is almost the new Jund in a way that it can kind of beat everything. It has like a pretty good win rate against most things.
And then his opponent today is Andrew Agnew, and it looks like Andrew is playing. Let's see, Polluted Deltas, Steam Vents, Sulfur Falls, Vendilion Clicks. It looks like Jace and Rahl. Is it?
It's just blue-red stuff.
It looks like blue-red. Good stuff.
There's some Thing in the Ices in there.
Yeah, I see 4 Thing in the Ice, 4 Snapcaster Mage. Lots of goodness, cantrips. Basically a control deck, so this should be an interesting matchup.
That's interesting.
Trying to see if there's any black or if it's just red-blue. It looks like it's just red-blue.
Huh. A red-blue and without anything weird like Through the Breach or whatever, right?
Yeah, it doesn't look like it has any Arclight Phoenixes or anything unless I'm missing it there.
Yeah, this looks like...
there's no white there.
A blue-red control deck, which should be pretty interesting. We got the Return of Desolate Lighthouse. It's been a while since we've seen this. Yes, this is kind of like a almost like an old like twin shell, although this is slower. And obviously no twin, no
Splinter Twin.
No Splinter Twin, no Kiki Jiki or anything like that.
Right.
And then he's got some Cryptic Commands, some Ancestral Visions, and obviously Thing in the Ices. So that's kind of his game plan.
Taking a look at Sal's hand, I see a Thalia, Guardian Thraben.
Thalia's gonna be good in this matchup.
A Noble Hierarch. Looked like a couple lands, so that already kind of seems like a snap keep.
Yeah, if you have your Noble and a land, then kind of that's where you want to be. So we'll see. Yep. Andrew has 2 main deck copies of Anger in the Gods, which is going to be, I think, the big spell here. Sal leading off with a Cavern Souls, which is going to be pretty big game. Andrew has a lot of counter spells in this deck, and that basically just turned off all of them. I already not very good in this matchup because of Aether Vial.
Right. Does Andrew run Field of Ruins?
I don't believe so.
Looks like Andrew is going to be taking a lot of damage also to get his lands out with the fetches and shocks. We see him fetching and shocking down to 17.
It's going to take 3.
He's got the Ancestral Visions out there with the counters on it.
Yeah, so if he lives 3 more turns,
he'll be drawing lots of cards.
He'll be in a good spot. Okay, he bolts the Noble.
Yep, you bolt the bird, bolt the Noble.
Takes the Serum, scries 2. It looks like 2 lands, and he's gonna top both of those.
So Sal's a little behind now. Draws a Meddling Mage, but we see he's got lands in his hand and Thalia. Knowing now that he's playing against control, Thalia comes out. It's kind of an instant. You just windmill slam that,
and what he can do, he might not know exactly what he wants to name off of the Meddling Mage, but what he can do is that the turn before that Ancestral comes off, he can name Ancestral.
Yep.
And then Andrew has to get rid of that thing, or he's just lost 3 cards.
Correct.
And leaving suspend cards in suspend with no time counters on them is a pretty fun thing to do, I think.
It looks like another Thalia was the draw for Sal.
Not great in multiples, but he has the backup copy.
So he decides to bring out the Meddling Mage now. This is not terrible. If he names Ancestral Visions, then what that kind of forces Andrew to do, Andrew's going to have to use whatever removal might be in his hand that may cost 2 or 3 mana to kill the Meddling Mage as opposed to killing the Thalia.
Yeah. Sal names something.
He's going to Abrade or Shock?
Was that an Abrade? He has an Abrade, and he has was that a Burst Lightning?
It looks like he tapped 3 mana, so it might be Abrade.
Oh yeah, I did tap 3. Yeah, that must be Abrade then. I'm not super familiar with the art on that one yet. So we're trying to get confirmation on what this meddling mage named.
Yeah, I'm messaging our table correspondent.
Our table spotter. Okay, so Salvador's going to deploy the backup Thalia and then get in for 2 with the meddling mage.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like he did not name Ancestral Visions.
He might have named Anger of the Gods, considering it seems like it's just a blue-red deck.
Yeah. I'm guessing that is the other thing that he would want to name. It's probably doesn't care about Cryptic Command due to the cavern.
Yeah, you're not really worried about Cryptic Command because the most that's going to do is either bounce something or tap your side.
Yeah, I mean, the fog is relevant at some point, but I don't know how relevant it is right now.
So it looks like Sal draws into a Champion of the Parish, which he's going to deploy.
So he's kind of looking to see if Andrew's going to counter this because he can, and Andrew's choosing not to, which means that's the only thing he could have countered basically this game, I think.
Here comes... so Sal has a Thalia's Lieutenant in hand. He chooses to cast another Meddling Mage. He's going to be naming something else here.
So I'm guessing, if neither one of these is on Anger, I'd be quite surprised. I don't know how much Sal knows about Andrew's list or anything like that.
Our correspondent Johnny says that the first mage was naming Bolt and Lightning Bolt, and the second one is naming Blood Moon.
Okay, so Sal thinks he's on like some kind of turbo...
like a Blue Moon variant?
Yeah. Which makes sense, because I think that's...
Looking at the mana base, you could suspect that.
You're going to think you're going to run into that a lot more, although I think the Lighthouse kind of gives it away that he's going to be playing against something else. Mm-hmm. If I was playing against this personally, I'd think I was on some kind of Kiki or against some kind of Kiki Jiki twin strategy. Yep. But here comes a Thing in the Ice.
Here comes a Thing in the Ice. Andrew has 2 mana, which he can use. He uses it to bolt Thalia.
Yeah. So Sal, when he attacked with that Meddling Mage, gave Andrew the opportunity to...
A Reflector Mage would be dope right here.
He could also... I guess... Okay, he could Phantasmal Image that, but he has really no way of flipping his...
If anything, I think he would wait to... if it does flip.
Yeah, he would
Phantasmal the other side.
Yeah.
Or what he does is he copies his Thalia Lieutenant right here. And
just to get huge.
And just jams damage. Andrew's already down to 11.
Yes.
So this is a big boy coming in.
Yeah, this is a big Champion of the Parish.
6 and 4. So both of these creatures will kill the Thing in the Ice.
Yeah, so
that's 10 damage.
If Andrew takes this, he goes to 1. And that's rough. That turns off a lot of your mana, and that means that just anything is a threat. So... if he has to flip the thing kind of this turn, which is
with no Thalia on the board is definitely doable.
Yeah.
We see he's got the cards in his hand to flip.
Yeah.
It still doesn't save him, being that he's at 1, or he should be at 1.
Yes. Yeah.
Players have not moved the dice yet.
Okay, so he's hit 2 cantrips. He just needs a
pretty much anything. A Bolt, Serum,
or
any. There's an Opt in hand.
Yeah, he found the Anger.
There's an Anger in hand.
Yeah, he had a Remand. I'm guessing he already had the Opt in hand, or else he probably would have remanded his Serum Visions just in case like he didn't find anything else to play.
Right. Just to get the flip trigger.
Yeah, because otherwise you die, and you still draw a card off the remand, but.
So what Sal's basically looking for here is something like a Mantis Rider just to get in. He plays another Thalia.
Yeah, Mantis Rider off the top.
Thalia Guardian of Thraben. It's always a mouthful. Here we see copy the
Here we go.
The other side. It's pretty good. Now this can get remanded here.
Yeah, which I would imagine is probably going to happen. Oh, he can't crack that Polluted Delta.
Oh, no.
He actually has
he does not have the mana
available. Yep, he's lets that happen. Yep. Also, Sal I think should be at 12.
At 12 already?
Thing Ice is a 7/8, right?
Did it swing already?
Yeah, it did.
Oh.
Because it was already on the battlefield,
correct.
The turn it flipped. So Andrew with I think 2 Cryptic Commands in hand. He also has the Anger. Yeah, so Sal's gonna block.
They don't trade.
They do not trade.
Because they're 7/8.
Yeah. They should have 1 toughness point remaining, or one undamaged left. Yeah.
Not a big fan of having the card like that. Oh, there's another cavern. I wonder if Sal's going to name Illusion or something else to make sure.
Yeah, it's possible.
There's a Mayor of Averbrook in hand, as well as a Thalia's Lieutenant, and looks like the judge came over and requested Andrew to do the same thing that I was just about to mention. Don't like it being hidden.
Yeah,
like it should be
pull the whole thing out.
Yeah, it should be visible.
Yeah, especially when power toughness mattered.
Information's relevant.
Yeah.
So we see Sal's just going to chain a bunch of dudes right here.
Yeah.
Probably he's going to take one, probably go to 11 to play the mayor, and then play the champion.
All right. So actually, this is a big deal. Andrew needs to, in response, cryptic tap.
Yep.
Actually, he can't. Thalia. That costs 1 more.
Oh, yep.
Yep. Yep. Yeah. Cannot be.
Stop.
Yep. Yeah, all right. So that's going to do it. Yep. So
Yep. Andrew's just dead there.
Yeah, Andrew, it's really easy to forget about Thalia.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I feel like it's easier to forget about it when you're playing than when you are watching. So I think given that, because when I saw that, I'm like, oh, that makes sense. He's going to pass, and then he's going to cryptic Sal, and then he'll do something. But what he actually had to do there was just anger the gods after attacks. But I think he's still dead.
So Salvador and I, we've talked a lot of humans lists before, and I'm looking at his actual numbers in his list now. And this is not a list he was running before. It's a little bit closer to what I was running. He decided to keep the freebooters in, so he's got 3 freebooters, 4 Thalia's Lieutenants, 4 Champions, 4 Mantis Rider, 4 Melee Mage, only 3 Thalia Guardian of Thraben main board, and I don't see a 4th one. I like 4 in the main board, because I like being able to use Thalia's first strike as like aggro also. Like if they're just not doing anything, then they think, oh, I can kill it or I can block it or whatever. But some interesting pieces that Sal does have. He is running 1 Kessig Malcontent main board, which I think is pretty good in this matchup, being it's a bolt to the face in the least. Well, hopefully. It's at least a gut shot for 3. It's at least a really bad gut shot.
That's fine.
Or it could be better.
I mean, it would have won that game.
It would have won that game if he had top decked it. 1 Tajik Legion's Edge, which we were talking about earlier. I'm a big fan of. He's still running 4 Phantasmal Image, and 2 Mayors of Averbrook. I would like a little bit more Mayor in this list, but looking at his mana base, it might be tough. Because in his sideboard, he has 2 Auriok Champions, which I imagine those might be coming in.
Pro red. Yeah.
Just pro red, and he'll be gaining life every time he plays a guy. He has 2 Sin Collectors sideboard, 2 Gadok Teeg, 2 Izzet Staticcaster, 2 Dismember, which the Dismember is definitely coming in for pre-flipped or for Thing in the Ice.
Yeah, I think so.
And then he's got he's on 1 Whirler Rogue, 1 Venser, and 1 Anafenza Foremost. So lots of legendary creatures in that sideboard. Yeah. I like Venser in this matchup too, because you could just say no to Cryptic Command.
Yeah, Venser, huh? That's spicy. Yeah, so this main deck has some of the stuff you were talking about, and this is something we saw humans lists on kind of at their inception, and then they kind of shied away from the Mayors. And I definitely like the return. I've always kind of been a fan of just more Lord effects when you can make them work.
Right.
And 2-mana Lord, even if it never flips or does anything else, then it's just a 2-mana 1/1 that pumps your guys. It's still totally fine.
It's basically a noble, but for your whole board.
Yeah, which is pretty good. Yeah.
Because then your noble can swing too.
Yeah, always exalted all the time is pretty good.
# blessed.
Yep, very blessed.
Roaming Groman. Yep. Go Sal. Rooting for Sal. Yeah, Sal's. I think most local people in Southern California here are aware of who Sal is. He's out there in the
poster child of
trolling magic. I don't know. Sal's an interesting fellow. He's a good guy.
Yeah.
Sometimes. Most of the time.
Some of the time, yeah.
You heard about Sal?
Yeah, once or twice. Yeah, so
what do you think Andrew's bringing in from his sideboard?
So he has an Engineer Explosive, 2 Relics of Progenitus, a Ceremonious Rejection, a Disdainful Stroke, a Negate, and another Abrade, an Anger, a Logic Knot, 2 Dispels, 2 Blood Moons, a Pian and Kieran, and a Wormcoil Engine.
Okay.
If I was him, I think I would just try to cut as many of these counter spells as possible and just bring in anything that's decent.
Right. Makes sense. He does have a lot of counter magic main board, so he's probably only leaving in Cryptics to tap and draw, or think, draw and bounce.
I think some number of Cryptics staying is fine. I think he might also trim on some Ancestral Visions. But I think this Logic Knot, these remands, I think those are all going. Also, he might keep in a Spell Snare just because, but I'd be a little surprised. And then just...
So what? Sal does not have a... a Cavern yet, but he does have an Aether Vial out.
Yeah, so...
As we're underway here.
Aether Vial or Noble is the start that these decks want. I think Aether Vial is preferable in this matchup because it's much harder to remove. Although Andrew does have, the main deck of Braid, and I imagine he brought in the second one.
Yeah, I definitely would see that second of Braid coming in.
Yeah, it looks like he has a Lightning Bolt in hand, and so I don't think this champion will be long for this world. Instead he goes for the Blood Moon.
Instead he goes for a turn 3 Blood Moon, which fortunately for Sal, he's got the Aether Vial out there, but now...
Okay. So this is actually... I think this is totally fine for Sal.
Sal's okay. He's got a couple turns here. There is a Bolt in Andrew's hand, but if Sal gets a Thales Lieutenant, his champion will live through the Bolt. And...
yeah.
As we know, there's the Kessig Malcontent. Oh, there's another Aether Vial. This is pretty gas for Sal.
Yeah, so normally this would be, you're like, I don't really want to see this second Aether Vial ever. But in the face of Blood Moon, when a lot of your mana doesn't work, and if you lose the Noble, it just straight up does not work. It's actually pretty good, because this is just going to let him cast the spells. It looks like he has a Reflector Mage in his hand.
And a Mantis Rider.
Okay, yeah, so he has stuff to do next turn.
And maybe a Melee... It's either a Melee Mage or... It's not a Militia Bugler.
No, it's a Sin Collector.
Sin Collector,
yeah.
Okay.
Which is also quite good. The problem being that he has 3 of these cards. Unless he draws, like, basic planes next turn, he can only cast... Or he can only make one of them with the Aether Vial.
Right. Well, he does have... I mean, if the Noble lives, which we assume...
Yeah.
Okay, so there's an Abrade on the Vial for 2 and a pass.
Yeah, I think this is the correct target.
Andrew is short on red... Well, yeah, he's short on red mana right now. He only has one red source, so...
So Anger is off the table.
Sal still has a window here where he can try to jam some damage.
I mean, he gets in with the champion, but that's going to be it because everything in all of his 3-drops cost more than 1 color of mana. So and he only has access to like 1 real color of mana. Well, actually, yeah. Okay, so
there's another fancy mountain.
That's a mountain. Thanks to the rules change about 6 months ago or whatever, it comes into play untapped, but that doesn't matter anymore. I mean, this doesn't matter here.
It would still be untapped in this case since there's...
actually, you're right.
Less than 3 lands.
Yep.
So he's going to bounce the Aether Vial. That's pretty hot.
And I'm guessing draw a card.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, so this is...
doesn't mind taking more damage here.
So on the plus side for Sal, this champion is still just getting in for 3. Although, again, there's that Lightning Bolt hanging out in Andrew's hand. So I think this is probably going to stop now. It's probably he's going to hit the...
a second red source now.
Yeah, okay, he's going to Anger. And nothing Sal can do about that.
Nope.
So Sal's board's gone. He's really just banking on this Aether Vial to get him there. Or to draw his like 1 basic, which doesn't help too much. He had access to white mana with the Noble and still couldn't cast anything, so having that available...
He needed white and blue.
Yeah.
For everything in his hand.
Yeah.
Looks like the Dismember in his hand, though. Does that look like a black card? Or
I
is
believe,
that a freebooter?
Well, I think we're about to find out. That's a Phantasmal Image.
It's like 2 Mantis Riders, a Phantasmal Image, a Reflector Mage.
Ooh.
Andrew's going to cast a Vendilion Clique.
So I'm curious if
Sal already drew,
is
though.
Going,
is this?
Yeah, I think Sal is going to, on the stack.
Sure. That's pretty hot.
So in response, he's going to bolt it.
He tries to bolt it. He targets it.
Oh, yeah.
It does not get bolted.
Yeah, it does not get bolted. It dies to its triggered effect. I believe Sal said you can keep him.
Now, should Sal have targeted himself?
I don't think so.
Okay, so he uses the Dismember to get rid of the other Vendilion Clique, because Vendilion Clique turns out to be a clock in the air.
Yeah, that thing needs to die, because right now Sal's kind of like locked out of the game a little bit, and anything he can do to just like make sure he has enough time to just get stuff on the board and start winning. So that's very interesting. So both players just said you can keep your hands. You don't see that very often.
Yep.
But I mean, it makes sense. Salvador has a hand of kind of uncastables. That
looks like a Worm Coil.
That's a Worm Coil Engine that Andrew drew off the top of his deck. That is,
which Sal's going to pass, and I imagine he's going to bounce back to his hand.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to talk about a clock, that's it. But yeah, I believe that Sal is going to be able to answer this with the Reflector Mage.
Which makes me wonder why Andrew allowed him to keep the Reflector Mage, and then...
I mean, at the time it makes sense because Andrew didn't have the Worm Coil Engine in his hand.
Sure.
He didn't know.
So Andrew announced he was casting Cryptic Command before revealing it, saying he was going to bounce, is what it looked like. And then Sal's like, okay, are you actually doing it? So there's the Cryptic Command. We see activation.
Yeah, I believe it was bounce your 8th Vial, draw a card.
Yeah.
So again, going back, I mean, there was a reason to maybe have Sal...
It looks like a Logic Knot was drawn off of that. Not sure why that was kept. There's another mountain.
Yep. Okay, Remand. Just draw a card.
Yep, sure.
Might as well.
Just keep recasting it. Andrew's still not looking great. Down to 7.
Yeah.
He does have a Worm Coil Engine in hand and a Logic Knot, and it looks like some lands.
I think...
and more remands.
So he has a lot of blue cards in his hand that don't matter. But...
Well, the counter magic is relevant now that there's a Blood Moon out, because Sal... Like...
I mean, if Sal can ever get...
If he actually casts something with lands, then it can be countered.
That's true. I mean, if he can actually assemble, you know, some means of casting the cards in his hand, then these do matter all of a sudden. But for the time being, I think the only thing that matters in Andrew's hand is really the Worm Coil Engine.
So Andrew's probably looking for like a Snapcaster Mage to get a Braid back. Oh, there we see it. Go.
And I believe this vial is going.
Target a Braid. We're gonna blow it up probably. Taps his mana a little more.
A little more smartly, or
a little bit more wisdom there.
No.
Not using both his red sources.
Okay.
Representing Bolt or something else.
Yeah, so Andrew knows what this game's about. He just needs to make sure protect his life total as much as possible, because this Worm Coil Engine needs to be good.
Yep.
And I think that Sal is now in a lot of trouble, because he's now out of vials. Yep, and he's just going to concede.
He's just going to concede. There we go. We are 1-1 now.
He didn't play the Worm Coil the previous turn because Reflector Mage said that he couldn't. Reflector Mage says that you bounce something back to your hand, and then you cannot cast cards named that card the next turn.
Well, he flashed in the Worm Coil on not his turn, so after Sal's turn passed and he attacked on Andrew's next turn, he would have been able to cast it. He chose to not cast it. It wasn't Sal's turn. Sal didn't do it in his turn.
Oh, you're right, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay.
So he could have. I don't know why he didn't Hydrofox it. Maybe he might have forgot, or he might have... I'm not sure if he drew into the Snapcaster and then wanted to snap a Braid.
Yeah, actually, so I think I believe he chose instead to get rid of the vial with chose to bounce the vial, right? Mm-hmm. That was his other play. I believe that actually played around like some Mantis Rider lethal happening, like say like Mantis Rider shows up and then hits you, and then you play Worm Coil Engine, and then like Mantis Rider shows up and hits you again and you die. So I think that might have been also a concern, because that was kind of his only other way to die.
Yeah, that's fair.
Both flying and haste, so that's the only thing that would
and
really
trample.
Do it in that. Or
flying, haste, and trample, man.
Flying, haste, and first strike, right?
No, trample.
Best trample.
Yeah, dude.
Really?
Let's bring it up. We'll bring it up in the Gatherer, so that way neither one of us is a liar.
There's find out. No way. I don't think that's right. Because then it would have two. Oh, it's vigilance.
Vigilance.
Right,
that we're both wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, I knew it had some kind of white keyword. I just didn't know which one.
Yep.
Been on a loop for a minute.
Trample. What was I thinking?
if that's, I mean, this card would probably be worse with Trample, honestly, over Vigilance. But oops.
Yeah, Vigilance is much more relevant and better.
I mean, normally no, but I guess if you already have flying, it's not going to do a whole lot of being blocked anyway.
Right. Well, yeah. In this case, if it's on the ground, trample's more of a ground thing, I think, than a flying keyword.
Yeah. It also wants big numbers attached to it. So
looking at Sal's hand, we see champion, we see other things, but not quite the curve and mana source he wants. He's probably worried about the Blood Moon.
He had an Aether Vial and 2 Nobles, which is good at playing around Blood Moon, but is really bad at playing Magic. So
yeah, not much of a board state, considering he wants to try to kill Andrew on turn 4, turn 5.
Yeah, I still think that Sal's best bet here is just to try to go as fast as possible. And if he draws stuff that instantly, like, you know, if he can get rid of Blood Moons through whatever human he draws that does that, then that's fine. But I wouldn't let the previous game get to him too much.
If you guys are just joining us, we are broadcasting our Modern Staple event here at Collector Legion in Gardena, California. I'm James.
This is Wyatt.
That's Wyatt over there. Yep. And we're in round 1, game 3.
Yep, 1-1.
And we're tearing it up.
All right, so Sal's going to lead off with a Seachrome Coast. Andrew, no 1-drop.
Cavern. What do you think Cavern's naming? I wonder.
I'm guessing human.
Oh, I would. Yeah, I guess. it's not Eldrazi.
Yeah, not Eldrazi, not spirits, not slivers. Fish. Yeah, not whatever. I think the next one you name is illusion though, right?
Yeah.
Or
depending on the sideboard, he might be naming advisor.
Yes, or Kithkin or whatever.
Well, you would name advisor because
it also casts
Goddark Teeg, Mare, and Kambal.
Oh yeah, Kambal is also an advisor.
Also an advisor, which I don't know if he's actually running. I don't think he's running.
I didn't
Kambal.
see any. I don't think.
No.
But it would be a consideration. We have 64 in attendance today.
Yeah, 64 players. We will be having 6 rounds of Swiss before we cut to top 8.
So, Sal with a pretty big board right now. Andrew put an Engineering Explosives on 2. And Andrew also with a Blood Moon in hand, and he opted to put the Engineered Explosive down because he realized that he's just going to die otherwise, I think. So Sal...
Not a bad draw off of that Horizon Canopy. This is going to be a lot of damage right here.
Yeah, so Sal aware that Engineer is going to blow the thing up that he played, but he doesn't really care. This is going to put in a lot of damage, and also he's going to have...
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Yeah, that's decent.
Oh, my phone just rang.
He got a phone call.
Andrew's going to 5.
Yeah, and then even after he pops the Engineered Explosive, Andrew doesn't really have a good way to get rid of this champion outside of just chump blocking it to death, which he can't. He has a Snapcaster Mage. It's possible.
Well, Andrew also can't pop the Engineered and cast Blood Moon in the same turn.
This is also true.
Which that's what he would really need to do.
Well, I mean, if he casts Blood Moon, he's also dead.
Well, that's fair, I guess.
Yeah.
Because then he can't Cryptic and he can't... so he can't even Blood Moon this turn.
Yeah, so Sal has another turn of mana that works.
So he's dead on board unless he has something to...
So Andrew has a Snapcaster Mage in hand.
Goddark Teeg being cast.
That's like Tajik.
Or sorry, Tajik. Duh. So Tajik prevents non-combat damage.
Which is good because Andrew's deck has quite a bit of that.
Yep, lots of bolts, braids, and things. It also has...
Okay, well, that was a very good draw for Sal because that means that he got in for 2, basically, and now it's...
Well, he got in for 3.
Or yeah, 3, excuse me.
Andrew's down to 2.
And I think it's going to be impossible for Andrew to get rid of this board. I mean, he could Cryptic, opting.
Throwing out, just
digging for anything.
Just digging them.
That's
and
it.
Extends the hand. Sal wins our first featured match of round 1.
Yep.
2-1 versus Andrew.
2-1 over Blue-Red control. Blue-Red thing.
Blue-Red put up a better fight than I anticipated. Whoa.
No, we
lost our feed there.
Yep. Camera doing bad stuff. Well, at least that was convenient. We didn't miss the end of the game or anything.
Right.
Yeah. Andrew's showing what he brought in.
Yeah, Blue Moon, I believe, is probably the technical name a lot of people use. But
it played... I think this actually is Blue-Red control because it had Blood Moons, but it was sideboard Blood Moons.
The Blood Moons were not mainboard.
And it had no mana acceleration or other weird like Blue Moon win cons like the Through the Breach Emrakul stuff.
A lot of the Blue Moon decks I've seen actually run at least some of the Drakes, either the 3-drop Drake or the 4-drop Drake.
Yeah.
Where their power and toughness is based on the instants and sorceries in their grave and exile.
Yeah.
As well as Arc-like Phoenixes because they just cantrip so dang much.
Yeah. It's really interesting seeing a lot of those cards show up in Modern. Like, you see, so you see some of the Arc-like Phoenix decks that are like the blue-red ones that are like the dedicated Arc-like Phoenix decks also play those dragons or those drakes or whatever they are.
Yeah, they're drakes. There's
drakes. Yeah, excuse me. There's a difference.
We can bring them. I'll bring them up. And,
because specifically because they do get power from your exile, so it helps play around Graveyard Hate.
I believe one is called Crackling Drake.
Yeah, I think it's Crackling Drake and Enigma Drake. I don't remember which one is which.
So Crackling Drake is the double red, double blue, flies. Its power is equal to the total number of instants and sorcery cards you own in exile and in your grave. So it sees them all, and when it enters the battlefield, it draws a card. So it's pretty powerful. It is only a 4 toughness, however, so it is kind of susceptible to...
Still dies to Dismember.
Dismember, as well as other forms of removal.
Yeah.
And then Enigma Drake,
I believe is the same thing, but it's 3 mana and does not draw a card.
It does not draw you a card. For the same, basically the same creature.
And it's also... Oh, okay. So so Enigma Drake does not count your exile zone either.
Oh, no, correct.
That's a
only the graveyard.
Critical distinction. Yeah, so the...
That's just because it's a baby Drake, though.
Yeah.
It's just a little Drake.
Little Drake.
Little cute Drake.
Also, no Izzet in the... No Izzet mechanic and all that stuff in the core set, so...
So, yeah. Enigma Drake from M19 and the Crackling Drake is one of the hot cards from Return to
Ravnica.
Ravnica squared, cubed?
Yeah,
is it cubed at this point? I lost track.
I don't know. I don't know how the math on that works.
Ravnica to the 3rd power?
Sure. Yeah.
Maybe.
Why not? That's a lot of Ravnicas. But yeah.
You get it. You get what we're saying. Yeah, one of the standout cards.
Yeah. Really, this whole cycle is kind of sweet. Although this is the only one that is really seeing any modern application, I believe.
Yeah. We're hopping back over to our feature match as we're getting Dylan Freeman versus... Oh, hold on. Double checking my message here from my table correspondent. Stephen Nicholas. I'm going to presume they are entering game 3. It's unknown at this point.
I hope it's game 3. Otherwise, we might be in for a blue-white mirror that goes to time or something.
Not sure what the decks are at the moment either, so we will be getting that information as soon as possible.
Yeah, we will update you when we have it. But yeah, I'm guessing this is going to be game 3.
Dylan's played a plethora of decks. He won a modern PPTQ last, not this most recent season because it's standard, but the season before that with a Humans List.
Okay.
I don't know Steven personally, so I have no idea what Steven is playing. Dylan has played Blue Moon before, Hydro, that's correct. I played him on... I was playing Hardened Allies at the time. And actually, I was really close to beating him, but you know what? It turns out Blood Moon's a great card, and it's hard to cast spells when you don't have basics. Oh, thanks. Johnny's bringing in our deck lists here.
Just in time. I believe both players are on something blue-red.
Yep, looks like...
I think it's what, Grixis?
Let's see.
We got some faithful.
Looks like Steven's on Grixis. There's Blitter Blossoms, Lily of the Veil, Jace the Mind Sculptor, Snapcaster Mages, Spellstutter Sprites.
And Dylan is on a blue-red Arclight Phoenix thing in the strategy. So this is what we're talking about.
Does he have main deck Blood Moons?
No, he does not. I don't think he actually has any Blood Moons.
So just blue-red Phoenix, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, looks like it. He has a single Alpine Moon in the sideboard.
Probably for Tron.
I'm guessing so.
Yep.
But yeah, so this is the kind of archetypical Arclight Phoenix build. He's got Faithless Lootings, lots of cantrips, you know, Sleight of Hands, Manamorphoses, Gut Shots, some Izzet Charms, and then some Bedlam Revelers to kind of pull us all together.
Izzet Charm is a card that's definitely been coming back. Seeing a lot of play with these blue-red decks.
Yeah, everyone just looking for the best thing that they can do to discard and draw cards, and then also it has some other modes that are sometimes relevant, so it's pretty decent. Used to see some play in some of these like Reanimator decks to get stuff in the bin, and then I think sometimes you'd see it played when Twin was around, but not a whole lot. Maybe see like one. Okay, so Dylan's gonna go for an opt. Notably, Grixis or Steven on no red mana right now.
So considering these are both kind of a control deck versus a blue-red quote-unquote control deck, they could be game 2. I'm trying to find out. Oh, nope. Confirmed game 3.
Yeah, I'm guessing this is game 3.
Yep. Which it seems like Dylan won game 2. So I believe Steven went first this game.
Yes. Yeah, so Dylan let off with a Pyromancer from the board, and that got spell snared. And a turn opt into Cryptic Command mana. So I've got he has some interesting. He has a 1 of Fiery Temper, a 1 of Flame Slash, and a 1 of Lightning Axe.
Main board, yeah, I saw that.
Some interesting. Oops, there goes a card. It's an interesting combination of stuff. Don't actually remember what Flame Slash does.
I can bring it up for you.
I'm kind of curious. I don't know if it's still in the deck.
I believe it's a creature removal spell.
That sounds correct.
I think it does a lot of damage, if I remember.
4 damage to target creature. For 1 red. Oh, yeah.
Sorcery speed.
Yep.
So it kind of looks like Banefire. Like this art.
Yeah, that art does look a lot like Banefire. It's almost
exactly the same. I think Banefire is mirrored like the other side.
Yeah. I'm guessing this has been cut also.
Probably. Considering as far as creatures in Steven's deck, it's basically just Snapcasters.
Is Steven on just blue-black?
You know what? Looking at it, it is seemingly just blue-black and not Grixis. Because I now see there are 4 Bitter Blossoms.
Huh.
So blue-black token.
Yeah. Token control thing, something. Wow, look at this handwriting. This is nice.
Yeah. We and Johnny were talking a lot about that yesterday as far as handwriting. Fatal Push on the Thing in the Ice. Pretty good.
Yeah, it's 2 CMC.
Turns out that works.
Yep, that checks out. Yes, this actually has a little bit of fairy flavor going on here. With the spell
not a full fairy deck, but
yeah, it's like half fairies.
Fairy fused.
Yeah, Spellstar Sprites, 4 Bitter Blossoms, and also 2 Mutavaults. So, kind of interesting.
He's always Blue Moon? I mean, his moons may be blue. I can't confirm nor deny that. Sometimes the moons are over hammies. Sometimes the moons, you know. I don't know. I was trying to find a dad joke there somewhere, and it didn't work out.
There's something in there somewhere. he fetched up a Secret Foundry, and
what's he got? That's a white source.
I believe
or a white spell that he needs white mana.
That the only reason that this is in here is so that he can engineer explosives for 3 without using a Manamorphose.
That's some tech.
Yeah. I think that is the only reason this is here.
That sounds like Dylan.
I don't see anything else that requires white mana. It's quite interesting. So Steven with the spell bomb on the table. Don't have a great look at Dylan's graveyard. I think there might be a Phoenix that's in there.
Yeah, it looks like there's 1 Arclight Phoenix. There's also Faithless Looting that can get flashbacked.
Yeah. So Dylan's gonna flash it back. Picked up a a Vendilion Clique, which seems pretty good, and then some other card.
Not sure if Dylan is willing to pitch Phoenixes at this point, if he does have them in hand.
I'm guessing that he wants to get Steven to pop the Spell Bomb.
At this point, he's just playing out lands. He may just start hard casting them.
Yeah, 4 mana, 3/2 haste flyers. Yeah. Seems fine to me.
Thanks for the host, Becky Bear. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. So Dylan pitched, looks like a couple of lightning bolts, which is kind of curious. In these kind of blue, red, something kind of like these blue kind of tempo mirrors. Lightning bolts are kind of only used as lava spikes a lot of the time.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of times that's like good enough. So it's kind of curious to see him pitch both of those. But it's possible he just thinks he won't need them. Steven does have a lot of ways to generate 1/1, so it might just not really matter.
He might be trying to bait the spell bomb, perhaps?
That's possible, but I don't know.
Representing he's got Snapcaster Mage in the graveyard?
Yeah.
Or maybe he wants them there in order to snap and bolt in response to the spell bomb.
That's possible. So if Vendilion Clique happens, I believe that's a Fatal Push, 2 Snapcaster Mages, a Spell Surge Sprite, a Cryptic Command, and I think that's a Hero's Downfall.
Hero's Downfall.
Yep.
Oh boy, haven't seen one of those in a long time. I'll pull that up here in just a second.
Yeah, removal spell from Theros, black 1, instant, kill a creature or planeswalker. So usually if you're looking for a planeswalker removal spell and you don't have access to green mana, you're looking at either this or Dreadbore. Those are the two that we see. And it looks like he put the Cryptic Command on the bottom. And then untaps. He has at least another Lightning Bolt in hand. That's really interesting. Yeah, that is definitely Hero's Downfall.
Yep.
Some dude getting squished by like a Minotaur or whatever.
Some Spartan hero getting squished by that Minotaur. Just splat.
Poor dude.
Flavor text: Destiny exalts a chosen few, but even heroes break.
Yup.
As pooey as Theros was, there was some decent flavor.
Yeah, like I have like kind of a love-hate relationship with it. I really think
it had so much potential.
I think it was good outside of actually playing standard. I mean, and it also, as soon as Collins rolled around it kind of worked itself out. Yeah. But man, mono black Devotion Mirrors into mono blue Devotion Mirrors was just not.
Yeah.
That wasn't good.
And especially when you're trying to play mono white Devotion like I was, it's just bad for you.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
You just lose. You should just stop playing.
You show up and you're like, I'm going to do something, and your opponent's like, well, I'm going to Thoughtseize you, and now you're not going to do that thing. Yep. So
it's not quite a stalemate here, but both the players are not necessarily rushing.
Oh my god. Dylan plays a Ral, and it eats a Spell Pierce that I believe Steven only picked that up in the last like 2 turns. Oh, counter Spell Pierce to save his
It's Caller of the Storms, correct? I believe.
No, is it Viceroy?
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, it's the 5 mana one. It's the one that is sort of playable.
Sort of playable.
Yeah.
We'll bring that up here so we can look at his modes.
Look at that. Look at that full art. Look at how fancy that is.
Yeah, the thing about the full arts for some reason in Gather are much larger.
They're larger. That's kind of unfortunate.
It's very annoying.
All right.
Trying to figure out how I can work this here.
Yeah, so his +1 is kind of like a sleight of hand. And then he can neg 3 to
deal damage to target creature equal to the total number of instants and sorcery cards you own in exile and in your graveyard.
Yep, which in this case, that just means kill whatever.
Basically kill anything.
It could kill like a flip thing in the ice.
Yep. And then his ultimate, you get an emblem with whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, the emblem deals 4 damage to any target and you draw 2 cards.
It's pretty good.
So if he resolves, he can be pretty nasty.
Yep, but he did not. I didn't quite see how this Vendilion Clique died. I believe, I guess it was Snapcaster flashing back Hero's Downfall. So we'll see what.
I think there's Fatal Push also. He may have used.
Oh, I might have used the push. Well, we'll see in a second.
If he like fetched and then.
It looks like the push is still there, I think.
Dylan checking out the grave.
we're really distracted by Ral as a Viceroy for a minute
sorry,
there.
guys.
So, but regardless, that thing died somehow. I don't know exactly how it died, but via a flashback.
Maybe Dylan just wanted to get rid of it. He's like, I don't need this.
Yeah, I'm just gonna put it in the graveyard.
I'm just gonna put this 3/1 flyer in the graveyard. Yeah. There's an Alpine Moon.
Oh, that's interesting. So this does turn off. So Steven does have 5 man lands in his deck. So this is a reasonable bring in, I think.
That are unblockable, correct?
Yeah. Well, 3 of them are.
3 of them are. Yeah.
2 of them are every creature type. So they,
Sorry, I was thinking about the creeping tar pits, and then when you said 5, I was like, wait a minute, that's illegal. Can't have 5.
Yeah.
I mean, you could, but we're gonna call you out.
We'll find out.
We will find out. There's that last bolt coming out of Dylan's hand.
Yeah.
Shooting the fairies.
I'm curious why he's shooting the Spellstutter Sprite. Oh, I guess so he doesn't have to pay more mana. Okay, that makes sense. So so Spellstutter Sprite makes you pay or is it it's counter, is it counter with CMC equal to?
Let's pull it up.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I always think it's like a spell pierce for the number of fairies you have.
It has flash.
Yes.
And let me put it in the screen. Flash flying, when it enters the battlefield, counter target spell with converted mana cost of X or less, where X is the number of fairies you control.
Okay, so what Dylan did was that with Spellstutter Sprite's ability on the stack, he killed the only fairy in play, and then it checks on resolution for how many fairies you have in play, and it sees that you have 0 because the Spellstutter Sprite's dead, and so it can no longer counter the Alpine Moon.
Yep, correct. At the moment, our featured table, they have a total of 7 minutes. There's 5 minutes left in a round, but these players have a 2-minute time extension. Not sure if they got the round 1 deck check or maybe for switching over to the feature table because they were the second match of round 1 that we've got to see.
They're playing a little faster here.
Yeah, we noticed they definitely are playing a little faster here.
Yeah, so Bitter Blossom for Steven. Dylan resolved a Jace Vryn's Prodigy, and then that died to something that I missed because I'm really on top of this right now.
That might have been the Hero's Downfall. Might have got snapped.
That's possible. And then
oh, not 18. That's 8.
Yeah, because there was another Snapcaster that got played. And then some I believe that's
Dylan's like, yeah, sure, play another Snapcaster.
Yeah. Oof. Okay, well, kind of a rough deal for Dylan here. I think Steven's kind of got this game on lock now. Actually, he just draws and... Nope. Okay, he has 6 on the table. Okay.
Yeah. Steven is potentially going to have lethal before time's up.
Yeah. So, yeah, because he can't activate Creeping Tar Pit because of the Alpine Moon. So no avenue for... Wow. So I'm wondering if we went to the alternate universe where Dylan just lightning bolted Steven 4 times, if this game would be over, like in Dylan's favor.
It's a good question.
Because
I mean, he had to do it now the way he did in order to survive longer, but...
Yeah, I'm wondering if he would have died on the board because of whatever was going on. Looks like picked up an Arclight Phoenix for his last card and extends the hand.
Yep. Steven's going to take it 2-1 over Dylan.
Yep, blue-black fairy control, sort of. Taking it over blue-red Phoenix.
Very interesting to watch.
Yeah, with some cards you don't see thrown around too often these days, which was pretty exciting. The blue-black whatever color decks are really good at finding a card that you just haven't seen in a minute.
And a good way of recurring removal.
Yes, saw that happen a lot.
Or digging for more removal.
Where Steven really only cast, I think, 3 actual removal spells that game and just flashed them back a bunch.
Yep, so that will conclude our round 1. We'll be starting round 2 momentarily. Once round 2 is actually over, not sure how many players are still playing or maybe going to turns, so it could be anywhere from 5-10 minutes maybe.
Yeah, blue-white stuff is a somewhat popular archetype, and people get into those mirrors sometimes, so might take a minute.
Or Jeskai mirrors.
Yeah.
I feel like Jeskai mirror might be a little bit faster because there's helixes and bolts and
lightning
things.
bolts. Faster because of lightning bolt, less fast because of helix. But yeah, definitely. Those can slog. Looks like Oh, I lost our names.
Steven's on the left and Dylan's on the right.
Steven actually had a sideboard Disfigure, which is a card that I just assumed I would never see after Fatal Push. It's it is a it's just black, target instant speed, target creature gets -2/-2 until end of turn.
Yeah.
This was a legacy staple for a while. This because you'd play this a lot in your like black, blue, whatever Delver decks, or against Delver decks because it kills Delver in whatever state it's in, as well as
Death and Taxes.
Some other, it kills everything in Death and Taxes. It's legacy creatures, unless they're like being reanimated, don't actually have a lot of stats. So this was a pretty powerful until it basically just got strictly bettered by Fatal Push.
We're going to take a quick break here, folks, as we get ready to start round 2. We're going to leave the coverage on the table there as you guys can watch players shuffle their decks and stuff. Me and Wyatt, we're going to take a quick water break, and we'll be right back. See you in just a moment. Stick around. All right, folks, we are about to be underway here. Wyatt's going to go over the deck list momentarily while we...
Yes.
Looks like Dom's on the left-hand side.
Yeah, so it's going to be Dom versus Seth. Wow, this is a really simple deck list. There's a lot of 4s in here. So
right.
So Dom's on 8 rack.
Is it WRA or just RACK?
RACK.
Oh,
it's
rack.
like,
yep.
Yeah, like the rack. Yeah.
I'm thinking whack, like 8 whack.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So lots of black cards that cost black mana. Lots of discard cards. Basically just trying to grind your opponent out of anything. Also, we lost camera.
Oh, we sure did. That's not very nice, camera. Stick with it. It looks like Seth is on a rock variant. I see forest, swamps, and lots of removal himself.
Yeah, looks like
green black.
Yeah, just green black rock, Tarmogoyfs, Dark Confidants, Scavenging Oozes, Tireless Trackers, whatever that vampire from
Hexmage.
No, the
Kalitas.
Yeah.
Yep. The Kalitas, the life gain. Kalitas, he's so good.
Yeah,
we'll pull up Kalitas while we're.
We're
KH.
Oh, things are happening.
Okay. Well, never mind. We're already
right.
underway. Game 1. I thought we had a few more seconds here.
Yeah. So Seth leads off with a Blooming Marsh into a Thoughtseize and sees that Dom's just going to do the same thing that he's going to do pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
And he's probably not happy about casting this anymore. Thoughtseize, take your Thoughtseize. How about that?
Think of the value. You get to keep cards in your hand.
Yeah. So Seth really wanted to see.
There's an Inquisition.
Yeah, Inquisition takes
the only thing
it
can take is an Assassin's Trophy.
Assassin's Trophy, and then he has Kalitas leftover, or Kalitas second Assassin's Trophy.
And Verdant Catacombs
and a swamp.
Yep. Nice swamp.
Yeah, I got those unglued swamps. I love those things.
Might be my favorite basics.
Yeah, I'm a fan of them. I know people are kind of hot and cold on those ones specifically, but I like them a lot better than the like the unhinged or the unstable ones, I think.
Mm-hmm. Don's gonna Thoughtseize Seth here.
Yeah, and that one's definitely taking the Kalitas. That's one of the ways that Seth could
actually win the game.
Actually win anything, yeah. He does want to get rid of this Assassin's Trophy at some point also, because that can kill the Rack or Shrieking Afflictions, which are going to be his win cons.
He might not be that worried about it, considering it'll get him a land as well as he has 4 of everything.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to want to get rid. I mean, I'm sure. Okay.
Lily of the Veil's pretty good here.
Do you tick up? I feel like anything that Seth is doing right now is kind of just doing Dom's job for him. Dom discards a Raven's Crime, which he can just keep casting whenever. So
I don't know that Seth, if he understands how much every time he loses a card, it actually is really bad for him.
Yeah, it's you need to be extremely conservative with your cards in this matchup.
It's going to activate Mutavault and attack Lily. And say go.
Does need to keep it under control still, because Lily ult could be a problem, even if it's just choose between this pile of lands and that pile of lands.
Definitely. What's that land? Is that another Mutavault there?
Let's say Ghost Quarter. Like he has 4 of them.
Oh, Ghost Quarter. Oh, okay, got you. That's the Mutavault on the other side.
Or excuse me, he has one Ghost Quarter, 4 Mutavault. He can play all these colorless lands because he also has 4 Urborg Tomb of Yawgmoths.
Mm-hmm. So Seth is in a dangerous spot. He's top decking now with just a Lily on the field.
Okay, so Dom just played a Smallpox.
Yep.
This deck is also called Smallpox sometimes, although it depends on the build of the deck. But Smallpox, both players, I think, sack a creature, a land, and discard a card, and lose a life.
Mm-hmm.
Which is pretty good when you only have like 2 of those things. So now the mini game is just keep Seth's Lily from doing stuff. I believe that Lily should be at.
Well, I think he attacked Seth.
Oh, did he attack Seth?
I believe he attacked Seth this last time, so Seth should be at 13.
That's interesting.
Guessing he just drained and gained.
No, he made Dom discard a card.
Oh, made him discard.
Which was the redundant Urborg. Okay, it did attack Lily, because now Lily's back up to 5. So Dark Confidant is probably the best card that Seth could possibly have in this matchup, because drawing 2 extra cards is a really big deal. And Dom knows it. That's why he's attacking into the Dark Confidant, knowing that if he trades with the Mutavault, he's happier than... he's happy if that happens. Here's a second one.
Second one. He's both Bobs. I guess some people just...
mixing and matching?
They just have 2 dads.
Yeah.
We saw a player yesterday in Legacy with two different moms. I made the same joke. And like, some people just got 2 moms.
Yeah, it's fine. We don't judge here.
Nope.
Not even blocking the Mutavault.
He doesn't even care. Nope. There's
the second one.
Scooz is pretty decent here. Seth can try to gain some life.
Yeah, it's going to mitigate a lot of this life loss. Okay, so I think now that Seth has turned the corner here, I don't think Dom is running... Okay, I lied. Dom has a main deck Bontu's Last Reckoning, which could still put a stop to all this nonsense real fast. But he needs to draw it. Outside of that, I think that's really the only thing he's drawing to, because this is like a 2-turn clock.
Tarmogoyf is pretty big, though.
That's a big Tarmogoyf.
It's a big boy. There's at least land, instant, sorcery, creature, which is 4. There might be artifact, which is 5.
I don't think there's artifact. I don't think Dom has drawn and then discarded the rack yet. I don't know that he would discard the rack. Yeah.
Those Bobs are starting to actually be kind of dangerous for Seth, though.
Yeah, it's possible that he could lose... I didn't see... I saw the Field of Ruin. I didn't see the other card that he actually picked up from that. It was some kind of altar that I'm not familiar with.
Bob's going on the attack here. And Dom will probably try to trade a Bob. Or just trump the Goyf. Oh, maybe he has to. Maybe the Goyf's big enough that...
He has to not die.
Yeah.
He also might be thinking that it's possible that if he can jump out for 2 turns, Seth might die to Bobs.
Well, yeah, and then Seth, Fields of Ruin, the... Blah, blah, not mutagenic growth. I don't want to say... The Mutavault. The mute word.
Oh, okay, before blocks.
Yep.
Okay.
Before damage, I think.
Oh, before damage.
It looked like Dom went to block, unless he said before blocks and then shot it. I don't know. He moved the Mutavault, activated and moved it.
I mean, that could be a...
And then it got shot.
Okay, I'm guessing it was before blocks, because now Dom is dead.
Yep.
Where he wouldn't be dead if it was before damage. Okay, well, Seth takes it over Dom, or to game 1.
Yep, game 1.
So this matchup, I think, has a lot to do with Bob, because you saw that Seth basically just won the game off of the back of a single Bob into like just generate a bunch of cards, and then one of those was also another Bob. And Dom is going to be winning these based off of actually getting down a quick rack or Shrieking Affliction that goes unanswered, because Seth ended that game at 9 life. And he spent a good chunk of that game with no or 1 card in hand. If there's a Shrieking Affliction or a rack on the board, Seth is dead. So I think those are kind of what the 2 players are playing here for. Also, obviously, Seth could go out in front with like a Tarmogoyf or something, and if Dom doesn't have like a good answer for it, he could lose that way. But there's, a lot of fatal pushes and small poxes and stuff like that floating around. In terms of sideboards, so Dom's working with 4 Delirium Skeins. If you want to look that one up.
I think he runs Pithy Needle also, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so he has 2 Pithy Needles, a second Bontu's Last Reckoning, a Sorcerer's Spyglass, which is kind of like a Pithy Needle, a Flaying Tendrils, a Nile Spellbomb, which might be okay, 2 Damping Spheres, a Pack Rat, a Ratchet Bomb, and a Tormod's Crypt. Kind of like that Pack Rat.
Yeah, that Pack Rat's pretty decent.
I don't think we need the Delirium Skeins here, because both players are probably playing pretty low. But if he thinks that Seth might be cutting some discard and Lily on us, which I think I would if I was Seth, I might want it anyway. I also might want that other Bontu's. It's possible that I want a Pithy Needle, but that I don't really think I care too much. I think that's kind of what I'm looking at. For Seth, he also has a Bontu's Last Reckoning. He has 2 Collective Brutalities. He has a Vraska Golgari Queen. He He has a... I don't know what that says.
Is that the 4-drop or the 6-drop one?
Oh, I think it's the 4-drop. Yeah, it's the 4-drop. It's not the pirate one. It's the newest.
Yep.
The newest one. What does this say? This says engineer. Or like engineer. Is this just like an engineer explosives?
That's a good question. I'm actually going to go bring that up to the judge real quick.
Uh-oh.
Because it's not legible.
Can't tell. Uh-oh. That might be an actual card. But we'll see if that's a problem or not. I don't know what exactly the ruling on that is. I'm guessing deck checks haven't really happened too much. He might be going around and doing some of them, but let me get this Vraska Golgari Queen up. So it's 4 mana, black and green. Oops.
So, little interesting tidbit. Our judge Travis said that it's something that he will. Oh, you brought up Vraska.
Yeah.
Dope. Something that he's going to, he'll bring up off camera once the match is over.
Okay.
And if it is something that is worthy of fixing or perhaps a game loss that, as far as decklist error as that goes, that will be applied in the next round, more than likely.
Okay.
But he'll investigate after players are done.
Yeah. So, other than that, we got some Fulminator Mages, a Maelstrom Pulse, 2 Surgical Extractions, a Choke, a Languish, 2 Nissa Vital Forces, and a Duress. So I'm interested in bringing in just Planeswalkers and stuff like that, anything that can accrue value, and I'm looking to cut a lot of these discard cards. But it's hard to also go too expensive because you're also playing against Smallpox, which kills your lands. So
yeah, it sure does.
And it's hard to play lands in your hand when your opponent keeps making you discard them. So Dom's going to lead off with the Thoughtseize. Got a Swamp, a Maelstrom Pulse, a Tarmogoyf, an Assassin's Trophy, a Dark Confidant, and a Kalitas. Interestingly enough, he lets Seth keep the Bob, but I'm guessing that's because he probably has a Fatal Push rolled up. Seth, in this situation, is choked on lands, which is absolutely where you don't want to be with this deck.
Correct.
Because no matter what you draw, you need to be able to cast it.
That's a good way to get punished real fast.
Yeah, because if you go, if you can't find that third land and you just have a bunch of 3-drops in your hand that your opponent's making you get rid of, like, you can't cast them fast enough.
Did you see whether or not Seth was actually bringing in Vraska?
No, but I just brought it up.
Yeah. Her -3 might be relevant. Doesn't the rack cost?
Yeah, so like her -3 kills the rack, and her plus lets you draw cards. So I think this is where you want to be. It's also 4 mana is cheap enough that you can do it. So Dom's gonna cast a Raven's Crime. There goes a Maelstrom Pulse. That seems like an easy discard.
Yep.
And then there goes the Tarmogoyf. Yeah, I think Seth knew that was the fate of whatever creature he was gonna play. So he didn't want to lead with the Bob.
Yep. I imagine Dom probably removed some of his targeted discarding for creature removal.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised because there's nothing that you need to prevent showing up for in a lot of these.
And while Bob does get Seth extra cards in hand, it does also risk him losing some life. But there we see Dom choosing to minus Lily, getting the Bob off the table.
Yeah, I like this. I think this is right. And we saw also Seth peel out some lands here. So he could actually kill this Liliana if he so chooses with the Assassin's Trophy. And his other card left over was...
It's like a land
something
and...
I can't remember.
A Fatal Push?
Oh, right, Fatal Push.
Yep.
So I guess he's probably just going to hold on. Drawing the land is quite good. That basically means most of his draws are live.
I'm not sure why he allowed Dom to have another turn to take Lily.
Yeah, I don't know. But this here is wrong. The Dom casting anything first.
Right.
If you untap with a Planeswalker and open mana, BS's got to always press the button.
Use priority and make sure you get something out of that Planeswalker.
Yeah.
Unless Dom just really did not want to discard a card from his hand. It's possible, but I don't know.
That is possible. He has
3 cards in hand?
He has 2 Fatal Pushes, and I believe that might be a second Wrench Mind. Wrench Mind.
I also wonder why he didn't activate. Is that Ghost Quarter or Mutavault?
I think that's... Oh, that's Mutavault. Okay.
I wonder why he didn't activate last turn and swing in, since it was on the field.
Not sure. It's getting in this turn, though, and looks like it might be... Okay, well, trade your land for a different land.
Yep. It's that Abrupt Decay that hits lands.
Yep.
It's all right.
Yeah, card's pretty good. I know there's a lot of like hype about this card when it came out, and it was gonna be like the best card ever. Turns out it's good, but it's not like enough to... I mean, it's good enough, obviously, to make playing black-green like viable.
Mm-hmm.
That Treetop Village, I think, is a pretty good pickup. Although I guess it might get pushed. So Inquisition off the top. He's gonna see 3 Fatal Pushes. Gonna be pretty sad about that, and a Inquisition, and I don't know what that middle card is.
Is that Smallpox?
Oh, that might be Smallpox.
Let's pull up Smallpox.
Well, I'm guessing it's Smallpox because he got rid of it.
Yeah, I believe that's a Smallpox.
It might be different art on Smallpox. Check the Time Spiral alert. Yes.
Yes. Smallpox Time Spiral art confirmed. There's a Ratchet Bomb and a Fatal Push.
Fatal Push on whatever that card was.
I think that's a new Goyf.
Oh, that's new Goyf. Yep.
That's the box topper Goyf.
Yeah, fancy. We're really mixing and matching.
Yeah, there's all these different arts these days. Kids, they just got no respect for matching arts.
Got no respect for paying top dollar for the oldest possible printing of whatever you have.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Players are still at 18 and 19 life here.
Yeah, no... Oh, there we go. All right. Well, there's Shrieking Affliction. Now Seth is going to start dying really fast. So, and then Dom's popping the Ratchet Bomb. And in response, Seth's going to eat some stuff, gain a little bit of life.
This is probably...
He might also... Okay, he ate the Raven's Crime, which I like.
So Shrieking Affliction at the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, if that player has 1 or fewer cards in hand, he or she loses 3 life. So this is one of the key pieces of the 8.
Yes, this is the racks 5 through 8.
So let's see. Should he not have lost life before he casts that Fulminator Mage?
It is a trigger, so it's up to Dom to remember that. So
I didn't see if he wrote it down. It looks like he's writing it down, but not doing it on the dice.
So then I believe that he is losing life.
We'll ask our
yeah, we'll get life totals updated in a minute here. Now we're racing Tarmogoyf versus Fulminary Mage. I think this Tarmogoyf's going to die. I think he just doesn't really care about the Fulminator. This rack is going to race fast. Oh, okay.
So there's another one. So Seth is going to be losing 6 life per turn.
If Seth had already lost 6 from these racks, he's down to 13. So he picks up like 2 turns on the clock. It's going to be a 3-turn clock, I think, which this Fulminary Mage does not represent.
Mm-mm.
And we'll get updated here in a minute. 14 to 8.
The players are being good players. They're using pen and paper as is mandated with Compa Real. Technically, you're not supposed to use dice to represent life totals, but we only do it here for the stream purposes so that we can maintain life totals. But yeah, like you were saying, Wyatt, those Fulminator Mages will not be able to keep up with the Shrieking Afflictions.
Yeah, so
Dom takes game 2.
Yeah, so it's 1-1. Dom, I think, did a little better job at managing what Seth had to offer this game, and
a lot of fatal pushes.
Yeah, and I mean a lot of it 8-rack. I mean, one, he found the Shrieking Affliction, which is definitely big. But also you kind of just have to get lucky sometimes. If you peel out your entire opponent's hand, you're just at the mercy of whatever they draw. And if they draw garbage, then you're going to win, and if they draw bobs, then you're going to lose. So.
Well, I mean, if Dom maintains some fatal pushes in hand, the drawing bobs, as we saw, don't necessarily save him because he can.
That's true. He had a handful of removal this game. He actually, interestingly enough, because Seth really doesn't have any discard in here anymore. I'm guessing he might still have the Lilianas or something like that. Or at least he didn't really have any that game. I guess he did have an Inquisition, but he probably cut on some of it. that Dom is able to kind of sit on these response cards.
Yeah, it definitely has more value for Dom in this situation, seeing as his game plan is not winning through creatures, but rather effects.
Oh yeah,
on the board state. Turn up this fan over here a little bit.
Yeah, getting a little toasty in here.
All these hot deck techs.
Yeah, too hot.
Too hot for us to handle.
So I believe I don't think either player is going to change anything on the sideboard, and I don't believe they did.
Well, it looks like Seth is contemplating double checking.
Oh, he's going back actually. Yeah, it's just making sure. He does not have. Yeah, he only has one Maelstrom Pulse, and it's in the sideboard. So we did actually bring that in, interestingly enough. Maelstrom Pulse, another card I thought was kind of just dead forever because of Assassin Trophy. But
I think a lot of the true Jund players or Rock players still value Maelstrom Pulse.
Yeah.
Especially in decks where there's multiple permanents of the same name. It's good in matchups like Humans, where you can just say Champion the Parish and hit 3 of them or something. Or, Goblins like from Storm or something.
Yeah, it does have some use still. So Seth let off with an Inquisition to take Dom's Inquisition. I still don't know how I feel about this line. I think you want to take the thing that just represents the most cards, and in this case it would have been the Liliana, although he also has Inquisition, and he's going to take that now. So now Dom left over with some lands, a Raven's Crime, a Fatal Push, and a Liliana, sorry, no Liliana. So Raven's Crime goes. Seth's going to discard some more stuff. Seth discards Kalitas. He has an Assassin's Trophy and I think it's an artifact. And then Dom is going to retrace his Raven's Crime, and the Assassin's Trophy is also going to go. Okay, no, that was a land. Okay, so Seth now with land Liliana. He drew the Liliana off top. It's a big draw here.
But he's in top deck mode now, correct?
Yeah. Well, now both players are pretty much going to be in top deck mode, I think. The thing with Dom's deck. Yeah. So the thing with Dom's deck is that he doesn't actually have a really good way to get a Resolve Liliana off the table.
No heroic downfalls.
Yeah, I don't think there's no hero's downfall. I don't think there's, I think that's kind of it. You kind of have to make them discard it before it shows up.
This is not looking good right now for Dom.
Yeah. Okay. So this
Tarmogoyf foil box topper Goyf is starting to flex here. One of each.
Yeah.
Ooh, Smallpox is pretty good.
Drew Smallpox takes care of the creature with that. The problem is this brings Dom down to 1 land. Although it might not matter because this Liliana now just doesn't matter because he's going to have 1 land anyway. So he's really just looking for the rack. And I think if Seth splits on the rack, I think Dom would take the rack over any amount of lands. Oh, and he draws a Shrieking Affliction. Oh man.
Deck.
All right. How about that? Now, the other option that Seth has here is that he can just start not playing anything for a bit.
Well, he also has Assassin's Trophy in hand, it looks like.
Oh, he does actually. Although, giving Dom a land here might not be what you want to do.
That's fair. He got life totals. You kind of just want to sit on it.
Yeah. Thinking about it, I mean, you can't take it with you. I think you just play that land.
He's got 2 cards in hand, so they're checking life totals there with the Shrieking Affliction on the battlefield.
Yeah, so Shrieking Affliction only works 1 or less. Okay, so Dom found
a second Shrieking Affliction,
which would be good if Seth had to play cards. Okay, so Seth's going to play this Bob.
Is that a... Oh, Urborg's on the table,
Yeah,
right?
Urborg's on the table.
Never mind. I was about to say, sir, that's a fetch land.
Ooh, Wrenched Mind.
Let's bring up Wrenched Mind.
Yeah, so this is from Mirrodin. This is a Hinbit Turok unless your opponent ditches an artifact, for the most part. They get to choose. It's not random, but...
Yep, double black. Target player discards 2 cards unless he or she discards an artifact card, which there were no artifacts.
Yep.
So is that... what was that he discarded there?
Oh, that is a Nissa Vital Force out of the sideboard.
So he did use the Assassin's Trophy on one of the Shrieking.
Yeah, so that was in response to the Wrench Mind.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, did we miss
we missed a Bob
we
Trigger.
Missed a Bob Trigger.
It is the only card that was in his hand, so it's fairly easy to fix. Looks like they're calling Judge over.
Yeah,
should be.
We'll get this sorted out. I don't know exactly what.
Okay, so the judge is choosing. It looks like the judge chose for the draw for turn to be revealed.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly how it goes down in Comp REL. I know at some REL, your opponent gets to choose whether or not that effect goes on the stack. And I just can't imagine that Dom would want to choose to put that on the stack.
Maybe he thought the losing life would be fine.
It's possible.
If you're just joining us, this is our Modern Staples event here at Collector Legion in sunny Southern California. We have Dom playing 8-Rack versus Seth in playing Green-Black Rock. Round 2, players are tied at 1 game apiece. And it's been an interesting match so far. I'm joined with Wyatt.
Yep.
Wyatt's the smart guy that you're hearing. Guy with
adding a little bit of insight.
A lot more insight than I'm adding, that's for sure. We see Lily staying at 6. Probably because Seth does not want to discard his hand, which this is beneficial for Dom because now we see that there's an 8-Rack or a rack and the Shriek on the table.
Yeah, so the rack is...
So it seems like Dom is kind of safe from Lily ulting here.
Yeah, I mean, he obviously doesn't want it to. I think if I was Seth, I would tick up Lily once just so that once I do ult, I can just have her.
Mm-hmm.
But it looks like he is looking for something juicy and has not quite found a reason to pull the trigger on it yet. 2 lands in hand.
I believe Dom's at 15 from that last attack from Bob there.
Yeah. So Dom's going to retrace Raven's Crime. Seth with 1 card in hand, which means he's going to take 5 damage from these rack/Shrieking Afflictions.
He's going to gain 1 off his Scoos.
He's also going to... Yeah. So he's going to go to 11, and then he should go down to 6. So now, if actually... I think he has to pull the trigger on the rack, like, now.
Mm-hmm.
Bob, pretty kind, making him take no damage. Just drew a bunch of lands. Because
what is the other? Are those 3 lands? It's a Treetop Village in hand.
Yeah,
too?
Treetop Village, Swamp, and I think a Verdant or something. Okay, so he has to pull the trigger here, I think. And ooh, that's tricky.
So he has to sacrifice a permanent, correct?
No, he has to. So, yeah. So
let's bring up Lily on it real quick.
Yeah. So Lily's ult is Seth puts Dom's permanents into 2 piles, and then Dom keeps one of those piles, and the other gets sacked. And so Seth chose both your racks or all of your lands, and so Dom chose to keep the lands.
Oh yeah, wow.
Because he kind of has to.
Would he have just won if he kept?
No, because so Seth had 3 cards in hand. And so
right.
The only way that he could like do anything, like if he peeled a land, he can't like there's no 1 mana discard 2.
Oh dang. Yep. And we see Dom extending the hand there.
Oh, it's a couple draws off of Bontus, which would have bought him some time.
Well, folks, not sure if we have our backup match ready or not.
Yeah, I'll get that for you in a second.
Trying to find out how much time's left in the round here.
Yeah. So I think so you saw in both the games that Seth won. He did get a Liliana going and actually helped use that to manage kind of what Dom was doing. Because if you can make your opponent discard a bunch of stuff and allow their cards 2-for-1 you because they're discard 2s or whatever, and instead you're just 1-for-1ing because you both discard something, it's a little better for you on the whole. And then obviously you saw that the ult there was, I think that's for the main reason you're looking for Liliana in this matchup, is because it lets you build towards something, accrue some amount of value over time, even if you're just like making everybody discard stuff, because they will be relevant at some point.
Right. Which is why we see it also in both players' decks.
Yeah, I mean, Dom's just looking for anything that says discard a card on it, pretty much.
Yeah, basically.
You know, you're not playing Raven's Crime in a real deck, or quote unquote real deck. I mean, this is a real deck
because it's a super real deck. Yeah.
It's actually really hard to beat for a lot of decks can't deal with just not having stuff to do
with that much artifact and that much enchantment on the board. Most decks don't run enough hate to destroy both artifacts and enchantments, let alone that many of them.
And it's not even necessarily the rack being like that good. It's really just that a lot of modern decks are like so synergistic and stuff like that it's really hard for a deck to win off the back of like 1 or 2 cards a lot of the time.
Right. Discarding key parts of a player's deck can just win you the game.
Yeah.
Stops them from doing whatever it is they're trying to do.
Yeah, absolutely. On the flip side, if you're playing at something like Dredge or, you know, Hollow One or these kind of decks that want to discard cards, it could be really bad for the rack player because he might just be fueling what they're trying to do. That's why you usually see these decks bring in some pretty sizable amount of graveyard hate in the sideboard. Dom has some, nothing like mind-blowing, but
right.
You know, Tormod's Crypt, an Isle Spell Bomb, stuff like that.
Yeah, that would have helped out a bit versus the Goyfs, but sadly, we didn't see much of that. So,
yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised if he brought in the Spell Bomb, because it does draw a card. But I don't know, it might be diluting what you're trying to do a little bit.
Yeah. See, it looks like we're getting some players over.
Yeah, we do have a backup. See who that is for you in a minute.
Unless some guy's just sitting down chilling.
That's entirely
possible. There are a lot of people here today, folks.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to sit down anywhere.
Yep. Most of the chairs are being taken up with the game matches that are happening right now.
Yep.
Yeah, it looks like this gentleman's just hanging out.
All right, well then we might not have a backup then. Might just be hanging out for a minute.
Waiting for a response from our infield correspondent, Jonathan Luna.
Yep. No pressure, Johnny.
No pressure, Johnny. Us and 35 other people are waiting for you.
Yeah, that's a big ask.
Yeah. We're going to pop over to this screen where it says Johnny, even though it's not Johnny. No?
Okay.
All right. So Johnny just popped in and let us know that how much time's in the round?
18 minutes.
There's about 18 minutes left in the round, but it seems like our backup match is already in Game 3, so we will not be able to get that on our featured table for you.
Yep.
So in the meantime, any thoughts on today so far or anything? What's on your mind, Wyatt?
I don't know. I think
where you been, man?
Oh, I've been at school.
That's cool. Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
So that's, I mean, I'd love to be up here and talk Magic and play Magic if I can, but I haven't been able to, which sucks.
Wyatt's getting an education, folks. So
yeah, you know, I need to like get some basis so I can just like start buying legacy decks and stuff like that. So I need like a education and a job for that. It's really unfortunate.
Turns out this is not a cheap hobby, playing Magic the Gathering.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it if budget is a concern.
Maybe do drugs instead. No, I'm kidding. Don't do that.
Don't do drugs, kids.
Don't do drugs. How's everyone in chat doing right now?
Yeah,
we're hanging out, chilling. Hydro Fox was in here earlier. They were here yesterday. We got some people who were watching yesterday, I think, are here playing today, which is nice. Oh, come on in. You want to say hi, Miko? Come on in.
Yeah. Well,
Miko! Sorry, I didn't mean to shout in the mic.
Yeah, there he goes.
He walked away.
Yeah.
I think he was just popping in to say what's up.
Yeah, probably. Normally shouldn't have players poking in, but round's over, or mostly over, so. Oh, yeah.
What's up, McGimp? Talk Magic all day. Yeah. We'll be talking Magic for probably close to 8 hours today.
Yep.
Which is about how long it was yesterday. We had less people, but the same amount of rounds. So the most aggressive deck in Modern format currently? That's a great question.
So that depends if you want to talk about like decks that are quote unquote in the meta or decks that are just trying to be like as fast as possible. Because there are like
oh, hey, Mike.
Oh, what's up, Mike?
Larson?
Mike something.
There's more than one Mike.
Mike's a common name.
Multiple Mikes.
Yeah. But in terms of like decks that are just straight up the fastest, there is like this really bizarre. Okay, competitive. I mean, yeah. So if you want non-competitive, there is a
Yes. Okay. Hey, Mike Larson. Mike the body.
Yeah, there's like a really there's like what's the red pact? It's like Pact of the Titan or something like that. It like 0 mana make a 4/4. There's like some ridiculous yeah.
How embarrassed should I be that I'm not even 100% aware that this was even a card till just now?
Yeah, oh, you shouldn't be, because this card only sees play in this like really bizarre, stupid deck. But it's like a Goblin Bushwhacker deck,
right?
Where you just like hope you draw like the nuts and get like a bunch of these and like Goblin Bushwhackers and like a Summon Spirit Guide, so you can just do everything and make like
Goblin Bushwhacker, and then there's
if you have like
there's the ally one too.
Yeah,
if you kick.
Goblin Bushwhacker and
because that is 8 whack, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a quote unquote 8 whack deck, but it's like turbo 8 whack because it's supposed to like all in win on like turn 1 or turn 2.
Jeez.
That deck's really fast. It's not good. A lot of 8 whack decks are kind of that same boat of like, if you just go like make a billion Burning Tree Emissaries and then Goblin Bushwhacker somebody, like you're gonna win on turn 2, but you're also gonna have a lot of draws where you just draw garbage. In terms of like competitive, really fast decks, I'd say we were talking about Goryo's Vengeance earlier. That deck is, depending on who you ask, competitive. That deck can be quite fast. That deck can achieve like turn 2, turn 3 kills.
I would agree with that 100%.
That one's quite fast. Storm is relatively fast. Storm can achieve turn 3 kills. Infect is really, probably Infect might be one of the best examples, I think.
Yeah, I would say it's somewhere along the lines of Infect, Storm. If I'm thinking just straight out aggression, like what deck kills you the fastest? Maybe Amulet Titan. We talked about that. They could.
Yeah.
I've been turn 3 amuleted, where it's like turn 1 dude, turn 2 double amulet, turn 3 packed for Primeval Titan, bring in lands. Those lands come in untapped. Give Primeval Titan haste when he attacks. Get 2 more lands. Those lands give Primeval Titan double strike, and you're dead.
Yeah.
And it's just like, wow.
Yeah.
Affinity is the most fast, consistent. That's a fair statement. Considering how much of the deck for Affinity is basically free and doesn't cost anything, especially if you're running the version that's the old, like standard Affinity, but with
like
experimental
Affinity.
Frenzy. As one of our local boys here went 9-0 day 1 at GP Portland with.
That's pretty sweet.
That deck's pretty fast because there were multiple games where I watched him play out anywhere from 8 to 20 cards off the top of his deck in a single turn.
I'll absolutely believe it.
Yeah.
There's just so many 0-drop garbage things in your deck that draw you cards, or that,
disgusting.
That seems pretty sick, actually. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, dude. So you splash red, as your basics in the main are red, and then of course you have the Spire of Industry, I think it's not Industry.
Is it Spire or the other one?
Let's see. It's the one where you take 1 life and you make mana of any color.
Yeah, I think it's Spire. The other one is Inventor's Fair. I think it's Spire. Yeah.
Yeah. Spire of Industry, confused. And then obviously you have Chrome, Mox, and all that jazz.
Yeah. Which
the Arclight Phoenix deck is super fast as well.
Yeah. The
Dredge, I would say, is aggressive, but not the most aggressive, considering the majority of Dredge creatures do not have haste. So they may get like 20 dudes out by turn 3 on the battlefield and just gum up the board, but they're not all swinging at you in the same turn.
Yeah. So like Dredge can like de facto win on like turn 2 or something like that, but they won't actually like technically kill you that fast.
Right.
Because you might just like,
there won't be anything you could
like,
do.
Oops, I made 3 Prized Amalgams and a Bloodghast or something.
Yeah.
Oops. I guess you're dead probably. And
oops, a good way to put it.
Opponent's like, yeah, I guess I'm dead. But that doesn't always happen, and also it's not like technically a kill. Dredge like can technically kill you that fast, but it involves like especially now with Creeping Chill. It involves like hitting like a million creeping chills, like I think all of them, and then you can hit all of your blood gas, or you hit. Yeah, you hit.
I mean, if
you have to hit all of both of them, and then you can kill on turn 2, or I guess you can kill on turn 1 technically. Can you?
It's
I don't think you can.
It's 12 off of the creeping chills.
Yeah, but you
minus 12, gain 12. And
no.
Then,
oh wait, no, sorry. Okay, you can't kill. You have to kill turn 2
yeah,
because you can't landfall in your blood gas.
Mm-hmm. Oops, ensnaring. Yep, ensnaring bridge. That's probably Mike's favorite card right now.
I hate that card so much. I hate playing against that card.
We hate that card.
No.
That card can go take a short walk off an ensnaring bridge.
Yeah. Although it did get a bit worse against Dredge because of creeping chill, and also just also Assassin's Trophy gives Dredge a little bit better options to just deal with like whatever out of the sideboard. But I mean, it's kind of the classic Dredge conundrum of like, I need to just bring in a bunch of these stupid enchantment removal things or like artifact enchantment removal things,
right.
So I don't just like lose to whatever you're trying to bring in that bricks my deck. So
got our in the field correspondent Johnny coming back in, saying what's up.
Want to talk to the camera?
Want to say what's up, Johnny? We're just talking about aggressive decks with chat right now.
We have Becky going to come up on the stream.
Becky and who?
I don't know.
Oh,
We'll figure it out.
sure. All right, sounds good. Getting ready to start the next round here, as round 2 is closing out, so round 3 will be starting. And I think we're going to be seeing Eldrazi next versus Unknown.
I haven't seen Eldrazi in a minute.
I want to say it's Eldrazi. I know. Do you know?
Lots of cards.
Oh.
Oh, sure. Nothing. You're fine. Hey, Johnny, you so fine. Chalice of the Void, Ensnaring Bridge, and Blood Moon are all fun cards. Yeah. Foreman Red Foreman. Yeah, those cards will put the proverbial foot in the asses of the aggro decks. Like Red Foreman. I'm going to put my foot. That 70s show. I don't know if anybody here ever watched that. I used to watch that a lot. It was mediocre.
Your reference might be somewhat lost on the audience.
Yeah. Well, yeah. This guy's name is probably actually Red Foreman or Foreman Red, and whatever.
Right.
That's fine.
But
the way Magic was lent to be played,
definitely lent, not meant.
Like sacrificed.
There's no way it could be. Yeah.
Like you were. I got it. Yep, I got you, Red.
Yeah. I think I'm okay with Blood Moon and Chalice for the most part. I mean, Chalice gets more oppressive.
I'm fine with Chalice. Chalice is fine. I got covered in Eighth Vial. That's fine.
Yeah. Chalice gets more oppressive in like the older format. It's like the older you get, the more stupid it is. But
that is true. We saw that yesterday during Legacy.
Yeah, I thought I mean, there were so many decks in Legacy that's like, oh man, Chalice on 1, that's it. Game's over.
There's so many decks that can start.
Like the game with Chalice on 1 in play, basically.
Yeah, turn 1, Chalice on 1.
Yeah, just go City of Traders, Chalice, or you suck.
We actually had, I can't remember if it was Wagner Sandoval yesterday during one of his matches. No, I think it was somebody else. Wagner did it, but not in the same turn, but somebody else. Chalice for 0, land, Chalice for 1, go.
Yeah, that's game.
Yeah. and the other guy was just like, sure, and didn't scoop like immediately, but it was like 3 turns later and he wrapped it up.
Yeah. I mean, you want to see if you can do something. I mean, so a Braid actually is a pretty relevant card that got printed because now you have like a thing that you can play that can kill Chalice that also can kill just other stuff.
Yeah, we saw some of Braids yesterday.
Yeah.
And the Legacies. Trying to fix our camera a little bit. In case you can't tell, we commandeered a bathroom.
Yeah.
To make the sound studio. That's
it was less apparent when the desk was like flipped
on
around.
that side, yeah.
So you can see this like bar back here. This is like a paper towel.
This
dispenser.
is in case somebody like turn 1 Blood Moons, we go.
Yeah, he gets to hold on to it. Yeah.
Shattering Spree for Chalice. Yep, that's a good card too.
Yeah. Goblin Trash Master.
As far as other aggressive decks go, I think that kind of covers it. I mean, some people might think of like, Burn. Mono Red's pretty aggressive.
I think Burn is just always good. Like, if there's like a deck that I'm gonna say is like underplayed in Modern, I think it's Burn.
I would agree with that.
Like, I think that deck's just good.
Maybe that should be my next deck, is just Burn.
I've thought about it. I think
just show up with Burn one day.
The thing of playing Burn though is you just got to roll with the punches. Like, you can't be chapped about
playing against Boggles and they turn 0.
Oh yeah. I mean, it was like playing against Boggles and you're like, oh well, are you gonna daybreak me? And they're like, yeah, I'm gonna daybreak you. And then you just pack your stuff up and go home.
It's fine. I'll just go. That's probably I don't know. See, I feel like with humans at least, there's not, and maybe I could be wrong. Chat, if I'm wrong, let me know. But I feel like there's maybe not actually this matchup is like 90-10 against me.
I mean,
Boggles to Burn, I could be wrong. I don't know. I'm not actually either. Don't play any of those archetypes. But observing it kind of seems it's almost like 90-10 or like 80-20 game 1.
So, game 1, I'd say it's pretty close. It gets, there's significantly more like play to the matchup post board because the Burn player gets both Destructive Revelry and Deflecting Palm. This is one matchup where Deflecting Palm is just like the crushing card. Like, it's so good.
That's the one card that could actually save you.
Yeah, like I have a friend, and his only Modern deck is Burn, and his girlfriend's only Modern deck is Boggles, and so I'm kind of aware of this matchup, and it's really quite funny. But basically the Boggles player has to they want like a 4/4 lifelinker.
Yeah,
that's like their like exact goal.
4/4 and growing. Like, they want a Goyf that continues to grow.
Well, no, so they don't want to make it bigger.
Why is that?
Because they'll get Deflecting Palmed.
Oh,
and they also don't, and
they
need to set up their Boggle also in such a way.
You're saying specifically in the matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it gets on the matchups. You just go as big as you can, in game 1 with Burn, you just go as big as you can anyway. But you want like either multiple Boggles.
So you just chip in. So you kill everything that they could.
Yeah,
they're not going to kill your guy because you got First Strike.
Yeah, you have like First Strike or per creature or some dumb thing. Yeah.
Spirit Mantle. Oh my gosh, I forgot about Spirit Mantle.
So Spirit Mantle is
protection from creatures, dude.
I heard that's. Did you know that creatures are good?
Did you know?
And you know that that's good to have protection from them? Yeah.
Did you know? Hear about this card, Spirit Mantle?
Yeah, it's pretty good. That card went down to a 1/of in that list at some point. I don't know why. That just is.
Yeah, I would disagree with that. I feel like. I don't know. I feel like you would want more Spirit Mantles than you would want like Rancor, because Rancor just comes back anyway.
Yeah.
Just play Spirits? No, I don't want to play Spirits. If I wanted to play Spirits, I would have started with Spirits.
I would play Spirits.
Oh, sorry.
Take them.
They are on. Hey, remind the judge to take a look at Seth's. Hold on one sec, chat. Remind the judge. Sorry about that, guys. A little behind the scenes tech right there. If you take that fan should be on if you want to twist it. We're trying to replicate the air in here.
I mean, I'm actually okay, but if you want to move that thing over, then you can.
I'm fine.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, well, we know you love playing against creature decks, Mike.
Yeah.
Because Mike, speaking of the Grixis War player, I was actually talking about you earlier, Mike. McGimp 1015 plays Grixis War.
Yes.
Or it might not be Grixis anymore. I don't remember. He changed it a little bit. He also played turns for a time and almost took turns and I
remember covering some Bant turns over the course of a few tournaments that got to see that progression.
Yeah.
Also, if I remember correctly, I got my ass kicked by like Esper Thopter Sword Tesserator kind of stuff one time. So.
Dylan, I know we had him first round.
Oh, sure. Okay. We're going to have Dylan Freeman back versus Becky. Table's crooked there. Becky Bell. I'm not sure who's going to sit on what side yet.
Yeah, we'll find out. Yeah. Okay, so Becky is on Tron. Is anything?
Is it actual Tron?
Yeah, it's like actual factual Tron.
Okay, not Eldrazi Tron.
Yeah. Ulamog's, Urza's Mine, Urza's Power, Worm Coil Engines, Sylvan Scrying, Ancient Stirring, all standard stuff.
So Green Tron.
Yeah, mono green Tron. Trying to see if there's anything spicy hanging out in here.
I don't think so. I think the as far as spice goes for Tron, it's more of like how many Karns or
Like
how many
Karns versus how many Ugins are you playing
Ugins,
or whatever. Yeah.
Maybe the sideboard would be the spice.
Yeah. Got a Crucible World, so that's kind of neat. That's like the only thing that really stands out to me though. Also, so 3 main deck Relic, which is somewhat standard. I know that number fluctuates a bit, but it turns out having main deck Graveyard Hate in this current metagame is like pretty good, and it's just like basically Chromatic Star if it doesn't matter.
Worst case, it's another Chromatic Star.
Yeah, I mean it costs one more mana, whatever, but who cares? Yeah, seems pretty standard. And then Dylan,
we saw earlier on Arclight.
Yeah, he's on blue-red Arclight Phoenix. And I'm thinking... I think this is a good matchup for Arclight Phoenix. They have a lot of haste creatures. They have lots of ways to deal damage that don't require... they don't just like die to Ugin.
Right.
Although, to be fair, if he has Arclight Phoenixes on the board and then Ugin comes down, he's kind of hosed.
Yep.
Depending on how much damage they've done. I think the ice isn't great in this matchup because that's kind of a tall ask for that thing to live. He also doesn't really have any way of delaying what Becky's trying to do.
Right.
At least main deck. Or really even sideboard outside of... Oh, so he has an Alpine Moon. We'll get to that when that matters, though.
And it's only one of, so...
Yeah. He's got a little bit going on, but he has some main deck creature removal that is probably going to have to get cut. But we'll see.
So we're starting round 3 here, folks, if you're just joining us in our Modern Staples event. Dylan's going to lead off by shocking, leaving mana open probably for a Bolt or an Opt, and we see an Opt there after Becky plays at Chromatic Star.
And then Becky making no move to hide anything about what the hell she's on. Like, nope. This is very clear.
Just like, yo, I'm playing Tron.
Yeah, what's up? It's very hard to hide what you're doing with this deck.
Yep. Here comes turn 2 Thing in the Ice.
Okay, well, let's see if... man, she is on top with those dice. It's pretty good.
Yep, Becky does not mess around with life totals.
Alright, so crack the star and then play a Stirrings.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like a couple Karns, a Tron land, which he's going to take.
Yep.
I think it's, what, mine?
Looks like she grabbed a tower.
Oh, right. No, that is a tower, huh? Oh, yeah,
mine's might be the mine.
No, mine's in her hand, I think. Or,
yeah.
Okay, I don't know. I don't know anything about Tron. Or what the actual
I believe
arts look like.
One's a mine, one's a plant.
Okay.
She has a tower in her hand.
Okay,
so
the bottom one that's in play is definitely a power plant.
Correct.
At least they're all matching from what we've seen so far. There are some people who, when you mismatch your Tron lands especially, that really just gets to me. Because there are like towers that look like power plants and all kinds of nonsense, and there are some ugly white border ones, and man. Although Tron's definitely a deck that I would not be opposed to white bordering just for like BM purposes.
Right, just because to tilt your opponent.
Yeah, yep. Tilt factor.
Speaking of Blood Moon, Dylan doesn't actually have any Blood Moon in his list.
Spoilers.
He's got one Alpine Moon in his sideboard.
Yep.
To spoil you all, guys. And the funny thing is that if Becky's... So it looks like she's on course to turn 3 Tron.
Yeah, she has all the pieces lined up.
Which means she could turn 4 Ugin, which turn 4 Ugin, she's going to be taking some damage by then, probably from this Thing in the Ice, because it will most likely flip.
Next turn,
at
least.
Turn.
Possibly this turn if he gut shots. Does Thing in the Ice bounce creatures?
Does he run gut shot? It only bounces
3 gut shots.
Creatures.
Okay,
correct.
I wasn't sure if it was just non-land permanents.
We'll pull it up real quick so we can take a look.
Yeah, he has gut shots.
So Thing in the Ice, when it becomes flipped, you transform it.
Yeah.
After the counters go away, and you return all non-horror creatures to their owner's hands.
Oh yeah, non-horror, very important. I wonder what other horrors are in Magic that I actually see play.
Flipped Delver is actually a horror.
Yeah, you're right. He's an insect horror, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
There's quite a few that get run in the Thing deck.
Oh, all right.
So
well,
there's
had the Tron rolled up.
Spellskite is a great horror.
That's
also
horror, yeah. Okay. Hasn't seen play in a little bit. It was all over the place when Twin was in the format, and then after that, it's kind of been relegated to like
combo decks like Infect still run.
Yeah, like
it,
Infect sideboards, kind of. Yeah, that's kind of about it. It's still really good against Boggles, but not as many people play Boggles, so it's not as ubiquitous as Tron or Twin or Tron is now.
Another Faithless Looting for Dylan here.
Okay.
Probably trying to dig for another thing, or maybe some Phoenixes. I don't see any Phoenixes in his grave yet.
Yeah, I don't.
Which is relevant. He's gonna pitch a thing in the ice, so he doesn't care about that.
Ooh.
But he's gonna shoot Karn.
What card is that?
That might be not Flame Slash.
Fiery Temper?
Fiery Temper, I think, is what it is. Looks like the one of.
I didn't realize that was Old Border.
So Fiery Temper deals 3 damage to any target for 3 mana. You can cast it as Madness. So.
Oh yeah. Right.
You Faithless Looting, and then when you go to discard it, it's a bolt.
Yeah.
It's a 5th bolt.
Bolt number 5. Yeah, it's the bolt that Burn wishes it could play but can't.
Right. And there's a Bedlam Reveler.
Falls up with a Bedlam Reveler. Oof. What's up? Here's a Wormcoil Engine. Can you beat this? And a Sylvan Scrying.
Grab another tower so she can play Ugin next turn.
Yeah, I heard Ugin's decent.
Man, I think maybe I should just play Tron.
Tron's good. It might get old, but I don't know.
Oh, yes. Bedlam Reveler is also a horror.
Is
which
it?
is why it's relevant. Yes, we'll pull that up too.
Is it like a devil horror?
Wyatt doesn't believe it.
It's definitely a devil, right?
It is a devil horror.
It's a devil horror. Huh. I always assumed it would be just a devil. That's interesting.
It's kind of like a Balrog.
Yeah.
You shall not pass. Okay. That's what this Wormcoil says.
Yeah, so this is a problem for Dylan.
And it has prowess. That's the weirdest. Like, here's a devil who gets karate chops you.
Yeah, he's prowessful. So Dylan with the Manamorphose, I'm guessing red-blue, the mana that he named.
Like, he's just on top of it there, making sure that both she and we here in the stream are aware of what exactly is happening mana-wise and life total-wise.
I mean, if you float mana, you have to represent it somehow, so... Alright, so you managed to discard an Arclight Phoenix and a land. There's the gut shot.
Just trying to up that prowess. Yep, going to 8.
And then... Well,
looks like he's trying to kill Becky this turn.
Oh, okay. No. He had another Bedlam Reveler lined up. Did that... that must have worked.
Okay. Well, it got the Arclight Phoenix out.
Yeah, okay.
So, did the Phoenix attack, though?
I'm guessing... Well, it's tapped, so it must have attacked.
Yeah. So, Becky should be at 16, I believe. I think it's a 3 power.
She should be at... Or you got the gut shot already, right?
I got the gut shot, yeah.
Oh, well, there it is. All right. Big Ulamog comes down, and Dylan doesn't want to deal with that. So
no, that's fine.
We're gonna go to turn. Oh yeah, that's right. You have to do this all pre-combat. That's right.
Yep.
It doesn't just show up and have actually attacking.
When you bust out, oops. Let me see.
No H. It's like an electrical arc.
Yep. A 3/2, yeah. So she went to 16 at that point, but irrelevant.
Didn't matter. Dylan did not want to play the rest of that game, and I wouldn't either. Okay, it doesn't come in attacking. It does, but yeah.
At the beginning of combat, if you cast 3 or more instants and it's in the grave,
return to battlefield.
Return to the battlefield.
And then it has haste. So it can attack, but doesn't have to.
Correct. You can save it back as a blocker.
Yeah. So sideboards, Becky's working with 3 Nature's Claim, 3 Thrag Tusk, 2 Thought-Knot Seers, 2 Surgical Extractions, 2 Spatial Contortions, a Pithing Needle, a Crucible of Worlds, a Warping Whale, and a Grafdigger's Cage. Definitely interested in the Grafdigger's Cage. Stop these Phoenixes from showing up.
100%.
I might buy some Thragtusk action just for some life gain.
I think so too. For half a second, I wondered if Thragtusk was a horror, but it's just a beast.
It is not. Yeah, it is a beast. Which is actually fine because you make your beast anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess also the Surgicals. Wanted to bring in the Surgicals. I think that's probably all she needs to think about. You could maybe bring in Thought-Knots.
Surgical's great because if he pitches a Phoenix,
get rid of him.
Like Faithless Looting, you just instant speed. Let's get it out of there.
Yep. And also I could buy Thought-Knots. The problem is that the more of the stuff you bring in, you have to cut something, and there are definitely games that Tron loses where it brings in some of the stuff that tries to like slow the game down a little bit before they get to their big haymakers, and it doesn't work and they lose. So I'd be a little worried about doing that. Just being aware.
I imagine she might be bringing out she's maining Ulamog, or no, she's maining.
Yeah, she has a main deck. She has 2 main deck Ulamogs actually.
So she might be bringing out or both Ulamogs to lower her curve.
That's possible.
Bring in the Thought-Knots, and then.
Yeah. She also has the main. She still has a main deck Relic, so she's probably all right. And then for Dylan, he's working with an Engineered Explosives, an Izzet Staticaster, and a Braid, 2 Young Pyromancers, 2 Surgical Extractions, a Vendilion Click, 3 Ravenous Traps, 2 Spell Snares, a Ral Izzet Viceroy, and an Alpine Moon.
Yep. Ravenous Trap. It's a hot card.
It's 3 of them. I'm interested in the Alpine Moon. It's not like great, but it's not bad. I could also buy the Vendilion Click, I think. Maybe in a Braid. And it's possible that there's some number of cards that he just wants to get rid of from his main deck. He has a couple of Jace Vryn's Prodigies. I don't know how good those are going to be. He has a Flame Slash and a Lightning Axe, both of which only hit creatures, so he probably doesn't want either of those either. So he probably wants to get rid of those.
I mean, he might save them specifically for Wormcoil Engine, but that seems pretty narrow.
Yeah. I would just swap out the Abrade, because that can crack the Wormcoil if you really need it to, although you kind of don't want to. Yeah. I think...
more importantly, it can crack an Oblivion Stone that can't be blown up yet. Like if she were to play an Oblivion Stone and then intend on cracking it the next turn, Rampaging Ferocidon.
I don't remember.
Let's pull
this is a newish one because it's a dinosaur.
I believe Rampaging Ferocidon.
Oh, it's the one that's banned.
Yeah, this guy's not playable, I don't think.
He's banned in Standard. He's legal in Modern, obviously, but yeah, format Standard, legality banned. I don't know why.
I didn't even realize he was banned. Wow.
Yeah, so they banned him because they were, when they hit like all the energy stuff, they were worried that Mono Red was going to be too good, so they hit this, and I think they hit the land too. I don't remember. I'm not a Standard player, so it's a little fuzzy in my brain.
You're right, and also the fact that it has Menace and it's a 3/3 is pretty relevant.
I mean, this card is actually quite good. It's just not really good enough for Modern for the most part.
This is the card that one of our local boys here often says, unban or release my boy Ferocidon, or unban Ferocidon, or something.
I mean,
like
it should. There should just be like some stupid Mono Red deck again in Standard, but we'll see. Anyway,
there is. Yeah.
I mean, I heard Chain Whirler's a decent card.
Chain Whirler's not bad.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
There's turn 2, Young Peasy.
Okay, so he did bring in the Pyromancers.
Yep.
I don't know necessarily how I feel about this, but it's possible there was enough stuff going on. Maybe some of the Spell Pierce stuff.
There's a Walking Ballista to just say nope.
Okay, well, so much for that plan. Now Becky she can't turn 3 Tron, which might be relevant.
Might be relevant, but I think overall that was.
It looks like she picked up her second Walking Ballista. I think she also has a Nature's Claim in hand. I'm guessing she brought that in preemptively and then just picked up an O-Stone.
Mm-hmm.
She has some stuff to work with here. Ooh, but really... Oh, well, here's a Grafdigger's Cage.
There's a Grafdigger's Cage, more importantly. Does Dylan have the Abrade in hand?
Dylan has Abrade or Spell Pierce. Okay, yes, the Spell Pierce. Well, that's a pretty big deal. So get Spell Pierces in. I think that's reasonable, I guess, because you can hit like a curve Planeswalker with it still.
Right. Yeah, you could stop a on-curve Ugin.
Yeah.
On-curve card.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Becky a little preemptively throwing out the. Well, there's another Spell Pierce. Okay.
Well, it was both of them. Those are a lot better than they had any right to be, I think. And then we're gonna throw down this Vendilion Clique. I think.
O-Stone, Ballista. Is that a Sylvan Scrying and a?
It's either Scrying or Nature's Claim, and then no, it must be Nature's Claim because it was Scrying. She would have used it.
Right. Wurmcoil Engine.
Yeah, I think. So in this spot, I think I get rid of the Ballista, and Prey. The other option I think is to get rid of the Wurmcoil Engine because if that shows up, you're probably going to lose the game unless you can, like flip a thing in the ice.
And even then, they're just going to recast it next turn and.
Yeah, but it might buy you that one turn or something. He says keep them.
Says keep them. Wow.
I guess so. The reasoning here, I think, is that he says, "I just don't think you have enough stuff to get to Tron."
Yep.
So
Dylan's played
I'm not
going to
try to help you. And Bolt going upstairs, which is the only place it can really go in this matchup, I think. I mean, it can hit like a Planeswalker or something, but so I think Dylan's going to grab this game if I had to project into the future.
He definitely has the advantage right now.
Yeah, but it's possible that could change if Becky finds.
I mean, she could top deck. Well, she needs 2 Tron pieces. She only has the power plant right now, it looks like, and Sanctum of Ugin.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, that's a big problem for Becky. Didn't get a good look at really any of those cards that Dylan picked up. But let's see. Looks like she drew. That's a Sylvan Scrying. So
Becky's like a turn and a half behind right now.
Yeah. 2 forests on turn 4 by when you're playing Tron is really not where you want to be. So I'm curious what she wants to do. If she wants to Scrying and then Ballista the Vendilion Clique for 1, which I guess that's probably what she's gonna do here.
I think that's the best thing because it slows down Dylan's clock. If she were to try to just cast the Oblivion Stone, you risk it getting blown up with an Abrade and still end up taking however much damage from Clique and Reveler.
That's true. The other option that she could have had is she could have Ballisted for 2, and then shot the V-Clique and then had the Ballista left over.
Oh, it's a block, sure.
Or just for whatever, yeah. So she's gonna Ballista and then gonna hold on, but that's probably gonna shoot that.
She'll probably declare blocks on the Reveler and then before damage shoot. Shoot Clique.
That's probably what's gonna go down here. Yeah, if the goal was to block the Bedlam Reveler no matter what, then this is just better because you spend less mana. It's kind of weird seeing the Phoenix deck with more lands than the Tron deck. Well, the Tron does not actually run very many lands, it turns out. But
I think it's like 18.
Yeah, it's like 18 or something.
Must be nice.
You got the 12.
Must be nice only having to run 18 lands.
12, 14. She doesn't. Okay, she's on 19. I don't know. 4. Yeah, and Dylan's on 17 lands. And he has 6 in play. Some of those are fetch lands. Okay, well here's Jace. What did he did? I didn't catch.
He metamorphosed, drew a card, cast Jace, Revenge Prodigy. Still has.
Okay, he's the last floating for. Okay.
I'm not sure if Becky's keeping a storm count over there or if that's mana, because she ticked up when the.
Oh, it's probably counting for cards for Phoenix or something.
Oh, sure. That's fair.
Don't really like that. I don't think he needed to fire the bolt off. So the bolt was going to be worth 3 damage no matter what. Basically, like you either shoot the 1/1 and then make.
I think it would have been better to bolt to the face.
Oh, actually, no, I lied. It's worth 1 more point of damage because of prowess.
Spell count.
And he had. Okay, yeah, never mind. That's fine. So he wanted to make sure that Bedlam got through. So that was actually fine. So Becky acquired Tron.
Expedition map, and now she's got Tron.
And now she cannot O-Stone crack it, but she can just play a fat Wurmcoil Engine.
I'd say go.
Yeah. So this might be a problem. It's possible that he can actually get Bedlam Reveler big enough to go through it, but with no cards in hand, he needs to draw a second Bedlam Reveler. to do that. And then Becky at 7 life apparently from that Ruffler swing.
Yep, looks like it.
He's gonna flashback a Faithless Looting. Looks like land Manamorphose.
Trying to find some cantrips here.
Not super good. I guess you keep the Manamorphose unless.
I still don't see any Arclights in the grave currently.
I don't think there are any. When your deck's name is, you know, Arclight Phoenix, then
no Skullcracks, Foreman.
What about
Skullcrack would be pretty decent.
Yeah, no, not in this. This deck is not that burny. Like it has enough recursive damage that's not super worried about the life gain normally.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is that if you have a big recursive life gainer, then that becomes a problem.
Using Jace's ability here.
Yep. There
Finds a Phoenix.
Gets a Phoenix in the grave.
Flips a Jace. This is actually pretty relevant here.
Remember when this was just like the only thing going on in Standard?
It was so annoying. Jace.
Friend's Prodigy. Middle. There you go. Oops.
I clicked you. Why didn't you click? Let's pull up Jace real quick.
Yeah, so Jace Telepath Unbound is the flip side of this. Starts with 5 loyalty. The tick up is get something -2, -0 until your next turn. And then the -3 is it basically Snapcaster something.
Yeah. Put a target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard.
You can cast it this turn, and then if you do, it essentially gives it flashback for its mana cost.
And then -9, you get an emblem. Whenever you cast a spell, target opponent puts the top 5 cards of the library into their graveyard.
Yep, you can win the game pretty fast, especially in a deck casting a lot of spells like this.
So it looks like he minused here.
Yeah, so he's flashing back Lightning Bolt, I believe, which is enough to get back the Phoenix.
He cast a Thing in the Ice first.
Yeah.
At the moment, it does not seem like he has a way to bounce Wurmcoil Engine aside from flipping his Horror, which would also flip his Phoenix or bounce his Phoenix.
Yeah. All right, so
Becky's gonna swing in, probably swinging at Jace.
Yeah, swinging at Jace. Doesn't care about killing Dylan right now. Also, it is relevant. If Jace gets to untap, even though he can't minus for value, his plus then essentially deals 2 damage because it reduces the Wurmcoil attack.
Becky should be at 13, I believe.
Yeah, she should have gone up to 13.
Both players pretty focused on the board state right now. Dylan with 1 card in hand.
Ooh, interesting. So Nature's Claim, my own star to gain for life.
Yep.
Still draw a card because of how
up to 17.
Star works.
Yep, because of how Star works when it hits the grave.
And then she's going to crack that O-Stone. And she's going to bust out the tokens.
Smooth move.
And, yeah, now...
Does Jace... he played a second Jace.
Yeah. Oh, that is...
Cast and Ulamog, and there's a hand from Dylan. He just says, good game. Becky takes it. 2-0.
So I said going into this that I thought this was a pretty good matchup for Phoenix, and it turns out I'm stupid. But I think the real backbreaker in these games has been the Wurmcoil Engine. This deck does not have a good way to get Wurmcoil Engine off the table. Wurmcoil Engine's been a card in Tron that's been, like, I think steadily decreasing in value. And this is one of those matchups where it's like insane. It's like the best thing you could be doing.
It's definitely extremely relevant for the deck to function. It needs to have that wall of a dude that can block whatever it is their opponents are playing and regain whatever life you've lost up to this point.
Yeah.
And as we saw, it puts in work.
Yeah, like the Phoenix deck just doesn't go wide enough to negate unless you have a really explosive draw, I guess, to really negate that. And we also saw, like, both these games, Dylan just not really being able to get on the table very fast. One of the real advantages of this deck is when you can, like, dump Phoenixes real fast and then start just beating down, like, on turn 2 or something like that.
Right.
That's when it's really good. And then when the Tron deck's under that much pressure, you know, Becky had a really pretty garbage draw that game.
And still got there.
And still got there because Dylan just wasn't able to apply the pressure that his deck probably was supposed to be able to do.
I don't know that Dylan's list is great. I don't know if it's worth splashing blue. I guess maybe as far as for Arclight. Like if your game plan is Arclight,
as opposed to just like mono red,
as opposed to either just mono red. I've seen a couple lists out there that are actually red white, with basically just splashing white for like helixes or in paths and Rest in Peace sideboard.
That's interesting.
But the Rest in Peace seems like the Nambo, so I guess you're just hard casting Phoenix at that point because you can.
That's kind of what I was talking about. About like Rest in Peace being just such a powerful card.
Yeah.
Like I've talked about this on this stream before, but they're like if you're playing like blue white or something like that, like some kind of control deck with Snapcaster mages, and you aren't playing Rest in Peace, I still think you're doing it wrong. Like the Snapcaster like non-bow is such like an incidental thing in comparison to like how powerful of a card Rest in Peace is against so much of the format that I just think that putting in worse graveyard hate is just not worth it.
Yeah. How much time?
24 minutes.
All right. We've got 24 minutes about left in the round, but we apparently don't have a backup at the moment. So we're going to go see if we can fish something out. No pun intended.
I hope there's a fish deck here today.
I haven't seen any, but that would be fun. Maybe we could find fish and put fish on stream. Oh, hey, Shuto, what's happening? The answer is more cowbell. That's why I like the mono red version. I think you're right, Foreman. Because the mono red, it's like you don't have to. You're not constricted by your mana, and you're not like because you're not trying to cast blue things with red lands or vice versa. And most of your stuff that you are casting or cantripping are actually bolts or spikes or strikes to the face.
Stuff that does a little bit more of getting your opponent dead.
Definitely increases your clock to help out with the Phoenix. Covering Modern as well. Yeah, I'm here today. They tried to make me not be here, but I was like, nah, I'm gonna come annoy the internet some more. I'm gonna say what's up to Twitch, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and be like, I'm back. I got Wyatt today.
Yeah.
Johnny's out on the field, being our in the field correspondent, helping us get deck lists and stuff. So we're actually a 3-man squad today.
Yeah, that's Johnny doing all that. Yeah.
Johnny's doing the hard work. We're sitting down, but we're sweating, so that's the payoff, the difference.
Yeah, you pay costs in different ways.
Definitely. But we got the beards in here today, I guess.
Beard squad.
Beard squad.
All fuzzy.
Yeah, fuzzy wuzzies. How's everybody in chat doing right now? We're probably gonna take a short intermission here. Refill our water, use the restroom and stuff. The benefit is we do not take breaks anywhere near as long as like I don't know those other guys who stream Magic with accents and who wear ties and stuff. I won't name any names, but man, I forget what tournament it was, and I don't remember if it was that one or the other one. Again, won't name any names, but I was sitting for like 40 minutes one time. I was like, what is happening? And stuff just happens.
Yeah, this is what happens when we don't have ads.
When you don't have ads and you don't have
to fill air.
1,400 people probably, people misfilling out their slips and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah, it's a lot easier to run a tight ship when you have this many people in tournament and not like 700 or whatever.
The thing with the Red Phoenix combo is the other piece to the Phoenix or your 8 Phoenix happens to be Fiery Temper. Oh, okay. It's nowhere near the draw a Phoenix is. I think light up the stage would be very, very good. Interesting thoughts.
I think we could take some time to talk about some of those spoilers at some point. But I think light up stage is reasonable. I don't think that is. Yeah, that's not on Gather yet.
It's not going to be on Gather.
You're going to have to go to Mythic Spoiler or something.
Yep.
I think it could be good in Phoenix decks. I think it's not going to be like insane. It does look really enticing. I mean, if you can play it and it's good, it's like ridiculous, right? Like 1 mana draw 2 is busted.
We'll bring it up here for a second. The spectacle mechanic is let's go. Here we go.
There we go.
Is pretty interesting to me.
Yeah, it's till the end of the next turn, but
right.
There might be some stuff like, okay, the main thing I'm thinking about this in an Arclight Phoenix deck is that if you hit an Arclight Phoenix with this, you're really sad because you don't cast that from your graveyard without paying its mana cost or anything. It has to be in your graveyard. So if you hit it, that's a 100% dead draw unless you have 4 mana available, which you don't often do. And that's like my main concern about this. I think you started this as like a 2-of and kind of see where it goes.
This might be one of those surprise cards where, like, with Experimental Frenzy, a lot of people are like, I don't know, it seems like kind of trash. And then, as we saw with Affinity, turns out it accelerates Affinity, like it increases the ceiling on Affinity's power. 4 mana is quite a bit, but like Shuto said, it is until the end of your next turn. So you basically have 2 turns.
Oh, he was talking about Frenzy, because this is 3 mana.
Oh, you're talking about Frenzy for in Phoenix. Well, I meant not necessarily that Phoenix is good.
Like Frenzy just in general.
Yeah.
Like
I'm tripping balls. Experimental Frenzy it's an interesting piece.
I think it's really cool. I love the card design. And it's pretty.
I play it in Standard, so I don't know what to say about that. I play it in a white deck in Standard, no less.
I dig it. That's fine. I think it's cool.
Light Up and Frenzy are great together as well. I imagine there's definitely going to be a deck that
that's
works.
Kind of a combo.
Works pretty well together with that.
Yeah, there's like a lot of crazy stuff going on.
With, Miko. No, we don't. Sure? No, we don't. Not right now.
All right. Bye, Miko. We'll have a deck tech with one of our local players.
You just want to do deck tech with me? It's fine, dude.
You got a deck you want to tech, man? What you want to tech? Elves?
Elves.
Impact?
I don't even know my hair is like.
What are you talking about? You look good. You got a haircut. Emo Supremo.
What's going on?
We're just hanging out with chat talking about Phoenix decks and spoilers. Light Up the Stage in particular. We're just hanging out since we're in between rounds.
Yep.
This factor would normally be
You guys want waters?
That would be a plus. More water.
I just ran out. Yeah.
Or like,
I don't know how to do it. You're a group
I'll take a Red Bull. So
No? You want to do the coffee? You want to step
I'll step out in a minute. I'll brew some coffee.
You want to switch right now?
No, we'll take a break here in just a moment.
Okay.
Like an actual break. Risk factor normally would suck. It's a worse browbeat.
Ooh, I don't know about that.
See, I played against this guy. I think 2 weeks ago. He had both risk factor and browbeat, and
that might be excessive.
It was a little excessive. He had more browbeats than he did risk factors. Like just going over it after the match was done. But it worked. But because I play humans, and in game 1, seeing that he ran 2 risk factors main board, and I think 3 browbeats main board. So when the risk factor showed up, like I already saw a browbeat and then saw another browbeat and I took damage, and then a risk factor showed up, and it's like, how many cards do you have in your hand? And he's like, 5. And I'm like,
how many of those are lightning bolt?
Like are those 5 lands? Are those bolts and helixes? Like, am I just dead here? Because if I go down, like if I take the damage, are you just gonna bolt me, and I'm dead? Because I think I was somewhere at like 11 life at that point. And so I took the damage, and sure enough, Boros Charm, bolt you. And I was like, okay, next game. So
there it goes.
It is definitely slower, and I don't know if it is in general worse, considering the type of deck that would play browbeat. Would basically be the only deck in Modern that would probably play risk factor. I don't know of any other decks that really would.
I think risk factor is like significantly better than browbeat, just because so the downside of browbeat is like.
Let's bring up risk factor.
Yeah, well, let's look at it
because there's one keyword on that card that I think makes it better than browbeat.
Yeah, that's the important part. That is definitely the important part.
And that's the reason why he only needed 2 in his main deck, because if you look at the bottom half of the card, it has a cool mechanic called Jumpstart.
Yeah. So the downside with browbeat is like if your opponent says you can draw the cards, and if you draw crappy cards, then it sucks. If you draw a bunch of lands, then it didn't do anything. And if Risk Factor draws a bunch of lands, then you get to just cast Risk Factor again. Which is like, that's totally fine. Like, the likelihood that you brick on 6 cards is like really low.
Yeah.
And then I think, so obviously if your opponent, like, dealing 4 damage for 3 is not great. Like, Flames of the Blood Hand was technically playable, like 4 years ago or 5 years ago or something. But we've kind of gone past that.
Yeah.
But the fact that you can potentially do it twice, and like, I just think that's like super good, because like the matches where you want that kind of effect, the matches where you want to be drawing cards anyway, is the ones where, like, you know, you just want to draw a lot of them.
So what if we go 4 Browbeats, 4 Risk Factors, 16 Mountains, 4 Bolts, 4 Lava Spikes, 4, we'll go 4 Swift Spears, 4 Guides, and we'll just fill in the rest with whatever. Seems like a great deck. Let's leave it up.
Yeah, that seems bad.
Yeah, the instant speed is pretty valuable. I 100% agree. Getting Risk Factored on your end step when your opponent, regardless of how many cards they have in their hand, is like, okay, you're about to draw potentially 4 cards that you didn't have before, and see 4 more cards in your deck that you didn't have before. Which, if we're talking modern, then maybe they're going to draw into the Phoenix that they don't have, or maybe they're going to draw into the Faithless Looting that they don't have, so that way they can pitch the Phoenix they already have in their hand, and then continue basically storming off.
I think against something, I don't know. It's weird because it's like 3 mana for 4 damage doesn't seem good, but there's so many situations where, like, the deck's playing this, I would just not want to give them the 4 damage, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know.
But
it might be, obviously. So if the burn player's like behind, and if you're not in threat of dying, you just let them do the damage, because
you take the damage all day.
Yeah.
Especially if you have any type of life gain, or if you could have them dead on board, you don't let them draw more ways to kill you.
Yeah.
Because they normally top deck at that point anyways.
Yeah, I mean, by the time you're casting,
that's a fair point,
3 mana spells, you're probably out of gas, and so it's actually like a real consideration. Like, the problem with most of, like, the Punisher cards is, like, the decision isn't hard. Like, your opponent is just going to pick what is, like, probably objectively the best for them. And in the case of Risk Factor and, like, stuff like this, because the card draw is, like, an unknown factor, like, your opponent might not choose the right thing. So that's, like, I think one of the main things, you know, better than something like Vexing Devil or whatever.
Right. Simian Spirit Guide. 4 Simian Spirit Guides, 4 Risk. No, I'm kidding. Folks, we're going to take a break real quick before we just continue down this rabbit hole, get some water and stuff.
Yeah,
and
get juice back up.
You know, relieve ourselves, because while this used to be a bathroom, we cannot actually facilitate it for its proper uses.
Especially not on stream.
Correct. That would get us insta-banned,
yeah.
And that's not what we're looking for.
Nope.
Thanks for coming and watching us talk about Magic and watching Magic being played. We'll be back momentarily. I'm James. That's Wyatt. And we'll see you guys in a few minutes.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are coming back at you here at Collector Legion's Modern Staples event. I'm James.
This is Wyatt.
And we are getting underway with round number 4.
That's a lie. It's not round 3, it's 4.
It's not round 3. We are finally at round 4.
Yep, we are past the halfway mark, but not actually.
Not quite. So, looks like we have Mikkel on the right, Mikkel Santana.
Mm-hmm.
Playing Infect.
Versus an old burn strategy. It's going to be Orlando.
Orlando, yep. We know Orlando. He comes around here, plays Magic around here.
Yep.
Just good old burn. Looks like a classic burn list. We were just talking about burn.
Yeah, well, not entirely classic. He does have.
Oh, really? Has he got some spice in there?
He's running a couple of shard volleys.
Shard volley. Ooh, that's the land destruction, correct?
Well, it destroys your own land.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's lightning bolt, but you have to sack a land.
You gotta sack a land.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a less good bolt.
Yeah, but it's he's also playing 2 main deck Grim Lavancers, which is I heard good against Infect.
Yep. Yeah, it's good against Infect. It's good against humans. Good against a lot of.
Oh yeah, I think Lavamancer's like really well positioned in this meta right now, which is kind of one of the reasons that I like Burn. There was a time when you would kind of play it as a begrudging one of, maybe even in the sideboard.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's like you definitely want to, and maybe I could even get behind the third one.
Interesting. Yeah, one of our local players here plays Jund, and I think he actually runs main board Lavamancer as well.
Yeah, it's good. It's good for whatever you want to do, as long as it's dealing 2 damage to stuff, you know, if that fits in your game plan at all.
Somebody was nice enough to straighten our table out a little bit there, get an attempted squarer view of gameplay.
A little bit better now.
We see players are still shuffling each other's decks.
Yep. Getting them good and randomized.
Again, Mikkel on the right-hand side with Infect. Orlando on the left with Burn.
It looks like pretty standard Infect stuff going on.
Yeah, I know Mikkel does run... I don't remember how many, but he does run Distortion Strikes, either main board or side.
Yeah, he's got remember. 2 main.
2 main, okay.
Mm-hmm. And then he also has an Apostle's Blessing. So that's his kind of pile of stuff that lets him get through blockers.
Yep.
He's got 2 main deck dismembers, which are not good in this matchup. Those cost you 4 life.
Right. Well, considering half the time he's trying to not really care about his life total so much.
Yeah, it's multicolored. It's actually strictly Boros.
Oh, okay.
There's no green anywhere in here, so it's just red white. So he's running like Wear Tears and stuff like that, as opposed to
yeah, he's not
something like Destructive Revelry or
Naya
whatever.
Burn.
Yeah. I still feel like a Targus Command is a really good card, but I know that the mana base is it can be hard to fit that third color in without like a really good reason.
Mm-hmm.
And a Targus Command just might not be that good enough compared to other stuff that you're doing to justify its inclusion. Obviously, Destructive Revelry is good. The kind of standard deck we've seen for Burn has been no main deck green cards and like 4 Destructive Revelries out of the sideboard with like a single Stomping Ground. Yeah, I also miss the Wild Nacatl stuff.
Zoo?
It's a different time.
Like a zoo
Well,
build?
no, for a bit, like after Wild Nacatl got unbanned, the Burn build was running Wild Nacatls.
Oh, right. I remember that.
Yeah.
I was on the tail end of that fad.
Yeah, it was out there for a bit, and then creatures got too good, and having stuff with haste, or having stuff that didn't have haste, also got not good enough. So
Now, it looked like Orlando mulled to at least 6. If 1, 2, let's see how many cards he has in hand. 1, 2.
He has 6 in hand. He already drew.
He fetched and shocked.
Yeah.
Now he's bolting.
Yeah, and it drew for turn. Yeah, so he mulled.
And it looks like Mikkel went first, played a turn 1 Glistener Elf.
Yep, and then he's going to pass. So, in this matchup, the burn player is the control deck.
Mm-hmm.
They have a lot of stuff that can point at a creature and kill it. I think I was actually getting cut before Fatal Push, but that definitely didn't help it at all.
Yeah.
I think it was mostly that there was enough stuff that was like good enough at blocking it. Actually, I think it was probably like the Death Shadow stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's probably what killed it. Because like, how good is your 3/3 against like a 5/5? You know.
Yeah.
You just want another burn spell to get.
And then
like,
Death Shadow got pushed out by humans.
Yeah.
And then humans got pushed out by spirits, and now Death Shadow's coming back. Seen a lot of Death Shadow on MTGO lately.
I think Death Shadow's still good, although I do not like the Grixis build, like the like fake Delver build. I still don't like that. But I really like the like 4-color like still kill you with double strike stuff.
Yeah, the Temur Battle Rage is definitely really good. Spirits' Bogles with flying.
I don't know if I agree with that.
I guess it has similarities because of the flash and being able to give other spirits hexproof.
I mean, it's annoying to remove.
Indestructibility.
Sure. But I think it plays on a much different axis. The original builds that were running like Steel of the Godhead were like maybe a little closer to that. You just suit up your Geist of Saint Traft, who I guess is a Boggle, and just make your opponent really sad. That was like 4/4 unblockable lifelinker that makes another 4/4.
I'm going to message Johnny real quick and see if we can't make sure that the players are using one of the green die for... Oh, there we go. He beat me to it. Got me. So there's 1 infect on the board. That's what the green die next to the black life die represents.
Yeah. Do we have an infect counter somewhere in here, right?
We did. I was looking for it and it got lost. So I'm going to go...
0.1. Okay.
Oh,
that looks ugly as hell.
I can adjust it though.
Yeah.
We're going to scoot this size down a bit.
There we go. That should be good.
Something like that, just for this particular matchup. So 17 represents Orlando's life total, and the number after the point represents how much infect he currently has.
Yeah. Okay, so Orlando's kind of playing with fire here. Oh wait, never mind. I'm sorry. That was
yes,
the step. He is not. Okay, he's literally playing a fire because he's playing burn spells.
That was a Skullcrack on the end step.
Yes, end step.
Main board Skullcrack.
Yeah, he's running a 3 main deck Skullcracks, which has been more common. We were on 4 for a while. I'm guessing I believe he cut 1 and cut a Rift Bolt for 2 Shard Volleys.
So no blocks from Mikkel. Before damage, a Lightning Helix is going to go off. I'm not mathing right.
That's where this gets really scary, I think, is because I think Orlando is not quite respecting Mikkel's ability to just like
kill him in one
randomly
turn.
Kill him. Yeah.
Yep. If Mikkel draws another mana source here,
but it is hard for Mikkel to get there because he has to. I guess with 1 infect, it's actually really quite hard for Orlando to die here. He has 2 Ensnaring Bridges in the sideboard. We'll get to sideboards after this game, but.
Orlando seems pretty well positioned right now. I would say advantage is on his side, merely because Mikkel seems stuck on mana.
Yeah, if Mikkel hit land drop last turn, I think this is a different game, and Orlando probably has to play it differently. As it stands, if Mikkel does nothing again,
he might just be dead next turn.
Like Orlando's drawing. Oh, he's actually blocking now, and he's pumping. Okay.
Yeah, he wants to
drain the 2 life. So.
So he's going to go down to 4.
He's going to go to 4.
Still has his Inkmoth Nexus. So if he draws a land off the top here, I don't know that he can do 9 infect this turn.
Yeah. So I think Orlando kind of moved too fast with the Lightning Helix.
So we see an activation. Hits him with the second infect. Just says go.
And he's just hoping there's nothing. So Mikkel's dead to any spell that can work. Okay,
well okay.
Orlando doesn't have a spell that can work. he has a. Oh, okay. He has
an
Eidolon of the Great Revel
and
a Searing Blaze in hand. And Eidolon, so Mikkel will go to 3. Okay, I think this is fine. I think what Orlando just needs to do is,
play the Eidolon, say go.
Play the Eidolon, say go. Because now I don't think there's no single card that Mikkel can play that wins. He has to play 2, and so he can't play 2,
That's going to wrap up game 1.
All right, let's go sideboards. So,
we talked about Spellskite earlier.
Yeah, so let's take a look here. So Orlando has 2 Paths, 2 Rest in Pieces, 2 Stony Silences, 2 Wear Tear. A lot of respect for enchantment, artifact, graveyard kind of stuff. He has 2 Ensnaring Bridges, 2 Deflecting Palms, an Exquisite Firecraft, and a Skullcrack. And then, I guess we could talk about these. I'm kind of interested in the Path. The paths.
If you time your paths right against Infect, it works because you can try to catch them as they're trying to use Blossoming Defense to pump, which gives hexproof, or the other one, can't remember off the top of my head. They basically have 2 playsets.
There's
Apostle Blessings, but there's
the other one. I have it here. It's Vines of Vastwood.
Vines of Vastwood, right?
He does have an Apostle's Blessing.
He does have Apostle's Blessing, but I'm pretty sure Mikkel runs 4 and 4 of Vines and Blossoming Defense.
I believe that's probably correct.
And so if you can time your paths right,
he does.
You can try to sneak that path in on the stack and get rid of the threat.
So it's possible. Fighting with Infect during combat is really dangerous. But Path does beat everything except for the hexproof stuff. Right. Unlike your damage-based removal, which is going to get punked by like any pump spell, basically. So there's upside there, which is kind of why I like it. Deflecting Palms, I could maybe get behind, but it's a little situational, and it's really bad against like the chip-in strategy. I think other than that, that's probably all I'm looking for.
Mikkel's definitely bringing in his Spellskites.
Yeah, for Mikkel has 2 Spellskites.
Because they survived through bolts.
Or, excuse me, 3 Spellskites. 2 Spell Pierces, 2 Grafdigger's Cages, a Dispel, 2 Dissenter's Deliverances, which I believe is... I believe that's the cycling one.
Yes.
That kills like an artifact or enchantment.
Yep. Destroys target artifact and then cycles for 1 green.
Yeah, and then a Viridian Corruptor, a Wild Defiance, a Pithy Needle, and 2 Nature's Claims. So if I'm Mikkel, I'm interested in the Spellskites. Spell Pierces and Dispels also seem like they could be reasonable. And I also want the Wild Defiance, because that makes your guys basically unable to die to Lightning Bolt ever. And also just makes you kill stuff faster.
Wild Defiance. Let's pull that one up too.
Yeah, that's a fun one. This used to be played a little bit more.
This card's actually getting some play, I believe, in derp in the Bant Humans list I was talking about earlier.
Oh, really?
Because you run green, so you can actually cast it, especially because you have nobles as well.
That's interesting.
And the flavor that has a wolf on it if you're running mares.
Very flavorful.
But getting that +3/+3 till end of turn, they think they're killing your dude, but instead, they're trying to kill your dude, but instead it just gets bigger.
He does not have a Blink Moth. He has a he should have some he has 2 Pendle Havens.
Pendle Havens
which are
for
basically
pumping.
better for that. And also work on the rest of his creatures.
Yeah, there's not a lot of Infect lists anymore, at least that run both Blinks and Inks. That's more of a affinity.
Yeah, I haven't seen that, and I don't even know if I've ever seen it, but yeah, I'm sure someone probably did that at some point. Oh yeah, shrink that number down again.
Oh.
Oops.
Oh no.
Oh no. Technical difficulties.
Grab the wrong things, folks.
Yeah.
Something else is unlocked and it's not supposed to be.
Yeah, I think I would agree with the Shaper Sanctuary being better. The main draw of Wild Defiance in the Infect matchup is that it just lets your pump spells go farther as well. So like at the worst case scenario, it's also a pump spell. Like if you're playing against like
right. Well, it gives more value to your own pumps.
Yeah, your own pump spells are better. So
you might mutagenic growth, and instead of getting pumped for 2, now it's getting pumped for 5.
Yeah,
that's pretty.
So
it's insane.
So I think Wild Defiance has a lot of value in games where you're just going to be running low on resources in general. So something like against Jund or whatever is like trying to grind you out of the game, basically. On top of also making specifically Lightning Bolt and other 3 damage spells useless.
Or braids.
Yeah, braids. That's true. Yeah.
Because well, a braid will just kill Spellskite because it's an artifact, but
I mean, yeah, it still kills a Spellskite, and it would still kill a Inkmoth Nexus, but it still saves your, it saves your 1/1s or whatever.
Your young Glistener elves.
Yeah. So Orlando going to 5 here. Not exactly where you want to be ever, but Burn is a deck that it really hurts to mulligan with because it's really kind of a critical mass deck.
Yeah, you run out of speed, run out of gas, as they say.
Yep.
Miko looks like he's fetching and shocking to 17.
Yep. I believe that's a breeding pool. I really hate the expeditions, but
same. Miko, I mean, he's got his deck kind of foiled out. Though,
they look nice in person, but on the camera, man, you can't tell what that is.
Yeah. There's a turn 1 Noble. Burn versus Soul Sisters.
I've seen Burn win that matchup before. I've seen it. It's possible, but it's...
Is that like another 80-20 match?
It's like 90-10 or something. It's horrible.
So Orlando's just going to the face right now.
Like Soul Sisters or Martyr Proc or whatever. Like decks that are just like... There's white decks that are built to like gain a bajillion life, which is hard enough for like some of these creature decks to beat, but they might be able to eventually go over the top of everything. Burn, there's just almost no chance.
So we see Miko chipping in with his Noble Hierarch. Bless you.
Excuse me. And then, Searing Blaze. So notably, Orlando's actually running 1 less Searing. He's running 3 main deck Searing Blazes, which is actually a little bit... We usually see the full 4 these days. It's a real good card in general. I think it's maybe the best card in Burn, other than like Lightning Bolt or whatever.
Kill your dude and burn you?
Yeah, it's like seriously very good. It's one of the reasons why this matchup, like this deck is like good against humans. If you can draw those, like your Searing Blazes or Searing Bloods or whatever, makes it real good.
So we see Miko contemplating. He decides to Blossoming Defense here. So
Blossoming's to save.
Does he still take damage?
Yes. So Searing Blaze has 2 targets.
Oh, right.
Or wait.
Nope, that's Searing Blood.
No, it's Searing Blaze. Yeah, you're right.
That was Searing Blaze?
Yeah.
It was. 1 damage to target player and 1 damage to target creature. So it is targeting 2 different things.
Yes.
Fair. Okay. Maybe it's Searing Blood is the one I'm thinking of, that if you protect the creature, it doesn't hit you in the face also. I could be wrong about that. 2 damage when that creature dies. Yep, okay. So I was thinking of Searing Blood.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very hard to break up Searing Blaze outside of having like giving something having Hexproof forever.
Yep. So Miko gets some Infect on the board here.
And he's also deployed the Spellskite.
And he also has deployed a Spellskite. This is a pretty good turn for Miko here.
So Spellskite's really good. At the very least, it makes it so that anytime Orlando casts, like, let's say a bolt upstairs, it has to be something that can target creatures. They just do 1 less damage, which is, that alone is like pretty relevant. And then it's going to make it just impossible for him to remove anything.
Miko does not have the mana open to pay the blue right now, so if he does have to activate, he will be paying life for the Phyrexia mana.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw it, Shuto. It was I was looking over at this the difference between Searing Blood and whatnot.
I'm a little surprised that that's not going to do what he wants it to do.
And he kills him.
Is that?
It looks like 1, 2.
Oh yeah, he had the
3, 4 with Groundswell. Yep.
Yeah. Wow.
And he already had 2 on the board. So game 3 coming at you, folks.
Yeah. Spellskite's pretty good.
Mikkel is the type of Infect player, one of the local players here at Collector Legion, who, if he has you dead, he doesn't
mess around.
He just windmill slams that stuff. It's like, tap this, boom, boom, boom. Unless you're a control deck, obviously he'll wait for you to respond or whatever.
Right. But once you're out of it, he knows. Yeah.
If you can't do nothing, he gonna get you. If you're just joining us, welcome. This is Collector Legion's Modern Staples event. Today, Sunday, Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
I'm James.
This is Wyatt.
We're here commentating for you guys. We have 6 rounds of Swiss before we cut to our top 8. There are 64 players when we started this tournament. I imagine by now in the 4th round, some of them have dropped.
Yeah, seem to thin out a little bit. So.
And currently we have Orlando playing Burn versus Mikkel playing Infect.
Really like this matchup just in general.
It's fun to watch because both players could kill each other out of nowhere.
Yeah, and there's also just a lot of that can happen, but there's a lot of fighting like with resources that just aren't normally used, like in Magic games. Like burn, like kill your guy with this burn spell that does a certain amount of damage, and then save it with my pump spell is like something that usually happens like in draft, And here it is happening in modern. And that's like what this whole matchup is about, which is really entertaining.
Surprisingly interactive.
It's very interactive. This is one like the most interactive.
And the stack wars that commence almost feels like Legacy when like Delver decks get in a Force of Will battle. And then like, oh, Daze your Force of Will. Well, Force of Will your Daze. Okay.
Yeah. Some of that has kind of left like this matchup since the introduction of Blossoming Defense. It definitely makes it kind of gives the Infect deck like a catch-all answer to some of this stuff.
I don't think it's fair to call Infect fair. Not to interrupt you, Wyatt. Sorry about
that. Both fair decks. I mean,
I guess fair if they don't cheat on mana, perhaps, if that's what you mean.
Yeah. So fair being the definition, like a fair deck is like Jund, and an unfair deck is like Reanimator or something like that. Like it's kind of what axis they're trying to win on. I think Infect is probably closer to the combo spectrum than like I think Infect is more unfair than fair. Just because it is in a lot of ways a combo deck. I mean, some people also call Burn a combo deck. The problem is that with doing that, like every card in Burn just combos with itself.
Yeah. I don't think Burn's a combo deck as much as it's a sequencing deck.
Yeah, I don't think it's as much of a combo deck either.
Infect's completely combo deck. Like, if like Mikkel example, I've watched him play MTGO, and it's interesting seeing like, okay, he's dead on board unless he draws a fetch land, so he can fetch, and that makes him be able to cast Become Immense because it gets him his extra card in the grave that he needs to delve, or something like that.
Yeah.
So perhaps it's a fairer deck, but I don't know if I classify combo decks at all as fair decks in general.
Well, they're not. I mean, that's kind of the definition of like
cheaters.
Well, I mean, no, but
just kidding.
Yeah, but that's the axis. Like even something like Splinter Twin or whatever was not like a fair deck. Even like or some, it's like even some combo deck that's like not good. I mean, probably not.
Yeah.
But
let me go find 4 cards out of my deck, all of which could kill you, and then make you choose which ones to let me have.
Oh yeah,
gifts are given. Bolt you. Sure.
Okay.
Oh, is there a Spell Pierce? Turn 1 Spell Pierce?
I mean, he's thinking about it. So, I mean, the problem is if he does do it, he's only like saving.
He's not saving mana. He's just
point, or saving 2 points. No. He's saving.
He could have saved 2 points.
I guess. Okay. Oh, now that feels kind of bad. But I mean, he's just gonna go get a fetch land tapped, I think, or excuse me, a shock land tapped. So this way he. Yeah. So if he countered the burn spell, he would be at 16, or he'd be at 17. But now he's at 16. So the spell pierce is only worth a point of damage.
Which it might be worth it saving a creature later on.
Yeah, I think you want to use that to fight over like something that might be targeting a guy, or even just like using it with untapped mana. Like using it to like counter a lightning bolt later is better than countering that lightning bolt now.
We're not really trying to have an argument per se. It's more of just a conversation of opinions. I mean, if you think Infect is a fair deck, you're entirely entitled to your opinion. I've lost enough to Infect to just be of the opinion that it's not fair. I mean, but then again, I play humans, and that's not fair because it has Aether Vials and it cheats mana. So,
yeah,
you know,
I mean,
it's not really.
It's
kind of hypocritical of me to be like, that's a unfair deck, and I'm over here playing Aether Vials and Cavern Souls.
So a lot of, I mean, it's kind of the only reason this comes up is because fair and unfair have these like connotations of like, if it's unfair, it's bad. But like a deck can be bad and be unfair.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it can be like, oh, there goes our camera. You know, it could have like a horrible turn 6 combo that never wins like in time before it dies, and that's still like considered an unfair deck. It's just like what axis the deck plays on. You can also make the argument of, oh, that's exciting. So he has Nature's Claim that Eidolon, because Eidolon is an enchantment creature.
Correct.
Oh, I mean, that's also true. But I mean, it's basically like a spectrum. I mean, that's also true, but that's also a spectrum. I mean, everything is like, there's something that's like 100% like black and white, fair, unfair, interactive, uninteractive, whatever. Or maybe there is, I don't know. But the majority of Magic is played in between those, so.
So Orlando fetching here, going at 23.
Yeah. So I'd be pretty surprised if
this Blight
Agent lived.
Probably is not going to live very long. Kind of surprised Mikko put it on the battlefield. I think he's thinking he needs to get a threat out, considering his life total is at 12.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm assuming he might have a second one in hand, and so he's deploying this one to either just eat removal or something. We see Orlando's got the card in hand.
I think it's better than doing nothing. Oh, now we can get a prowess too.
Helix, your dude.
Orlando's going to gain some life that probably won't matter. And then Mikko's going to go to 10. The Eidolon got Nature's Claimed. Oh, actually, yeah, Orlando should be at like 27 or whatever, I think. Or whatever. I don't know if he fetched. Oh, he did fetch.
He did 26.
Fetch. Yep. Yeah, the Eidolon got Nature's Claimed by Mikko. Because Theros. Thinking real hard about playing this land. Looks like it's a Verdant Catacombs.
He's probably trying to math out if he can get a win here. I see it might have Okarosa in Mikko's hand.
When you see Mikko pause like this, you know you're either about to win or you're gonna die. Like, there's no way he can. Oh, that's an Inkmoth. So I guess in theory, he could piece together something. But I think he's. I don't think Mikko's in like great spot here.
He's not. He needs to get some infect damage on the board.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. So here's the second Blighted Agent.
Yeah.
Called it. I've played against Mikko a lot.
So this one you definitely.
You want to kill this one too?
Yeah.
You could be dead next turn.
I kind of like just attacking with the Swift Spear first. Okay.
Yeah, yep, that's a mistake.
Well, it's not like a huge mistake. I mean, if Mikko lets this die, then it's totally fine. But if he doesn't let it die, then you miss a point. But if he lets it die, you get 2 points. It's kind of a gamble, but I imagine this is going to live. Unless he has another like interaction spell.
He might have a Spell Pierce in hand.
Oh, he does still have Spell Pierce, actually. That's not as good, though, because it doesn't let the Blighted Agent eat the Swift Spear. So in that case, the Swift Spear would still get in for 2, probably. I think it's going to be a pump spell. That's actually a Spell Pierce. Okay. That's still fine. Now...
So Prowess Trigger still goes off because it's on cast.
Yeah, it's cast trigger.
Spell resolved. So Orlando's still going to be swinging in for 2 damage here with 1 mana open and at least 1 card in hand. Mikkel goes to 5.
Okay, yeah.
If he had a bolt, that was the time to use it.
Yeah, if he had anything to do there, he had to do it there.
So,
although I guess if he just had a bolt, then you just attack with the Swiss Spear, and then if Mikkel doesn't block, he just dies. So...
yeah, if he had a bolt, I think you just...
Or I guess he still counters it. Never mind, yeah.
Well, he would counter 1.
Yeah, he still counter the Helix. Never mind.
So, but if he had a bolt, he would have hit Mikkel in the face with the bolt for 3.
He'd be at 1.
He'd be at 1 at this point. So Orlando might still be dead this turn.
So Mikkel has a Might of Old Kroja.
He also has enough cards engraved to be able to feed a Become Immense, if there is one in hand.
Yeah. Okay, well, he didn't Might, so that means that Orlando is probably fine.
Trying to see Orlando's hand. It looks like a land and something.
Yeah, I think one of those was a Wooded Foothills, and then I think the other one's the spell. That's where things get interesting.
On Mikkel's list, does he have... Oh, he doesn't have Fetch Land. I was going to say, does he still have Dryad Arbor? So he's activating Ink Moth.
Yeah, he has Dryad Arbor still. Yeah, so he's... Okay. So...
Looks like he's going to block with Ink Moth here.
Yeah, he's like... He asked if there's anything before blocks, and Orlando said no. So we're going to blocks. And, I think you're okay with this if you're Orlando.
Mikkel has multiple cards in hand, so he might be wanting to pump the Ink Moth to kill... Nope, okay. He lets Ink Moth die.
Yeah, I don't think there was any way that he uses a pump spell there.
Nope, so now there's a -1/-1 counter. Yep.
Yeah, so...
Yep, sure thing, Shuto. It's pretty decent there.
Alright, so now... Oh, man. I think you were supposed to Lightning Helix that Blighted Agent.
Does he have the Helix in hand?
Yeah, his other card was Helix, yeah. Now if he Helix in responses, or Helixes in response, he might just die.
Yeah, because it'll be Become Immense or something.
Well, actually, that's... Okay.
So it's 1...
no,
there's no land.
He needs, like, exactly Become Immense, or like, anything else, like... Okay, Blossoming Defense plus Mutagen Growth also does it. So this is actually a rare situation here where I think this is good enough. Yeah, so he responds... Oh, wait. Might's just whenever you cast it during your main phase. Right?
I believe
yeah,
so.
it's not like you cast it at Sorcerer Speed. It's cast it at during... Yeah, okay.
Yep, there it is. Mikkel gets the win.
Yep. Yeah, so...
If you cast a spell during your main phase...
Yeah,
oh,
so
boy.
Yeah.
There we go. It gets +4/+4 instead. So, in response, casting another Might.
Yeah. That's enough. Yeah, so... Yeah,
just checks main phase.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Debo?
What's up?
So Mikkel takes it in 3 games, 2-1 over Orlando.
Yeah, so we see this like every week that Mikkel or anyone else who's playing Infect is on stream, is that people who don't kill Infect creatures like during their own turn die.
Yeah.
Like that's how you lose the game.
Or if they don't leave blockers when they can block. Because there have been times where if it's an elf, a Glistener elf, or the artifact creature with Infect also that some decks run, and then people just don't block it and it chips in, and the next turn they decide not to block it and don't realize that you know, they're going to main phase 2 Might of Old Corrosives or something, and you're just dead.
Yeah. Might's a pretty messed up card, you know. +4/+4 for 1 is just good in the context
he definitely where Orlando lost that game just now was because he had the opportunity to kill the Blighted Agent while Mikkel was tapped out because it was in his hand, and he passed the turn instead and tried to stack War. And when Infect has multiple cards in hand and lands to cast them, you don't want to risk that stack War.
Yeah. Now, on the other hand, Actually, yeah. So, yeah, I just don't think there's any way you make that play there.
Because there's nothing with haste. Infect doesn't have haste creatures. So if you were to kill the Blighted Agent, I mean, it's just, even if he plays another one or plays a new Inkmoth Nexus, like, you still have time.
Yeah, because like so Mikkel had 1 open mana there. If he had some way to save the thing, then.
Or did he have 1 mana on?
Yeah,
I thought there was a turn where he was tapped out and.
No, that turn going into the turn that he untapped and killed him. He had 1 mana open.
Oh, okay, right.
So there was a decision to be made. I still think that Orlando made the incorrect decision. But like, because in that case you do it, and then if he has the thing to save it, then that's fine. In that situation, he can't use the mites to save it because it's not his main phase. He can't use Groundswell to save it.
Right.
It's literally like he could throw away a Become Immense, in which case you probably don't die next turn. I don't know if he had enough to cast. I think Become Immense is what, 6 colorless?
It's 1 green, 6 colorless, but it has Delve. So he could have cast Become Immense.
Yeah,
but
okay, so he had 6 Engrave. So he could have done that. He could have had like a Spell Pierce. He could have had not kicked Vines.
Yep.
Or Blossoming Defense.
Yeah, there was a lot of outs there.
Yeah, but if he had any of those, like, I think if he had a decent amount of those, then like for example, if he doesn't have like if he has to use a Blossoming Defense there, then using Blossoming Defense there then takes like, it takes him having like Might, Blossoming Defense, and Mutagenic Growth out of the equation. That's no longer like a kill. So I think you still do that, because in the places that he can save it anyway, he might have to generate more things. Like he might not have enough leftovers to kill you.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
we're gonna take a quick break real quick and find out what's going on out there and see if we got a backup match going on.
Yep.
I haven't got a message back from Johnny yet, so we'll be right back, folks.
Give us
We're
1 minute.
still in round 4. That was relatively quick, so there should be some time left. We'll see if we can't get another game before the round ends. Stay tuned.
Stick around.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're coming back at you. More Modern Staples here at Collector Legion's Modern Staples event. We have for you... Oh, I almost knocked over my extremely hot coffee all over my pants.
That'd be pretty bad.
That would be so bad right now. I'd be screaming. It is boiling. On the left, we have Alex Bertoncini playing Hardened Scales Affinity versus Jonathan Martinez playing Green-Black Rock.
Yep. Deck designer Dwayne Johnson.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
Jonathan's, he's funny like that.
Also a very nice typed up deck list, so.
Yep.
Making it easy for us. None of this chicken scratch stuff going on.
We are in round 5 at this point, folks. Thought we were going to get standings in between, but it turns out we won't get standings until after this round. We wanted to get a chance to view some other decks. Haven't seen any Affinity today, so that's why we are featuring this current matchup.
Yeah, we can take a look at it.
So we see from Jonathan, he's going to fetch Shock and Thoughtseize here.
So there's a Hardened Scales, a Steel Overseer, a Walking Ballista, a Spellskite, and I think a Arcbound Ravager. I think it's the old Arcbound Ravager. And then, of course, a couple of lands. So a handful of stuff. What do you take? These are all kind of a problem.
These are all kind of a problem. I feel like one of the things... It's hard to say, because this deck, Hardened Scales, is kind of like a combo deck. These pieces all build up like a Mega Robot type scenario or Mega Battlefield. Jonathan's played some Hardened Scales, so I think taking Hardened Scales is the right thing. It slows down Alex's clock, and it's going to make Jonathan... Well, it's going to allow Jonathan to have at least a little bit more time, because obviously Alex is going to try to play it as fast as he can. He didn't actually have a green source in hand now that I look at it.
Yeah.
So that might have been the wrong choice in hindsight.
But assuming if he picked up like a forest, then it was like the best choice, I think.
Because absolutely, yeah.
Otherwise, he'd have a 1-drop. So I don't know. Let's take a look at what these players are working with.
Yeah, that's right, Shuto. In hindsight, looking at it, there was no green source, so we see Jonathan getting Lily out here and making Alex sacks pretty decent.
He picked up an opal, so now he will have green mana, assuming he can assemble another artifact.
Yep, he's going to activate Blink Moth.
Excuse me, I thought that was a Dark Steel.
Nope, he activated Blink Moth and swung at Lily there. Here comes an Inquisition to relook at his hand. There's a Stirrings, I think. This is hard again. Stirrings is a vital piece of the deck, but he can't cast it yet.
I think you just take what's in the hand and not what he might get. I think I'm most interested in taking either the Hangerback Walker, or the Arcbound Ravager. Those are the ones that you can kill them and then something bad happens. The rest of them just die to removal spells.
So Jonathan's getting 2 cards out of Alex's hand right now. We see Alex pitching the Stirrings.
Yeah, and you see him pitch that anyway, so.
Yep.
I think this is, generally speaking, a relatively hard matchup for Hardened Scales. Hardened Scales has a lot more resiliency against these kind of pick you apart mid-range control decks than like standard Affinity does. But I still think it's not ideal.
No, we know for a fact that Black Green Rock has a lot of removal.
Yeah, I can list a lot of them here if you want me to, but I don't
Sure.
think I need to.
Oh yeah, there's Fatal Pushes hits a lot of things because a lot of Alex's creatures are X cost.
Yes,
or
there's
less than 3
0 on the field. No. Yeah, we're just gonna push stuff.
Yep. Martinez is deploying threats here, and here comes a Tarmogoyf. That's a big boy. And he's plussing Lily again after he casts his Tarmogoyf. So
I don't know what that card is that Alex discarded.
It looks like a land. Phyrexian Obliterator? No, that's not a Phyrexian Obliterator. I think it's a land.
Oh, animation module? Is that it? Wait, oh, it's a land. Oh, Phyrexia's Core? Is that? I don't know what that.
I think it's right.
I don't know what that does. Yeah, no Phyrexian Obliterators. I mean, push on the Overseer was going to happen no matter what, assuming he wanted to take up Liliana, so I think it's fine.
Phyrexia. Let's see. Phyrexia.
There's a few of those. There's a lot of cards named Phyrexia. There you go.
Yes,
that was in fact Phyrexia's Core.
Taps for 1 colorless mana, or you can pay 1, sacrifice another artifact, you gain 1 life. So I think it helps the Hardened Scale little combo where to generate things. So they're doing math on how big Goyf is right now because there's a lot of artifacts and creatures, as well as sorceries and instances and Planeswalker and land. It's a 7?
Is it 7? Creature, artifact, instant, sorcery, land, Planeswalker. That should be 6, right? Because we're
instant, sorcery, artifact,
we're missing enchantment, tribal, and
land. There should be 6, I think.
Yeah.
At this point, Jonathan is almost stripped Bertoncini's hand. He's going to crack a clue, draw a card.
Yep. Yeah, so if he pushed there, yeah, he was going to lose it anyway. I mean, if he didn't push there, because he ticked up Lily when his hand was empty. So if he wanted to kill the Overseer that turn, he basically had to use the push. I mean, he could have made him sack it, but that seems worse probably.
As of right now, it looks like advantage is in Jonathan's side of the table.
Oh, yeah. Alex is
I don't even know what Alex can do here to stabilize.
He needs another blocker. So that technically buys him...
Arcbound Ravager. So
okay,
he can use his Mox now?
Yeah, he can use the Mox. So he has 1 extra mana.
But he's at 1 life.
Yeah. So right now he's dead on board. Oh. I think this does not matter. Because I believe Jonathan just goes, make you sack a creature, attack with 2 things, and then that's just good enough. What's going on here?
I think he's trying to think if he can activate his Blank Moth in order to make it a creature with his Mox.
Oh, to sack it.
To sack it and still have 2 blockers up.
Yeah, okay. He would be able to do that.
What in the world could he possibly draw that would matter at this point?
Not a lot.
Oh, okay, hold on. He's...
Oh.
Were both his lands activated? I don't know how he would have sacked both of his lands. Didn't he use his 2 lands to pay?
Yeah, he couldn't, because only one of those was a creature, I think. I'm still not really sure what this is doing. Yeah, you can go check. I believe both of those were still creatures. I don't know if this matters still, because I'm pretty sure Jonathan just goes, make you sack a guy, like, you lose. Oh, okay, no. Okay, the idea... Yeah, so he used both of them for mana. Okay, I understand what's happening here. The idea is that when Jonathan says sack a creature, he's gonna sack the Arcbound, put all the counters on the on what is going on here? I don't know why play is still happening. But anyway. Yeah, so the idea would be to basically do what Alex did, which is put the counters on there, but there should be 1 less counter on that ballista, and there should be...
It was paid with the different chromes.
Oh, there was 1 floating. Okay.
With 1.
Gotcha.
The 2 mana paid for the Ravager. 1 chrome activated 1 land. The other chrome that he played activated the other land.
Okay, gotcha.
Yep, that was fine.
Yeah, I think we missed the floating mana from one of the Moxes. Anyway, I think that think Alex is pretty dead here. He's at 1 life with no permanents in play, so that line is, you know.
He literally has no permanents and nothing at hand.
Perfect game.
I wonder if he just wanted to show that. I don't know. Yeah, he tapped the first Mox Opal to activate one of the lands, play his other Mox Opal from hand. I keep saying Chrome. I always mix up the...
Yeah, Chrome Mox is the more broken one.
There's too many Moxes, guys.
Yeah.
I'm not actually a Legacy player yet.
Chrome Mox, Mox Opal, Mox Diamond. And none of those tap for white mana. Or I guess they can, but I mean, it's they're not Mox Pearl.
The ones you would think would make white mana do not make white mana.
The expensive one, the really expensive one, different thing. Yeah, so let's look at sideboards.
We see Alex pulling out 3 cards only. So there's 2 Tormod's Crypts, 2 Grafdigger's Cages, 1 Spellskite, 1 Evolutionary Leap, 1 Natural State, 1 Dismember, 3 Damping Sphere, and 4 Nature's Claims. I imagine Grafdigger's Cage and maybe Spellskite are the 3 cards he's bringing.
So Grafdigger's Cage doesn't do anything that's matched.
I'm sorry, Tormod's Crypt.
Yeah, Crypt, maybe. It might be overboarding though. The Rock deck doesn't really use its graveyard that much. But it's possible. I like the Spellskite. I don't remember what Evolutionary Leap does.
Evolutionary Leap, I'll pull it up. It is a way to find dudes, I believe.
Yeah, I might be interested in that. Oh,
pull it back over. Keep moving the window just a little bit. Sorry, folks. So you, it's an enchantment that goes on the battlefield. 1 green, sacrifice a creature, reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a creature card. Put that card into your hand and the rest in the bottom of your library in a random order.
So I like this a lot. This lets you get value out of Jonathan trying to kill all of your stuff. You can just sack in response and get things.
Of course, you need to have a green source of mana, which Alex did not have at all that game.
Not trivial. I mean, if he gets the Mox or he draws a forest or something, he can get there. But yeah, not trivial. I like this number.
There aren't enough Mox. I'm sorry, okay?
I made a new one, but it's kind of bad.
Yeah.
And then for Jonathan, he's working with 2 Collective Brutality, a Damnation, a Damping Sphere, a Duress, an Engineered Explosives, 3 Fulminator Mages, a Languish, 2 Nile Spell Bombs, a Nissa Vital Force, and 2 Surgical Extractions.
I like explosives because you could do it either on 0 or 1 and be very effective.
Yeah, that is kind of my thought as well. I also don't mind the Damnation.
It's a little slow, but it might give him time towards the end of the game. Languish, I think, is also pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I think Damnation definitely above the bar. Languish, maybe not. But his main deck is like pretty good at dealing with this stuff, I think. And he doesn't have too many sideboard pieces that are that good. Nissa Vital Force might be an option.
I think if Jonathan were to sequence in a certain way, Languish would actually be very viable because Alex may attempt to, depending on the board state, sack things to Ravager to make Ravager live, and then sack Ravager to something. And then if he happens to have either an Assassin's Trophy or a Lily to make Alex sacrifice, then you could make him basically sack all his permanents to himself. And that he's just left with no board state.
Yeah, that's kind of always the trap you're trying to lead these guys into. Like
because that -4/-4 is dangerous, and being a humans player playing against Hardened Scales, you always got to try to dismember their Ravager at the right time, or hit their stuff with an Izzet Static Caster at the right time. And if you don't, they just sack it in response, or it just gets bad. Like I've punted so bad against Hardened Scales before. When if I had just sequenced better, and here we see a turn 1 Hardened Scales from Alex. That's pretty hot.
And no discard spell from Jonathan. So this.
I wonder if he took out the Thoughtseizes.
I'd be a little surprised. I think there's enough that you want to hit. I think you probably just didn't draw one. There's also just not enough in your sideboard that's like better.
That's fair.
So I think that's part of it. I think if anything got cut, it might have been these Collective Brutalities.
Here's a Walking Ballista for 1 that gets 2 counters, and it's going to get pushed.
And it's gone. Okay,
and in response, it will shoot Jonathan for 2.
Oh.
So Jonathan shocks himself. Not
yeah.
really.
Shock swamp. He has 2 Kalidases. Okay, that's a scavenging ooze.
Kalidas definitely helps out against the modular effect.
Yes, that's actually quite good.
Because it'll stop. Looks like a bystander is wondering why there was 2 counters on the Walking Ballista, and Jonathan very quickly mentioned that there's hardened scales on the table.
Yep.
Hardened scales, in case you folks don't know, we'll bring that one up too.
Yeah.
That's the whole
playing +1/+1 counters is good.
That's the whole shebang for this deck. For Affinity is abusing the modular ability with hardened scales combined. Because whenever you have 1 or more +1/+1 counters get put on a creature you control, that many +1/+1/+1 counters get put on it instead. So when you get multiple hardened scales on the field, for each hardened scales there is, it's going to add an additional counter, as we see with this. I forget this creature's name. This creature has
Arclight Worker.
Arclight Worker, yes. We'll bring that up. So when it enters the battlefield, it gets a +1/+1 counter, but instead it gets 3 total because of 2 hardened scales.
Yeah.
Arclight Worker, and of course I'm doing the wrong arc now.
Still with no H.
Arc. 2 words.
Just search Worker.
That's fair.
Arc-bound Worker, excuse me.
Arc-bound Worker.
Same thing
you
as
tricked
Arc-bound. Yeah.
You tricked me.
Sorry.
So with modular 1, puts a +1/+1 counter, and then the 2 hardened scales add 2 additional ones.
Yeah,
that's
so
pretty good.
The Ravager comes down with the same, and then if he ever sacks the Arcbound Worker to that Ravager, the Ravager's going to get, what, 5 counters?
It's going to get ridiculous, folks.
Yeah, so it's going to get... This gets real bad real fast if you don't kind of keep these creatures down.
Alex is very ahead right now.
Yeah. Okay, well...
Here comes
This
Kalidas.
is scary, because this is kind of just giving Alex a turn to do whatever. Now, this does stop Ravager from just, like, going crazy. Because...
Yep.
Kalita's Trader of Get. Oh, the wrong one.
Oh,
that's the
yep, that's the old
one.
one.
The original one, yeah.
He used to be the chief, now he's a trader.
Yep.
So if a non-token creature an opponent controls would die, instead exile that card and put a 2/2 black zombie creature token onto the battlefield. You can then sacrifice a vampire or zombie for 3, 1 black, 2 colorless mana, and put 2 counters on Kalida's Trader of Get.
Yeah, that last bit doesn't get used too much, but it is there.
It is there.
The important part about this card in this matchup is that it basically stops modular effects from working.
Mm-hmm. It does not stop Steel Overseer from making those guys pretty big.
No, that is still a beating. And then I believe that is a animation module that he played.
Animation module is another key piece of the hardened scale stick.
Yeah.
Whenever 1 or more +1/+1 counters are placed on a permanent you control, you may pay 1 mana. If you do, create a 1/1 colorless servo artifact creature token. This is really good when you have Arcbound Ravager on the field, because it just creates things. Because most of your board is either 0, 1, or 2 drops. And so you typically have mana to pay the extra 1 and make an additional dude. And then the bottom half, paying 3 mana and tapping the module, choose a counter on target permanent or player, give that permanent or player another counter of that kind. Yeah. So it gets pretty gross. You can give people additional infect counters. You can give your dudes counters, and then if you have hardened scales on the battlefield, guess what? They start to get additional ones. And here's a 3rd hardened scales.
So this Inkmoth Nexus is going to swing for 5 this turn. Or excuse me, 6. This gets out of control pretty fast. Yeah, an animation module is typically this deck's answer to like I think this is game, right? Because he's gonna sack he's gonna just sack the Ravager and put it on the Inkmoth.
Yeah, I don't see why he wouldn't.
He doesn't. Oh wait, he's attacking an open mana. Never mind. I'm smart. Boy. Yeah, the animation module is like its answer to like the decks that are trying to like kind of pick it apart piece by piece. It's like a really good value engine.
It's kind of the glue that holds the Hardened Scale.
Oh, also yeah, Kalidas also just turns that off. We just talked about this. We're really on top of this.
I wasn't going to say anything yet, but I was waiting for Wyatt to catch up. Just kidding.
Of course.
No.
All right. Still doesn't matter. Jonathan can't beat like
he scoops
like
up.
3 like 7/7s or whatever those were. So we're going to 1-1. So you kind of saw what happens when Hardened Scales is good and what happens when it's bad. So those are kind of the two extremes. Jonathan, not a lot of his hand wasn't particularly exciting that game.
It wasn't. I think he kept it for Kalidas, thinking that it would be more gas, and sadly, he just gave Alex too much time. There wasn't enough removal and disruption like in game 1.
You really just need to get a bunch of little bits of removal.
I didn't see if he did. I imagine if he did, he would have cast it, but.
Yeah,
I don't know that it was necessarily GG, because actually, you know what? That's pretty fair. It might have still been it might have been GG for Alex if he hadn't gotten the Steel Overseer.
Yeah, if he had the Languish available, then
if he could have cast the Languish instead of Kalidas, then yeah.
No, I think he's talking about the turn where he untapped with Kalidas, but I don't know. Anyway, I did not see the draw.
He might have not have wanted to risk killing Kalidas.
I mean, he had another one in hand. Like, it's not like the worst thing if it dies.
That's fair.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll see what happens this game. Jonathan really just needs to draw more removal anyway.
Yeah. Fatal Push is a great card in this matchup.
Yeah, Push is awesome. I mean, Assassin Trophy, whatever. Just like something that kind of stops Alex from setting up too hard. Because as soon as Alex has like multiple things in play and he can start doing like dumb modular stuff with them, it starts to get really hard for Jonathan to like properly answer everything without just like damnation.
Both players keep getting harder to talk the longer the day goes on.
Yeah, we're gonna really struggle through these finals, I think.
Inkmoth playing out old boy
into that's the worker.
Arcbound worker.
So let's see if Jonathan actually kills this guy or not. Wouldn't be too surprised. Even something like this is enough of an issue. Oh, that's the new Over Entomb, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I know it looks so different. It looks like it's.
Yeah, I thought he fetched a Blooming Marsh, and I'm like, what is that?
Blooming Marsh.
Yeah.
Bob's pretty good here.
I think Bob's a lot better than the Scoos. This is much more where you want to be.
Considering that Hardened Scales doesn't really run removal, it seems to be a deck that just doesn't care about removal.
I mean, Walking Ballista is your removal, basically. Everything else is, you just don't care. You just want to do what you want to do, and it's up to your opponent to stop you, basically.
Right. But I think you'd rather try to save your Ballista for shooting in the face.
Or set up in at least a way where it lives.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, but he's just going to take care of Bob. Yeah, sure. I think this is probably still correct. But I think you're still happy with this if you're Jonathan, because that's just another thing that it basically turned Bob into a removal spell, which is also like completely acceptable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Trading Bob for Walking Ballista seems pretty good.
Yeah, turned into like a Seal of Fire or whatever, which is like, sure.
And if you had another one to follow it up with, that would be pretty good. But I see there's a Scavenging Ooze.
I think there's a
Fatal Push.
Okay. Oh, what is
a Fulminator Mage? It's gonna blow up the Inkmoth Mage.
Oh, that's the new one.
That's the new art. Yep.
Nice that. I can barely tell that the bottom part of that card is black.
Yeah, it's hard to see. There's a lot of red on that card.
Yeah. I thought it was like, I don't know what. When I saw it in his hand, I thought it was like the Expedition Engineered Explosives because I only saw the art.
Oh,
I
sure,
didn't see like any of the border. All right, so Hangerback Walker. This is like probably maybe the hardest card for Jonathan to deal with.
It is only for 1, so
yeah,
I think
if he
got
gets
to push
rid of
this
it
here.
now, then it's not that much of a problem. He did pick up a Liliana of the Veil, which he can cast and make Alex sack that.
And then push
Arcbound.
the flyer next turn if it's still around.
If you want to. Yeah, I mean, well, actually, you kind of need to because then it would kill the Lily. Yeah, okay. So he's doing some thinking.
So maybe... so he brings out Scoos first.
Okay, so he played I believe that's a Hissing Quagmire. And then...
So he's probably holding up Fatal Push. Looks like an Arcbound and another of the 0-drop guy. I keep blanking on the name.
Worker?
The Worker.
He's not a 0-drop. He's a 1-drop.
He's a 1-drop?
Mm-hmm.
Are there 0-drops? They run...
Not in this deck.
Oh, okay.
In normal Affinity has your
Ornithopters
and your Memnites. But yeah, Arcbound's a 1/1 for 1. But in this deck, it's more like a 3/3 for 3 that is also a Giant Growth or something. So making a tentative attack here. Oh no, I'm sorry, activating. What is this? Oh, tokens. Oh, right, okay. Oh, so he is attacking and he's activating the animation module.
So now that made Metalcraft on board. Yep, once he got his token.
Yeah.
It looks like he revealed
yeah,
all the stirrings, not just the pick.
Having a laugh about it. I don't know.
Darksteel Citadel. So it looks like Alex only has 2 cards in hand, one of them being a Darksteel Citadel.
Yeah.
The other being the Arcbound Worker.
Not super great leftovers, and if he loses this board, he's in big trouble. So Jonathan, I think, wants to get rid of this this hanger back now, and then he can deal with the flyers. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Like, even if it just involves going over them with like Tarmogoyfs or something. The problem now is that Liliana sack just kills this token, which isn't great. Okay, so it's gonna make a Tarmogoyf. It's gonna make Lily. I think Lily's just going up
to discard. Yep, I would agree with that.
Gets rid of the land.
Determining how big Arcbound is. We got creatures, we have artifacts, we have lands, and I think that's it.
Creature, artifact, land, sorcery, and
yes,
instant. He pushed something, right? Yeah, that's a push there.
I believe that's a push. Yep, looks like 5.
Yeah. So,
hey, what up, Vinny?
That is a draw from Alex there.
Not bad.
Yeah, that's bad news for Jonathan.
Not a bad top deck.
Yeah, the stirrings that basically whiffed. Oh, it was Arcbound Ravager that was the leftover, not the Worker. Okay, well now this is a problem. Now Damnation needs to happen, and if Damnation happens, or Languish or whatever, this Hangerback Walker is still gonna have like, it's gonna make like
a bunch of dudes,
like 10 1/1s or something.
Yeah, because in response, Alex will sack everything to an Arcbound, and then sack the Arcbound to the Hangerback, and then the Hangerback will die.
Yeah.
And make a bunch of dudes.
Yeah, it's just gonna be this pinata full of garbage.
Pinata full of garbage.
Doesn't want to.
Accurate.
That's like the serious problem. Like, it's possible that even that if he sacks a creature here, it's possible that Alex might just even pull the trigger and make a bunch of 1/1s. It's round 5 right now.
I mean, that's not really a bad plan. Jonathan's at 17. He has 1 card in hand, it looks like.
Yeah. The where this is a problem. Oh, he just sacked the token. Okay. I saw something move and then I wasn't sure what. So he's gonna get punched by the Tarmogoyf. He's gonna go down to.
It's only 3 power?
Is it? That doesn't seem right.
It doesn't seem right.
But it's possible that he wasn't at... Was he at...
He might have been higher
He
than
didn't, he didn't get
16.
punched before, right?
I thought he had taken some damage before. I could be wrong.
That might have been our leftovers from the last game. I don't remember. So he draws third Arcbound Ravager. And to be fair, these aren't like great multiples. You kind of just need one. But it's good against spot removal because you can just continue to sack out of the problem, basically.
Mm-hmm.
But I think if I was in Alex's spot here, I probably would have just held on to that. Well, okay, never mind. I wouldn't have held on to it because Liliana would make you lose it, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
Liliana would make you sack it because Jonathan would just keep plussing.
Yeah. So. Yeah, I guess you play it because, I mean, if you get swept, you get swept, huh?
Yeah, I mean, you just have to make Jonathan have it.
No,
He's going to activate a Manland.
Yeah, activate the Hissing Quagmire. So this, I think, is because Jonathan might have been worried about, like,
if he didn't
dying?
block, and then, yeah, just everything getting sacked to the Ravager.
I don't think that would happen, but it is... Yeah, there's just not enough to sack here. Like, maybe if there was a Hardened Scales in play, that's possible. What happened exactly? So
he sacked the creature that was on the far left-hand side. Looked like a Ravager.
Yeah, he sacked the Ravager.
Put the counters on the Hangerback Walker.
What do you mean the counters?
He moved a counter over here.
Yeah. Wasn't... Hold on. I mean, okay.
Or maybe he... No. So he's had his failed push in hand. I think he sacked to put it on the other Arcbound Ravager.
Sorry, yeah, I guess I just didn't quite know how many counters was
So he's going to push. He's pushing something right now.
Yeah, he's pushing.
Alex tapped and activated the Hangerback Walker to get another counter on it.
So he's pushing the Hangerback Walker, which is basically forcing Alex's hand. And this could possibly go really poorly for Jonathan.
Or it could go really well if Alex foolishly sacks everything to one dude or two dudes, and then Jonathan can make him get rid of one by plussing Lily next turn.
The problem is, I think Alex is just going to dump all this stuff on the Hangerback Walker, and Jonathan has to deal with 15 1/1s.
Sure. Oh yeah, sure.
I think that's what's going to happen here. The question is whether or not it's enough.
So it looks like Alex is still contemplating on the stack.
He's trying to decide if he wants to get rid of anything more. And the answer is no, he's just going to let it die. So he's going to make 5 flyers.
So now is when Jonathan needs to top deck a Damnation.
Yeah, now this is the time.
It's basically now or never.
Yeah, after you bust open the Pinata, you need to clean up all the rest of it, so...
Or even Languish would help because at least then all the threats would get sacked to the remaining Ravager. Although then he might try to keep one flyer available and then put... let's see.
Okay, we're just getting more accurate tokens, it looks like.
Yep. Functional tokens. Representation is important, especially in Magic the Gathering.
Yeah, I don't know what those blue ones were. They might have been like birds or something.
So Jonathan drew his... So we already passed to Jonathan. He drew his card, is swinging in with Tarmogoyf.
Which gets chump blocked by the 1/1.
Chump blocked, and then the blocker will get sacked to Ravager.
Doesn't look like he sacked it. Wait, did the Ravager go up?
I think the Ravager went from 2 to 3.
Okay, then yeah, he sacked it. And then he also sacked Lily, which means he just wants to...
Just lower the board.
Yeah, he wants to. That's a pretty decent draw here.
Stirrings is not bad here.
Yeah.
Alex has 3 mana available after the Stirrings.
Yeah, I think the logic on the Lily was that Jonathan wants to keep whatever card he has in his hand, and also, like, it will probably just die
to flyers anyway.
Yeah, like it's just gonna save 2 points of damage basically if it sticks around. So Alex picked up a welding jar,
Yep, that's a welding jar.
Okay.
He can sack it to regenerate target artifact.
Yeah. So notably, this doesn't do a ton. Okay. So with the jar in the stack, Jonathan is pushing the Ravager. So I think the Ravager is gonna eat some stuff and then
get sacked onto,
and then go onto a token.
Looks like it.
Yeah. So
I don't know. I think the flyers might be pretty valuable here. I think might want to keep some.
Yeah, I don't think he needs to get rid of anything else, really. Okay, so he's gonna make another 1/1 from the module and then sack it, and then we're gonna keep doing that for however much mana he has.
Yep, looks like he's already expended it. So
yeah.
Looks like Alex is trying to math out to where he can put his counters on a flyer, and on his turn, which is coming up next, be able to either chip in for at least half of Jonathan's life, if not more.
Yeah, I mean,
he's satisfied with 6 counters.
Yeah, he can't really swing for that much. So notably the welding jar. So if Jonathan rips Damnation, the welding jar doesn't do anything because Damnation hoses regeneration.
It'll save one thing.
No, because Damnation says it can't be regenerated or whatever things. It's Wrath of God. Yeah.
Right.
But it won't work against Languish, but Languish won't kill this token.
Dude. Yeah.
So. Yeah, so he's getting in for 10. Oh, I totally forgot there was a an Invocation Damnation.
Right. Looks like a Yu-Gi-Oh card. So we see Scavenging Ooze eat some stuff.
Yeah, trying to gain a little bit of life to just stay in the game here.
Didn't see what the top deck was from Martinez there.
So, Maelstrom Pulse would be quite good here. He has 1 in the list.
Maelstrom Pulse would be so hot.
Again, the flyer will not die, but he will live. Actually, I lied. No, he'll still die. I think the only thing he can do is Damnation. I think that's the only thing he can do. Unless he could. Nope, he doesn't work.
Both players seem to be doing something. I don't know if he asked a question. They're calling judge, maybe?
Might be. Yeah, looks like there's something happening. Regardless, I think Jonathan has one way out of this game.
It's Damnation.
And it's Damnation.
He might be calling the judge to ask about, like, maybe he drew it and he's just...
Might be asking about how regeneration works. That was a common question. Because it's not very clear.
Yeah, if you're just tuning in, we are in our 5th round of Swiss out of 6 rounds today here at Collector Legion for our Modern Staples event. We've got Hardened Scales versus Black Green Rock currently at our feature match table.
Yep. Black Green Rock in a bit of trouble.
And Black Green Rock is in a bit of trouble as we are in game 3, well into game 3. And it seems like they might be waiting for a judge call. Travis, our judge today, he may be occupied at the moment. Not entirely sure what is happening.
Kind of hard to tell from this vantage point. But players definitely waiting on something external of the game. Oh yeah, okay, so he's pointing at Welding Jar. This might be, how does regeneration work?
So, I'm guessing Jonathan drew either his Damnation or his Languish.
Possibly? I think if he drew Damnation, he wouldn't be asking about how regeneration works because it wouldn't matter. I think he drew some other type of removal spell, probably.
He might just be wanting to make sure, like, on the stack, can he respond and regenerate type of thing. I don't know. The Jonathan did recently pick up Black-Green Rock, so...
Yeah, and...
It is possible that he's just not entirely certain, and it seems like he's discussing something with Alex. Not sure if that's the judge that walked up behind him or somebody else.
Not sure.
It might be Apollo the dog. We got a nice lab out there today hanging out with everybody.
Okay, well, whatever question was asked, I guess it's now resolved. Alex only has to block... I mean, Alex doesn't have to block anything if he doesn't want to, but I'm guessing he's just going to block the Tarmogoyf or maybe the Scoos.
Yeah, this only represents 9 power, correct? Looks like
yeah,
6 and 3.
It's a little bit more because the Scavenging Ooze can eat some creatures, but yeah. Just on the table, that's... Yeah. Okay. And I think Alex is going to swing with the team. And that's going to be it. Wait, Jonathan at 7 or 9?
Oh, I might have missed his life gain from his...
oh, yeah, okay.
His Scoos earlier.
Oh, so he's actually in the game still then. Because Alex is representing 7, and he can... assuming that there's any more creatures...
Is this not 9? Or is one of these a 0/0?
No, 7. So or excuse me,
6.
he's representing 10. I'm sorry.
Oh, Fatal Push in hand.
Okay, so has to regenerate it. Oh, okay, this is actually very relevant. Okay, so, right, okay, so, regeneration says if the next time this thing would die, instead, tap it, remove all damage from it, it doesn't die, and remove it from combat.
Right.
So I believe what Jonathan did was that he waited until combat was happening and then pushed the token. And so because Alex had to regenerate it to keep his 7/7 flyer around, yeah, it's actually not in combat anymore. Or, oh, okay. The other option is he could have just done that before combat and it would still be tapped. Regardless, it's tapped. So that buys Jonathan a turn. And now if he peels another removal spell...
Which he's eating some more stuff with his Scoos.
Yeah, gaining some more life. So he wouldn't have died anyway, just because he would have been able to gain enough life. But now he has another removal spell draw to get rid of this flyer, and I still think he can gain enough life to be fine. He's also drawn 3.
Oh, Alex is...
What is going on?
Being a little obnoxious there, pointing out how many pushes that Jonathan has drawn.
I mean, if it's not Fatal Push...
And stamping them with a dice, that was odd.
Huh. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what there is to be mad about. It's a black-green deck that's... Yeah, regeneration creature doesn't give or actually it does. Yeah, it gives regeneration. No, that's...
Nope.
No.
I'm just looking for
go back to the one that has the oracle text. Or the reminder text.
The next time a creature would redestroy this turn, it isn't. Instead, tap it, remove all damage from it, and remove it from combat.
Yeah.
Far out.
Yep. Common question. Nobody actually knows how regeneration works.
It's like almost a dead mechanic.
It is. I mean, it's no longer a supported mechanic because now they just use indestructible until end of turn. Which, if Wilden Jar gave indestructible until end of turn, it would have worked.
That would be a different story.
Yeah. Jonathan would be at 1 right now.
Jonathan trying to bide time in order to find his board wipes.
I mean, at this point, he doesn't even need the board wipe anymore. He just needs another kill spell. And it's possible... Okay, so Alex is coming in with the 7/7. It's actually possible here that Alex might be dead on the crackback, depending on what Jonathan draws. I'm guessing he has... Oh, he doesn't have another blocker.
Or if he's waiting, looks like an Assassin's Trophy.
So...
Oh, no. He was eating Scoos, going up to 5.
He's eating Scoos, and so... Or, yeah.
Using Scoos, rather, to eat.
Okay, so there's a couple lands in hand, and that might be it, unfortunately. Well, okay. It depends how many creatures are left, actually.
It looks like there's still some...
If there is 3 creatures, Oh, actually, this is hard math. I don't. Okay, it also depends how big Goyf is. So he can make Hissing Quagmire, which I believe is a 3/2. And if Tarmogoyf is at least a he has 3. Okay.
Well, one of them also is his Quagmire.
Yeah. If Tarmogoyf is at least a 6 power creature, then Alex doesn't have enough blockers. Well, actually, unless he can make counters to instant speed or something like that.
I don't think there is a.
I mean, animation module can put a counter on it, but then he's gonna be out of mana. So if Tarmogoyf is a 6 power creature, then I think if he just activates Quagmire and attacks, then it's game. But I don't know if Tarmogoyf's a 6 power creature. I believe it is because there should still be a creature left over.
Shudo says Jonathan can't lethal this turn. Quagmire.
Oh, it's a 2/2. Oh, well, that changes things. Then that's no longer good enough unless Tarmogoyf's a 7 attack creature. He blocked the Skoos, right?
They're double checking right now. We've got Planeswalker, land.
Checking Tarmogoyf size, which is definitely something that
creature.
Maybe should have been done before, but.
Oh man, did Jonathan miss it by 1?
Yeah, it looks like he did, because Tarmogoyf was in fact a 6 power creature.
Are there 2 creatures that he can eat in order to?
And he needs to eat 3 now.
7.
Or next, he needs to eat 4. Yeah, he can't do it.
Yep.
Oh man, why is Hissing Quagmire so bad?
Looks like that's it for Jonathan. Jonathan extends the hand.
Yep, Alex wins it at 1 life. Very close game. If that was a treetop village, Jonathan would win.
Yep.
Which was actually his next draw, but that would be a little bit too late.
Yeah, entering tapped and all that.
Yeah. And just not having haste. But yeah. Very close game. Jonathan could also draw into just any removal spell, I think. Was fine there.
Yeah.
I don't know what the leftovers in Alex's hand were. But
I didn't get a good look at them either.
They were nothing because he pretty sure would have played them.
He had 2 cards in hand for like 3 turns.
Yeah.
So they were either basic lands maybe, or
I don't know what. I mean, he maybe would have played something, but.
Yep.
The Oh, it's possible.
Well, folks, in the meantime, that's going to be close to time of the round for us. So we're going to take a quick break since we're not going to be able to get another match up before round 6 starts.
Yeah.
So we will be right back. We're going to grab a refreshment and everything and get set up for round 6. We will have our standings going into round 6 as well. So we'll know who the top 8 are going into pairings. We can speculate who will play and draw and all that stuff and see what's going to happen before we get to our top 8. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
Yep. Take care.
Hello. What's up, chat? It's just me at the moment, James, coming at you from Collector Legion's Modern Staples event here at Collector Legion in Gardena, California. We're about 10 minutes away from ending round 5. There's still some time left, but none of the backup matches were able to hop over to the feature match area. So I took some notes on the decks that are in the meta today, and oh boy, do we have quite a few different kinds of decks. If any of you would... Oh, Show2 just left, no problem. Bye-bye, Show2. Or 550, was that a few minutes ago? That was about 17 minutes ago, I see. Thanks for stopping by, Show2. If you come back, we'll see you later. We have a plethora of decks. We got 1 Bluetron, 1 Humans, 3 KCI, 2 Death Shadows variants, 1 Goryo... Handwriting is tricky here. Goryo Reanimator. We have 4 blue-red Crackling Drake decks, 1 Rock deck, 1 Abzan Company, 1 Zoo, 1 Abzan, just good stuff, 1 Panza, 1 Infect, 3 Jeskai Control, 2 Blue-White Control, 3 Dredge, 2 Storm, 1 Mardu Pyromancer, 1 Red-Green Shift, 2 Ad Nauseams, 3 Affinity... doesn't look like... Oh, Affinity Modular, I think is what that's supposed to be. Johnny's notes are a little wackety-whack here. Looks like 2 Burrows Burns decks. 1 Bring to Light. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Trons. And that's just the ones that we got that are still currently playing at this moment. So that's not including any decks that we were not able to notice or pay attention to. Yeah, there's quite a bit of Crackling Drake. There's also some Blue Moon and Thing in the Ice, which some of those I believe are also running different Drakes. Isla Girl. And so just giving you guys a quick update on the status of the current meta as we're getting ready to go into the last and final round of Swiss. Like I said, there's about 8 to 10 minutes left, give or take, depending on if it's going to turns and if the blue-white controls got paired up against each other or not. Be sure to check out all of our social media locations, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at Collector Legion, or www.facebook.com/Collector Legion. You're already here at Twitch, so obviously you found us here. Be sure to find us and follow us everywhere else. Like and subscribe, I think, is what they say in other places. I'm not sure. We're still kind of new to doing this whole internet thing. So for those of you who are still here, thanks for stopping by. We appreciate you coming in and watching some Modern Magic, as it's one of our fun pastimes here. Very popular format. A little bit more information. We had a total of 64 players today. We capped out. We thought about trying to up it another, let's see, 4 players to 68, but we didn't want to do 7 rounds of Swiss, and 68 might have been pushing what we would be allowed to do for Fire Hazard or not. So we are just kind of
Master's here
doing what we can do. Johnny's stepping into the booth right now. What's up, Johnny?
What is up, everybody? How's everyone doing out here today, huh? Hope you guys are enjoying Magic.
Yep. Got a couple people hanging out still right now.
We're just getting some stuff situated, and then we'll start.
Yep.
How's the chat doing? Did you guys like all the Magic we have so far?
Chat's a little quiet at the moment. Isla Girl just stepped up. Shitoken was here yesterday also.
Crackling Drake. Yeah, there's a lot of Crackling Drake.
There's a lot
decks.
of Crackling Drakes, yeah.
Those are actually pretty good.
We just went over the list for the various.
Give this one back. We should go give them back. I'll give them back.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I still miss, like, there's like 10 more decks I didn't get to see what they were playing because I was trying to hurry up and get these ones in.
At least, yeah.
Yeah, but there's a lot of variety. For 64 decks, it's not bad.
I would have expected to see, there's got to be spirits out there. I know for a fact, someone like just told me they played against blue-white spirits this last round. And I think I heard someone say there was a 4-color spirits earlier. Not sure how many that leaves going into round 6, but...
Oh, nice. Who put that?
Sure enough, we'll find out. What do you mean?
Nothing.
All the information up here?
Yeah. I like it.
Yeah, looks good. One of our producers. We got to get rid of this cardboard over here and like put a drape over that. Foreman Red, great coverage. Oh, thanks, man. Thank you. We appreciate you guys being here.
Yeah. Awesome, dude. So what do you like so far, dude? What deck have you liked so far that you guys?
What deck have I liked?
Yeah.
The decks that I've liked, I liked watching 8-Rack. That was fun.
That was fun.
Even though Dom lost, that was an interesting matchup versus, I think he was playing against Black Green Rock.
Yeah, so in that match, do you think he should have, when his opponent ultimate, you think he should have kept the enchantments or his lands?
Sure. Well, first off, I think his opponent should have plussed Lily one more time instead of letting Lily sit there for 2 turns, I think it was, before doing.
I'm surprised he
just kind of let Lily sit there and not do anything. I think.
Well, I actually kind of understand why he didn't do that. He didn't want to get rid of cards in hand.
Correct. It wasn't necessarily going to kill him, though. He could have afforded to plus 1 time. He would have taken some damage, but I don't think he was necessarily dead yet. And then he would be able to ult Lily and still have Lily. I think Wyatt and I worked out the math that was possible to do. And we were trying to figure out also, would Dom have won if he sacked his lands instead of the other permanents? And
he was looking for Bantus.
Right.
Yeah.
So. And I was of the opinion that maybe keeping the permanents is fine, but at the time his opponent had like 3 cards in hand.
Yeah.
And so I could see that would be wrong because they could just keep the cards in their hand and not cast anything and then just keep chipping in, and Dom would have been dead anyway.
Yeah. So the next match, we're actually going to get Andrew's son on. He's on Ponza.
On Ponza?
So we're going to get something different, you know. So we're trying our best
to
get different decks up here. So you guys won't get bored of like the same, humans.
Well, we've only seen 1 human, so.
Yeah. So, we're going to get Ponza up next. So, we'll see where it's at. 1 Mardu, which is kind of cool. I didn't,
Mardu is probably less good in comparison to the rest of the field as far as positioning. However, you never know. You can get surprised, especially if they're running cards like Blood Moon in their sideboard. Some of them run Blood Moon mainboard.
Yeah.
And they're just able to Pyromancer you out.
Yeah, and we also have a Zoo deck. Pretty cool. I wouldn't mind watching Zoo.
Lowered the chat all the way down. Oh, hey, what's up, Flea? What decks are doing well? We're going to get standings before the start of round 6, and so we'll let you know once we actually have our standings which decks are doing well. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who may not be aware, Flea1251 is our legacy champion from yesterday. Wagner Sandoval, he was able to beat Alex Bertoncini in the finals playing Eldrazi Stompy.
We actually have no hollow one.
No hollow one at all?
No.
Are you sure that none of those red decks have hollow ones in them?
Positive.
Wow.
Yeah.
There's Dredge, but I don't think any hollow ones. Although I've seen some Dredge variants. I guess it's more Bridgevine running.
It's a lot of Tron.
If he's got his sound all the way down, he can't hear what we're saying. We're all talking to him.
It started?
No.
Oh.
Yeah. I played against someone on MTGO last night, though, Shardicon, who had hollowed ones in their Arclight Phoenix deck. And boy, was that scary, because, oh my gosh. Yeah, exactly. They were able to just cantrip, pitch. Turn 1, he had 2 hollow ones. I'm like, oh, great, it's hollow one. Then his following turn, his turn 2, cast Simian Spirit Guide into pitched or Faithless Looting, drew 2, pitched 2 Arclight Phoenixes, played land for turn, and then bolted me or something. It happened. I yielded priority, and so I'm not even 100% sure what happened. Basically, I was dead.
Yeah.
Because I was playing humans, and I think I had an Aether Vial on the battlefield or something like that. So it was pretty bad.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. So a bunch of these players are actually getting ready because 2 weeks is Magic Fest, right? In Oakland?
2 weeks is Magic Fest Oakland. No longer GPs, man.
I don't like the sound of that.
Magic Fest.
Magic Fest.
Wow.
Try and make it like a Woodstock or something.
I don't know.
But yeah, so a lot of these people are really testing their decks to see if they really want to take it over there. They want to take it to Oakland or not.
So those of you who might not be aware, Oakland is not that far away from Los Angeles, so you're able to hop on a plane or even drive about 8 hours north.
6-8 hours, you're right.
Depending on what time
Are
of
you
day you
going
leave.
to Oakland?
If my car insurance company pays me the money they owe me in time, then I'm going to go. If not, then I'm not going to go because I just don't have the extra money.
Yeah,
I'm just going to wait till, March or whatever for Los Angeles?
Yeah, I think I'm going to fly.
Yeah, it's literally, I think.
It's a 1 hour drive. 1 hour fly.
I think the one time I flew to Oakland, my flight in the air total from the time we took off to land it was like 58 minutes.
Yeah. That's a pretty short.
I just fell asleep, and then all of a sudden it's like,
yeah,
I thought we were crashing.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So far the deck that I like today is I think that's pretty interesting. Is that Thing in the Ice deck?
Yeah, Thing in the Ice. With Arclight or without Arclight? Because there's both.
All of them are running Arclight.
No, not all of them. No. Dylan Freeman was not running.
Yeah.
No, he was running Arclight Phoenix. Somebody on stream had Thing, but no Arclight. It was round 1 or 2.
I like Dylan Freeman's build. I think it's really good. Pretty cool. Although against Tron, he did get wrecked, but I mean.
Yeah, he got kind of.
It's Tron, so yeah.
Shut down by Tron. Jeffrey Carr Phoenix list, which got second on SCG Baltimore.
Okay.
Nice.
Nice.
Was that the mono red? Was it you, Foreman, earlier that was talking about mono red Phoenix?
It's pretty cool. I like it.
Excuse me.
I'm going to go check. We're going to have a match.
I'm going to go use the restroom real quick, actually, also. So we'll be back approximately in 5 minutes. I'll be back real quick. I'm just going to use the restroom, and I'll be right back. The next round with standings should be starting soon. Yeah, with the burn. Oh, awesome. With the burn shell. Low-key, I think that's the best. I think that's the best shell overall. It's my preferred shell. If I were to play it, I would play the burn shell because worst case, if they bring in Graveyard Hate, games 2, game 3, you just only hard cast your Phoenixes, or you just don't care and you just have more burn. And you say, haha, I don't care about you. You rip. Rip, you rip. All right, folks, I'll be back briefly, shortly, momentarily, exquisitely. Stick around. Ladies, and gentlemen, welcome back to
nice echo.
Magic the Gathering. Here at Collector Legion's Modern Staples event, I'm James.
And I'm Wyatt.
And we are getting ready to start round 6 here.
Yep, final round of Swiss.
Let's see who we got. On this side is
this should be Nicholas.
Yes, Nicholas from Kingslayer.
Yep, you can see on the shirt.
Shout out to our homies over at Kingslayer. Is it Niclos?
Nicolas.
OLAS, because I can spell. And he's on Blue Red Phoenix, correct?
Yes.
Phoenix. And his opponent?
And then his opponent's Dustin, and he is on Abzan.
Oh, the Abzan player.
Good old Abzan.
I think he might be the sole Abzan player.
How times have changed.
Are we going to see a Siege Rhino today?
I can check for you.
Oodalali. Man, do I hate that card. So Nicholas starting us off here. Fetching and shocking, going to 17.
I got some bad news for all the Abzan fans out there. There's no Siege Rhino in this deck.
Hallelujah. Lord.
Got a good mix of stuff. Kind of a lot of the usual business. Still clinging on to the one of Maelstrom Pulse.
Isla Girl, I was referring more to having your Phoenixes get exiled. Like if they get pitched into the grave and then they cast Rip on you. Just like holding your Phoenixes back in your hand. We were talking about Mono Red Phoenix a couple minutes ago.
Oh, okay, for sure.
Looks like Dustin plays a Shambling Vent tapped.
Been a minute since I've seen one of those.
Man, yeah, same. So there's a
Jace Vryn's Prodigy.
Jace Vryn's Prodigy. I wonder if Nicholas is running card for card the same list as we saw Dylan running earlier. Both those Kingslayer boys.
He is not. This list has one of the main differences I can see. One, this list is running fewer one-ofs. It's up to 2 Fiery Tempers.
Oh, okay.
It also is running 2 Noxious Revivals.
Oh, that's spicy.
And we actually saw, this wasn't on camera, but between coverage rounds, while he was playing a match that was going to time against, I think, Pillow Fort.
Oh, yeah, yep.
He won by like looping Noxious Revivals for like prowess triggers, which is hilarious because that's like not at all what the card's there for. I'm pretty sure, but
and just spending his life down.
Yeah,
and then drawing a card. Wow, that is some tech, dude.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. I don't know. I don't think that's what it's there for. I think it's just there because it's a free spell to get like Arclight Phoenixes back, and it sometimes does something.
Maybe you get Bedlam Reveler back.
Yeah,
put Bedlam Reveler on the top of your deck.
Bedlam on top. Yeah, I mean it helps mitigate some of like if you're discarding some cards that you actually want, then it actually does something.
And we see that Dustin is trying to effectively discard Nicholas's hand right now, having pitched a Lingering Souls into the grave, already using 2 Fatal Pushes.
Yeah, so Dustin's keeping this board pretty clear. With the main deck Nile Spellbomb, that's going to make it pretty hard for Nicholas to like really get anything back. He's going to be leaning really hard on these Revelers. But even then, yeah, he basically knows he has to do it now because otherwise, Dustin might just pop his graveyard.
Casting a Reveler and reloading his hand.
You know, it looks like a couple or a Manamorphose, a land, and a blue card. Almost looked like a Pact of Negation, but that can't be right. I think it's an. I think it might be a Serum Visions. So Dustin looked in his hand. He might still have no 4th land. It's opt. Okay. Oh yeah, you're right. Yep, I see it now.
Isla Girl's on it. She's our honorary chat
table spotter or
commentator, bro.
Yeah, get her in here instead of me or whatever.
Same. Do you want our jobs? You don't get paid. There is free water and coffee, but that's about it.
Yeah.
You kind of get paid. Yeah, I think we get like some store credit or something.
There's some perks involved. It's
we
dirty
get,
job,
we get,
but
we get to
somebody's gotta
talk
do it.
smack about all of our friends without them knowing, unless they go back and rewatch this.
Yeah, it's great.
It's real fun. No repercussions, because by the time they do watch it, it's like, yeah,
It's too late to be mad.
Oh, did I say that? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Not. You deserved it.
Yeah, remember that thing you said about me on stream last week? No.
No,
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't commentate last week. I don't know what you're talking about. So we see Nicholas down to 14 life.
Yeah, there's a lot of Phyrexian mana and stuff in this deck. You spend some life kind of spinning your wheels.
Mm-hmm. Couple Metamorphoses.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, that was a weird flash.
Yeah. All right, so Reveler coming in. He's gonna try to punk the Tarmogoyf here.
Mm-hmm.
Which he can, I think he can do. I don't know how big that Tarmogoyf is.
Well, he's got Metamorphose, so he's going to draw another card off of Metamorphose. Make 2 more mana.
I'm guessing that, I think that might have been at Lily, because otherwise I don't think that block was great.
It did swing at Lily.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so Tracker, Dustin's still jammed on land, though, so... But once he peels a land, he's going to be in good shape, I think. So, Nick fetching...
Yeah, he's going to start making clues, and he'll be able to flash back his Lingering Souls.
Yes.
Nicholas having no problem finding lands.
Again, the 17 or 18 land deck versus like the 24 land deck.
Right.
Whatever. That's how it goes sometimes.
At Collector Legion Standard PPTQ last Sunday, Round 1, Game 1, I'm playing green-white tokens. My opponent's playing Jeskai Control. Game 1 goes for 40 minutes because neither one of us are drawing threats, and I ended up with 18 of my 21 lands on the battlefield.
That's amazing.
18 of my 21 lands are on the field. I almost wanted to cry.
All right, so Nick just pulled a Crackling Drake. Oh yeah, it is round 6.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Apologies for that.
Keeping us honest.
Yep.
All right, so that got pathed.
Thanks,
I
Legacy
think that was
Champion Wagner.
I think that was like a 15 attack Drake or something, so that thing needed to die.
Oh, absolutely. That is the thing about Abzan. It does have a variety of removal.
Yeah, I think there's probably about 5 different types of removal spells in here.
Mm-hmm.
Many of which are broadly applicable in various other scenarios, so...
Yeah, the Drake and Reveler in this list, which this list is similar to the one we saw earlier, played by Dylan Freeman. Both of these guys are players from Kingslayer Games down in Orange. Or it's not Orange. Where's the store? Is it Orange?
It's an Orange. Or it's not. It might be not be an Orange City.
It's
like near. It's in Orange
County. It's practically
San
Diego. If it's further south.
It's not San Diego.
No, I know. No. Burning Inquiry? Are we?
Is that what that was?
That looks like a Burning
No, that's Fiery Temper.
Oh, Fiery Temper. Okay.
Yeah, that's the thing that tripped me up the last time.
Yeah, yep, that one can attack. Still sick.
Yep, that's the turn. How do you play that thing and flip it in the same turn? That's crazy.
By having 6 mana available.
I guess so.
Playing 4 1-drop cantrips, maybe with the Metamorphose or Noxious Revival.
Yep. All right, well, kill your dude.
Yep.
Go get another land. It's only the second land supplied by Dustin.
Only this one comes in untapped.
Yeah.
Nicholas has no hand at this point, though.
Yeah, and that means it's gonna be pretty hard for him to flip this other thing, or make phoenixes or anything. Well, Faithless Looting is quite good. It starts reaching its limit when you actually don't have that many cards in your hand.
Right. And it's pretty trash when you have 0 cards in hand.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep.
Did the graveyards just get exiled? I see the bomb.
Yeah, he just popped the spell bomb and actually made another land drop.
Okay. Bummer he couldn't deploy... Oh, no, it's just your opponents. Never mind, I forgot. Spellbomb's just your opponents. Yep.
Yeah.
Here we see Lingering Souls. I was like, why didn't you linger first?
Yeah, that's...
he still could.
That's kind of the reason that these decks play it over...
Yep.
Relic or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
It splashes your Tarmogoyfs a little bit, but not enough to really care.
Yeah, your Goyfs still stay strong.
Yeah.
Because you have a variety of card types in your own graveyard. Seems pretty good.
Yeah, the Abzan, Jund decks, black green, whatever, are typically pretty good at dumping a lot of stuff in the graveyard, and they play pretty much every type of thing, so they're a pretty good fit for Tarmogoyf, like more so than usual.
Now, both of these players, I believe, in this round are currently 4-1.
Yes.
I didn't get a chance to talk to Dustin, but I did talk to Nicholas in between rounds 5 and 6, and he told me that his only loss today was to Mono Blue Tron.
I wish we had that on camera, because that sounds
that would have been an
hilarious.
interesting matchup.
I haven't seen, I mean, you almost never see Mono Blue Tron these days.
So Nicholas back with 2 things on the field. 2 cards in hand. Lots of mana.
2 things are actually kind of awkward. I don't think it's necessarily any better than having 1 thing. Well, is the front side of Thing in the Ice a horror?
Correct. Yeah, it is. Yes.
Okay, so never mind. Then it's totally fine, because if you flip both of them, then
Nicholas reveals 2 Noxious Revivals.
Well, not good when you have no graveyard.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm guessing he's gonna do that and then Noxious that thing on top of his deck.
Probably.
Or not.
So Dustin's going to cast another Lingering Souls, get some more spirits, and we see Nicholas opting here. Main phase.
It's possible that he's going to Noxious then instead for just some kind of instant.
He's going to Noxious opt. Pretty clever here.
Okay.
It's going to go to 11. 2?
Not 2. 11.
Is he at 2?
No, it's 11. Yeah, he just flipped the die.
Okay. It was like a roll.
He was at 13. There's no way Noxious Revival costs 11 damage. Okay, well he managed to flip the horror.
Yep.
So goodbye, a bunch of Lingering Souls.
All those tokens are gone.
Yep.
Scooz is back in Dustin's hand.
So now Dustin is yet again encouraged to find.
So Nicholas is not representing the mana he's creating with the Metamorphose, unfortunately.
He's going pretty
But
fast.
he is digging through his deck.
He finally found Arclight Phoenix and also Fiery Temper. Curious where these are going.
I'm
guessing. I think that's Phoenix top, Temper bottom.
Yeah. That's what I would do.
Alright, so Scoots comes back.
Gets replayed. Is that a Goyf in hand?
No, it's a land.
Oh, okay. I didn't get a look.
Yeah. So, yeah, there it is, the old Overgrown Tomb. So, oh, he actually kept the Temper on top and put the Phoenix on the bottom.
And top decked another Phoenix, apparently. Okay.
Or
he is at 2.
No, he is.
I'm confused.
He's not at 2, unless he thinks he's at 2, but he shouldn't.
Did he take a lot of damage or something?
Oh. What?
He must have been at 2. We must have missed the combat step. With
that's
the spirits
possible.
and stuff.
Oh, actually, I think that's what happened, because then he Noxious after it, and then it went down to 2. Okay.
And then he might have Noxious again. He might have did he Noxious multiple times?
He only Noxious once, because the other one got discarded. Yeah, okay. All right, this checks out, I guess. I kind of want to watch the tape on that one. I didn't exactly...
Yeah, we're going to have to go back and rewind.
Yeah, that's But, both these players were keeping track with their own life pads, so it's not like the dice were their only reference. So I'm sure that's correct. Oh yeah, that's sideboards. Sideboards. All right, so Nicholas is working with 1 Jace the Mind Sculptor, 1 Ral Izzet Viceroy, 2 Blood Moons, 2 Anger the Gods, an Engineered Explosives, a Ceremonious Rejection, and a Braid, 2 Spell Snares, 2 Ravenous Traps, and 2 Surgical Extractions. I like the Planeswalkers. I like the Blood Moons. And I could probably buy an Engineered Explosives and maybe the Spell Snares. If he's on the play, which he would be. So that seems reasonable. And then for Abzan, Mr. Dustin here, he's running 2 Blood Baron of Viscopa. I don't remember what that card does. I'm guessing it's a vampire.
It is a vampire. We're going to bring that button.
Oh, yeah. Also, yeah. Let's see. Also has a Grafdigger's Cage, 2 Collective Brutalities, a Phyrexian Arena. That's fun. 3 Fulminator Mages, a Damnation, a Wrath of God, 2 Stony Silences, and 2 Surgicals.
Blood Baron is 1 black, 1 white, 3 colorless, lifelink protection from white and black. As long as you have 30 or more life and an opponent has 10 or less life, Blood Baron gets +6/+6 and flying. So basically, it says, I'm going to kill you next turn.
Yeah.
If those things happen.
I can probably pass on this one, I think.
I don't think this is the matchup for it. It seems more like maybe versus Burn or something.
Yeah, I would say so.
Or like a control matchup where you're not getting blocked. I don't know what else in his deck has. I guess Scavenging Ooze gains some life, but I don't.
Yeah, it's like Scavenging Ooze, Steam Vents. Life? Yeah, I mean, this thing has to hit somebody. Yeah, it does seem a little bit loose.
With the Shambling Vent, I guess.
Yeah. Anyway, I like the Grafdigger's Cage. Maybe Collective Brutalities, and then probably Surgical Extractions.
Yeah, Grafdigger's Cage definitely. 100.
Yeah. I don't really like Surgicals from Nicholas necessarily. I don't think that matters too much here. So I believe Nick Mold, right?
Looks like Nick is Mold.
Yeah,
to 6.
And then Dustin's looking at 7.
So can all the other spells.
Blood Moon, Lightning Bolt, a Thing in the Ice, land. I think 2 Thing in the Ice is actually.
I think Nicholas might like Surgical for trying to hit Lingering Souls out of the grave, as well as if he can kill something like a Skooz and getting the Skooz out of the grave. And like, if you're trying to think of stuff that like just gets rid of Abzan's value.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really buy it that much. Because you're not trying to play the value game. Like, if you want to play a value game, you bring in the Planeswalkers.
That's fair. Okay.
Which I still think you probably do.
Mm-hmm.
Although they're definitely less good against Abzan specifically than the other green-black variants because of...
That's a fair point. I like Girl. The card disadvantage isn't worth it. Gut Shot might just be better being able to shoot the face or what have you.
Yeah, so while there is definitely value in having free spells, and there's some consideration of that, here comes a Jace Fringe Prodigy. I think that Surgical Extraction is like significantly overboarded, just in general. I mean, another push.
I think statistically it's the most overboarded card in Modern.
Probably.
I think that's actually, like, I forget where I read it, but somebody wrote an article, and that was the whole point of the article, was that Surgical is, in their opinion, and according to the observations they've made, the most overboarded sideboard card.
Yeah, I mean, I'll buy it. It just, I mean, some of it is just by less experienced players, and some of it is just, you gotta know when it's important in the matchup.
I mean, I think maybe it would be worth it to like try to get fatal pushes out of the deck because it kills Thing.
Nah.
But it's still meh.
That's the thinking that gets you into boarding them in the first place. So like, oh, well, if I remove this one thing that they cast, then they can't do it against me anymore. And it's true, but it's not really worth a card.
Because then you're just behind.
Yeah. So...
Unless you just hit whatever, and then it's just another means of activating, flipping.
Yeah.
Lily's pretty strong here.
Yeah, so Nicholas definitely hurting on land. He finally picked up the 3rd land. He did board in that Spell Snare. He would have probably liked that. Alright, so here comes the Blood Moon. Dustin did get a basic Plains, possibly in anticipation of this.
Don't see any more basic lands in his hand. And that Assassin's Trophy is pretty much a dead card now.
It's going to be hard to cast that one. And there goes Maelstrom Pulse for the same reason.
Yep.
And then let's make some 1/1s. So I think the way that
Blood Moon's super good. It shuts off his flashback for his souls.
Yeah. Now, if Nick didn't have the lightning bolt there, I think he'd be in some serious trouble or probably trouble with the
turns off push.
Yeah.
Wow.
So yeah, Blood Moon definitely good against like these 3-color decks, especially when they're not playing red already.
And when you can cast Metamorphose.
Yeah.
So there's Serum Vision, Scrying, and the Drawn.
Looks like another Serum and looks like
was that a sleight of hand and a Serum? Just gonna say adios to those tokens.
Yep, they're gone.
Flip-a-doo, flip-a-roo. Yeah, sleight of hand. It was sleight of hand, and then sleight of hand is the one with the little ball. He's like, bzz, bzz, bzz.
Yeah, I didn't.
Looks like he's making a Kamehameha.
Yeah, I only know like the old sleight of hand. It's the one I've seen the most.
Well, this match certainly turned around rather quickly in Nicholas's favor as Dustin passes with some fancy mountains on the battlefield.
Yep.
He's going to go down to 2.
This looks familiar.
And will we see a bolt to end it?
Nope. Not yet. Oh, he picked up the Path Exile. That buys him a turn.
Is there a counter spell to respawn?
I don't think Nicholas has anything that can counter that.
No.
He does have spell snares. But that is not the correct CMC. Probably going to get an island here. Yep.
Now I can cast Crackling Drake.
Oh.
Oh, hey. That's a card.
Well, that's kind of Lightning Bolt.
That card says I win.
Yep.
Well, folks, now we are 1-1 in our round 6, our last round of Swiss. And it's a pretty good match. We don't counter, we smash.
Yeah, don't counter stuff.
Yeah. Counter spells are overrated anyway.
I mean, in Modern, yeah.
Yeah.
They're not that great. They're better when they're free, it turns out. Unless they're Disrupting Shoal, in which case it's just kind of bad always.
No, you can have counter spells. That's fine. I don't care about counter spells.
Well, yeah, that's why they're bad.
I got
there's a cool card called Cavern Souls.
Cavern Souls.
Yep.
I'll name whatever I want.
It's a problem.
And then I'll play it and win sometimes. Until you like top deck Terminus on the blind. Then I cry.
Yeah, it feels real bad.
Feels so bad. Especially when they have no cards in hand. No Jace on the battlefield. They don't even opt or anything, and they slow play it. They look up.
Yep.
Reveal.
This is it. This is what I drew. Get bent. Lots of
See Dustin going back to the sideboard here.
Yeah, I'm curious. I guess we'll do the same.
I used to play Remand and Mana Leak, and I was a sad Magic player. Now I play Lightning Bolt, and I'm happy.
That's how that works. Yeah. I mean, some people try to split the difference and play both, but I think that's wrong.
I feel you, Isla Girl. I used to try to play this blue-white ally mill deck. Or, sorry, it was technically Bant, because there was a green ally in there, but it used Rainbow Lands. And I tried to have counter magic in it as well, and I realized that was trash. And I brought in Lightning Bolts instead, and I went Naya allies, and I just was way better, way happier.
Yeah.
Had more fun. Even though it was pretty dope to mill people, but Naya made it pretty fast. And then I went 4-color, put the blue back in it, and then it was still a mill deck, but with Coco and clones, and that's a lot of fun, I tell you what.
Because there's like an ally clone, right?
There is an ally clone, and it does not die when it gets targeted. Oops. You actually have to kill it because it just becomes a copy of an ally that you control.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
So you copy that ally that whenever another ally enters the battlefield, you're a target player, so you can mill yourself if you want. Target player mills X equal to the number of allies you control. So you do that with Rally the Ancestors.
Yeah, and get them.
And then you mill yourself a few turns. Your opponent's like, all right, you're a creature deck and you're milling yourself. What's this? And it's like, oh, on your end step. Or not end step. Pretty sure Rally's a sorcery. Turn 1, Thoughtseize, Udalali.
Yeah, so we got
like it.
Some cantrips, a looting, and a Jace on 2 lands. don't mind taking the Jace, because I think the rest of this is kind of, you don't know.
Yeah, the rest of it's a gamble.
Probably better for him to have. Okay,
he takes the looting.
That's also reasonable. You're not really too worried about it, you know, getting flashbacked. You have reasonable enough ways to kill Jace thanks to Assassin's Trophy.
Mm-hmm. Don't get me wrong, Foreman. I love playing mono-color decks. I played mono white for a long time. I played like a budget goblin deck for about a year and a half.
Man, I wish goblins were good in modern. I would play them so much.
They're almost good right now because of some of the goblins. That other.
Yeah, they got some new stuff.
They reprinted that one.
Oh yeah, you now can play the haste that you cost reducer.
Yep.
Sleight of hand, 2 lightning bolts. That was a hard decision. Hate rabble. I think that's a little excessive.
I think the proper name should be like Rabble8 or Able. You just call it Goblin Able.
Maybe.
So
I don't know.
He chooses to bolt the bob instead of the face.
That's the correct place, I'm pretty sure.
And it seems to be correct. Here comes the Inquisition.
All right. Well, now we probably take this.
2 Inquisitions,
all right,
and he grabs both the Metamorphoses
out of there. That's interesting.
I like that because it cuts down the mana and it cuts down card advantage.
I mean, it's. I don't know. I probably would have binned the bolt. I think, or the not bolt, the fiery temper. But I think it's reasonable. All right. So.
Well, Dustin's definitely going to be playing a lot more careful with his life total, I think.
Yeah.
He does not have any basics out yet, though, so that's a little bit curious.
He's vulnerable to Blood Moon. He also hasn't found any fetch lands because he actually doesn't have access to white mana right now.
So binning an Arc-like Phoenix and that Fiery Temper off of a Faithless Looting flashback.
Yep.
And here comes a Surgical Extraction.
Whoops.
Wow.
And I think this might not be what the game is going to be about. Well, okay, so if Nick can't grab like 1 or 2 more lands, he might be in trouble because he might just stall out on you know, if he Bedlam Revelers, he has to throw away both his Planeswalkers, which are really valuable in this matchup.
Yep.
And if he doesn't find the land, then he's kind of forced to do that anyway. He wants to play that Jace.
There's
like,
only 2.
Bad.
Oh, I wonder if he sided out.
He must have.
2 Arclights.
That's
so Dustin's life total should be 16. That is interesting. I don't know if I agree with that 100%.
It definitely plays around Surgical Extraction.
Yeah, it helps out.
I mean, I like making the deck less about the graveyard, like, you know, post board.
Mm-hmm. Just trying to hardcast things. So no land.
No land.
Again.
That's hard. See, it looks like Dustin with a push in hand. No land again.
There comes a Spellbomb.
I think you pop that now. You want to draw a card. You also want to delay this Reveler as long as possible if that's the route that Nicholas needs to go down.
Dustin taking a bit of a lead here, even though... Oh, so there's a land.
Yep.
Finally.
Let's take a little damage to do it. It's going to play Jace. This is going to resolve. I think this is eating a Maelstrom Pulse next turn.
Probably so.
It's like a Spell Snare. Something else got picked up.
He kept the Ral in his hand. Okay, so he decides to play Tireless Tracker and a land.
Yep, so he's going to get
a clue.
2 clues after he cracks this Winsep Teeth.
Crack it. Crackadoo.
Yep.
He'll be down at 15. His life total is not correct there. Representation. Hold on.
Okay, yep. So Jace goes down to the Maelstrom Pulse. He's going to just check life totals real fast, just to make sure everything's right. That Tracker's going to eat a Fiery Temper. That was a 3 mana Fiery Temper. That doesn't feel too good. Alright, confirming life totals right now. Make sure everything's all squared away.
Turns out he actually tapped the black mana, and I somehow missed it. I assumed he paid life. Forgetting that Abzan.
Oh, for surgical. Oh,
yep.
So we just lost the camera. Okay. Cool. All right, we're all straightened out, I think.
Yep.
Nicholas is definitely at 14. That part's right. So we missed a Liliana Veil coming down. Just gonna make creatures harder to deal with, or harder for Nicholas to do anything with. Wants to. I mean, I think the ice is pretty dead against Liliana.
Oh, absolutely.
So
Ral's interesting.
So here's
here,
Ral. He did his 5th land. He's gonna just basically slide a hand. I think the one you don't like goes to the graveyard, which is gonna be that mountain. I'm pretty sure. Actually, okay, keeps the mountain, bins the opt. That's fine. Now let's see if Dustin can do something about this Ral. He can definitely take it down a bit with the. Oh well, there's Assassin's Trophy. Alrighty.
Yeah, Assassin's Trophy works.
So
do you think Nicholas cited out his Blood Moons, or do you think he just hasn't?
I'm pretty sure they're still in there.
Yeah.
Liliana taking up is always a little scary against this deck, but I think Nicholas is much more on the value plan right now. I believe that's a redundant copy of Bedlam Reveler, which is why he was interested in discarding it.
Okay, so we see Shambling Vent getting in for some life.
Yep. Dustin goes up 2, Nick goes down 2. And Nicholas now kind of flooding out here.
Yeah, it's funny how he went from not enough to too much.
So what happens when they're all clumped up, not where you need them. Yeah, I think Liliana is the most like broadly applicable Planeswalker in Modern.
Oh, 100%. I think she probably sees more use than any other Planeswalker.
And then the next most played one's probably
Teferi.
Liliana of the Last Hope.
Oh, that's fair. I
So
guess.
it's both Lilianas. I mean, it might be Teferi. I don't know. Teferi's really only in the blue-white stuff, which we haven't seen any of.
I think Jeskai plays them too now, right?
Well, I mean, blue-white something, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Fine.
Jace definitely not right now. Here's Blood Moon. There's the answer to your question, by the way.
There's the answer to my question, yeah.
But this might be solved by
there's a swamp.
a Liliana ult.
Yeah.
Also, he has access to black and white mana.
He does, and that's really all he cares about at this point, I think.
Inquisition has to take the Spell Snare, can't take the Bedler, or the Reveler. And then make some discard with the Lily. Draw a card off the clue. Pass turn back. So Nicholas living off the top of the deck. I'd say Jace Vryn's Prodigy is a decent top deck, especially if it makes Liliana have to make him sack it. Definitely doesn't want him flipping that into like Telepath Unbound.
Because then it could just bounce Lily back to his hand. Reset Lily.
Or he can't bounce it.
The flip side, right? Oh no, we talked about.
Yeah, it just lets you flashback stuff.
It just lets you flashback.
Yeah.
That's M19 Jace.
Oh, okay. That is. Okay. That's interesting. So. Oh my god.
Wow.
So Dustin Lily ulted and his piles were Blood Moon and everything else you own. I would have liked a little nicer split on that, I think. And so Nicholas got rid of the Blood Moon, and that let Dustin trophy the Jace. And then he had to play another Blood Moon. I think I liked just making him sack the Jace a little better there. And just holding on. That seemed expensive to get rid of that Blood Moon.
Yep. Not worth it.
Yeah. He now has all 3 colors of mana, though. So he can kind of do whatever. Lots of cantrips for Nick right now. Found a thing in the ice. That's probably what you're looking for. Gonna be a little hard to flip it off top of your deck. But, or not. You just spell, you take the Lightning Bolt. Lightning Bolt going upstairs. Gonna hold on to it. Now Dustin's just kind of only getting lands.
Serum Visions.
I think this thing might be flipping this turn.
Looks like it's possible.
I didn't see if the...
Looks like another... Either well, there's Bolt
two
and
bolts.
Serum.
Alright, well... I think you do that.
Do you hold on to a Bolt for when they activate Shambling Vent?
if it mattered.
I mean, if he shoot it.
I mean, if he could activate it, he can't right now. It's a mountain.
Oh,
yeah.
Here to deer, folks.
So, yeah. So this is exactly a 2-turn clock with the bolts, because Dustin's gonna go now down to 7, and
Nicholas.
Oh, never mind. There's path. Oh, he drew it for the turn though. Okay.
Yep, that was his turn.
Well, he had to rip that basically. Oh my god.
He knew there was another thing on top, which he could flip that thing.
That one might not.
Flip. Well, he's got 2 bolts in hand, right? Or
no, he
already used them.
He used them to flip them. Yeah. There's another bolt on top. And a cantrip. I think he wants the cantrip before the bolt. Passes. I didn't see the card he picked up. There's push. All right. So now we have a game. What is this? Oh, we're getting new sleeve out. All right.
Oh, rip sleeve?
Looks like it. Alright, so we're flashing back the looting. Taking a look at a few things here. Here's a sleight of hand. Oh, there's Crackling Drake. I think that's the one you want.
Yeah, absolutely.
You don't have to work for it, and it's going to be enormous. So Dustin has like...
beyond lethal at this point.
Yeah, very lethal. Dustin has 2
Unless
turns.
there's another spell bomb on the top of the deck.
Well, it counts all the stuff you own in exile too.
Oh, this one does. Yeah. Right. I'm thinking of the little Drake.
Yeah, so Dustin needs to rip kill spell now.
Needs a path. Or a dismember. Dismember saves him here?
Yeah, I don't think he has dismember. I mean, he can... any trophy... Nope,
he extends a hand. Wow.
What a draw. Oh, yeah, he couldn't cast the Liliana. He didn't have 2 black sources.
What a game, folks.
Man, yeah, I think that was quite the back and forth. I really think Dustin got burned on that Liliana ult. I think that was, like...
yeah, I think he chose poorly.
Yeah, like, as long as the Liliana's on the board, it's a removal spell, right?
Should he have just plussed it one more? Is this a similar situation as we saw earlier, where someone...
could have gone up to 7 and they didn't?
Ticked up to 7 with Lily and didn't, and then ulted?
Well, so what I think you should have done in that situation... which it feels bad, but I think he had to -2 to sack the Jace. I think that was better. Or at least if he wanted to ult, he should have at least put the Jace in the pile with the Blood Moon.
Mm-hmm.
Because...
separate from all the lands, to make him choose lands versus Jace and Blood Moon.
Yeah, or you could even put like land... like you can put like a land Jace Blood Moon in that pile. And I think Nick still has to pick like 5 lands.
Oh, absolutely. Because he could top deck Phoenix, he could top deck another Drake.
Well, he couldn't top deck Phoenix. They got it extracted. But
oh, excuse me.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean,
a threat. Something to cast.
If you're left over with that stuff, I mean, the Jace doesn't do anything then because it gets a flashback spells that you can't cast. I guess maybe that might be dangerous. You probably wouldn't want to give him 1 land because you might be able to like flashback, cantrips to get lands back. But
right. If I'm not mistaken, this will put Nicholas into at least contention for top 8, depending on breakers.
Yeah, I think he is probably going to top 8.
I think this makes him 5-1, so that should be a guaranteed for top 8.
I believe so.
Jace Moon land, I'd be tempted to take that pile.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. Now that after I said it, because the flipped Jace has too many. You could dig your way out of it potentially.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we're getting a backup or not.
Not sure. I'm gonna hop out real quick and see if there's a backup. We're gonna take a momentary break, folks. That might be it, because that was not necessarily, even though both players played fast, that was not necessarily a fast match. So I don't think there's much time left in the round.
Yeah.
So we'll be back momentarily, either with another match in round 6 of our Swiss, or we will come back and give you some information about the
impending
top 8 and the decks that will be in the top 8, as well as the other decks. We'll talk about the meta a bit. If you guys have any questions at all you'd like to ask us, go ahead and put them in the chat.
Yeah, we'll get to them.
And we will definitely get to them. I'm James.
That's Wyatt.
And we'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back. We're still in round 6. There's a couple of games. I think there's 3 matches that are still in their game 3s, so we're waiting for them to finish. It's not quite done yet, but we will be coming to you shortly with our top 8 for our Modern Staples event. I'm James, aka James the Jew on all social media. My associate that has been with me all day today, his name is Mr. Wyatt. He doesn't do a whole lot of social media, but that's fine. Be sure to follow us on Collector Legion at Collector Legion on social media, or on Facebook.com/Collector Legion. And let me see, as far as announcements go, this is probably our last big event of the year. We still have Weekly Magic. However, this upcoming week we will be closed for Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, as well as we will be closed on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. Want to make sure that all the people here get to have a nice holiday with their families and stuff like that. We do have our weekly events on all the other days still happening, which you can find out more information on our social media pages. And I think that was it for the moment, but we will be back briefly as soon as possible with our information for our top 8 bracket, the decks that there are, and the feature matches that will take place. Thank you all for hanging out. We'll be back shortly, and we'll see you in a bit.
beats Blutron.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is James, and this is Wyatt. We are coming at you with our top 8. The player meeting went a little long, and we're just going to jump right into the action here. Let's head over to our feature table. Yes. Oh, thank you very much, Judge.
Thank you. Yeah, the practice is awesome. Thank you.
So on our left-hand side, we have Ami Obejas. He is playing KCI. He is one of 3 KCI players today. He is in the 8th seed, and on the left-hand side, we have what was his name? I just blanked out his name. Last name was Solomon. Benjamin Solomon. I think he goes by Benji, if I'm not mistaken. I've played against him a few times before, and I believe he's on. Let's double check. Where did his deck list go? Just to confirm, I think he's on Blutron anyway. Did I hand it to you?
Oh wait, yeah, you did. Sorry, yeah.
No problem.
You handed me this one. You didn't hand me Ami's. I don't know where that one is.
Oh, Ami's is probably still in the stack.
Yeah.
Is it for sure Blutron?
Oh, let me look.
That's a lot of 1-ofs.
Yes, it is.
Wow.
Yeah, this is Blutron.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are in for a treat. Especially now that this is untimed.
Yeah. Yeah, this... Wow, that's a lot of 1-ofs. So there's also 61 cards in this deck.
61 cards in the main board? Ooh, boy.
Yeah. Apparently... There's a River of Tears in here? Oh my god, this deck's amazing. I'm guessing all of these numbers are correct. You should have exactly one of like 20 cards in this list.
Mm-hmm. So Benji will be on the play, I believe, since he is top seed versus Ami.
Yes, that's correct. And we can go over... We'll go over the rest of the top 8 at some point, I think, when there's a lull. But we're about to start. Although they might be waiting... Oops. Let's keep getting long.
Mm-hmm. You gonna come join us, Martinez?
No, I was just seeing if you guys need anything. Water stuff.
Some more waters would be dope, actually. Yeah. Thank you so much. Got Ami's deck list right here. It looks like Benji is mulliganing. We have, so in the meantime, while we're waiting, looking at the bracket here. So Benjamin Solomon is facing Ami Obejas, which is what we are watching. Then we have Ryan Costello. Let's try to dig for these deck lists while we're here.
Might as well. Versus Mikol.
So Mikol we saw earlier on Infects.
Yeah, and I think Ryan's on some blue strategy, but I don't know for sure. I think he normally plays Storm. And then we have Nicholas Johnson versus Andrew Sun. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you.
And Andrew Sun's on Ponza, you said?
Yeah, Andrew Sun is on Ponza.
And Nicholas, the same Nicholas we saw last round, I believe.
Yes, Nicholas is on Blue Red Drakes.
Yep, or Blue Red Singular Drake.
A Drake, yeah.
And then last is Stephen Haker versus Seth Yandrowski.
I just want to point out this particular deck list and how wonderfully decorated it is.
Amazing.
Oh, looks like we're underway here.
Okay, well...
We'll jump back to information so that way we don't miss anything.
Okay, so Benji went to 6 and is keeping. He definitely has Atron land and some blue cards in there. Are you getting audio in your left channel?
I didn't have... Oh, I bumped it with... here we go.
Okay, there we go. Perfect.
This little dinky setup here.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was mine or...
So we see a Tron land and an expedition map from Benji. He passes over to Ami. Ami plays his own star and an engineered explosives for 0.
And a... I forget what that card's called. I have it in front of me.
I got his list right here.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
That is... Terrarion?
Yeah, Terrarion. There you go.
Oh no, wrong.
I'm curious as to why he put the engineered on 0, just to have more things when he wants to go off.
I think he was trying to accelerate.
Oh, and he had the he needed it for the Opal.
For the Middlecraft, yep.
Okay, so leads off with the stirrings here.
So there's Tarion, enters battlefield tapped. You can pay 2 mana, tap it, sacrifice it, add 2 mana in any combination of colors to your mana pool, and draw a card. So, and if you're not familiar, KCI is a deck that's built around a particular card called
Kark Clan Ironworks.
Kark,
whatever, yeah. Kark Clan Ironworks.
KARK Clan Ironworks, which it's a good thing there's not a third K in there, because
yeah,
it's just a little odd. But basically, all the things in the deck, well, not all of them, many of the cards in the deck, when they enter the graveyard from the battlefield, will draw cards. Sup, dude? Just Fab, thanks for joining us. Tron, obviously, is Tron. Looking at the Tron list, Benji is going to be basically...
I mean, it's not obviously Tron, it's Blue Tron.
Right. Well, so far, this is probably the first card that looks different, so I don't know if Ami was aware that Benji was on Blutron. Ami does like to try to scout the field, so he might have... that might be why he accelerated his playing Engineered on 0.
I'm guessing... I don't know if Top 8 got deck lists. I don't believe so.
I don't believe they did, but Ami, if he finishes before or after, he's the type of player that goes and scouts around.
Yeah. So, very interestingly...
that card alone should represent Blutron as opposed to any other form of Tron.
Yeah, getting an island off of Expedition map when you could have made Tron is very telling. And this just shows how much respect Benji has for the actual card KCI here, because he needs some way to deal with it if it shows up, and without access to blue mana, he really can't do anything about it.
Of course, Benji snuck his playmat on the table. I guess because it's
Bad.
top 8, I won't yell at him. But normally we don't allow that. Shame. Benji.
At least he lined it up nicely.
Yeah. That's probably the reason I didn't notice it till
Yeah.
just now. It's like, why is it so much more color on the Tron side of the table?
Yep. It's an old playmat.
Why not just play Green Tron? Foreman, the thought behind Blue Tron is you have access to counter spells, and 2, it gets bigger in different ways for different reasons. It's less aggressive. It's a little bit slower pace, but it seems to be more defensive than Green Tron, at least in my experience in playing against it. I've played against Benji a few times over the last couple of years. Not a whole lot. I think he lives up in like North LA. But what kind of threats and stuff does he have there?
Okay, yeah. So, all right. He has some Chalice of the Voids, which could be construed as a threat, especially when you have a lot of mana to back it up. He has a singular Platinum Angel, Sundering Titan, Wormcoil Engine, and then also 2 Walking Ballistas, 2 Talisman of Dominances, which I don't even know what that card does.
I will search it up.
A Mindslaver, a singular Snapcaster Mage, an Oblivion Stone.
Say of Dominance?
Yes, Talisman of Dominance. Oh, okay, this is the Dimir Talisman. A Mirror Battlesphere, a Ugin the Spirit Dragon, a Cyclonic Rift.
Does he whir? Well, I guess. Yeah.
And a whole bunch of counter spells and draw cards.
Yeah, so lots of counter and draws. I don't think he runs whir of any kind.
No, he doesn't.
Yastros16 asks how HW would
who would
Lavinia affect Modern? That's a pretty good question. In theory, she's decent against decks like Tron, where they're tapping mana, tapping lands that create more mana than they tap for. So it shuts down certain spells that they would be able to cast, as well as there's some interesting possible interactions with things like Spell Queller. If you have if you Spell Queller something and then put a Lavinia on the battlefield, if they get rid of that Spell Queller, then the spell just is not going to happen because no mana is tapped.
So I have a hot take on this, and the hot take is that it won't.
That it won't.
I think for what it's trying to do, it is worse than Gaddock Teague in a lot of situations.
Oh, absolutely.
There's not a lot of spells being cast for 0 in Modern specifically, and it is also a non-bow with Thalia.
Yeah.
So that is like the decks that might want to play it will probably also want to play Thalia. So that alone, I think, is gonna put it under.
Mm-hmm. I think it's more viable to get played in Legacy,
yes,
as opposed to Modern, and then obviously, as far as getting printed in Standard, yeah, I guess it does mess with Storm as well, as far as generating mana off of Metamorphose and things like that.
Yeah. So, no, this is quarters. This is quarterfinals.
Yep.
Yeah,
Quarterfinals, Vinny, it says right there in the bottom right-hand corner.
So it does mess with Tron, but only insofar as like, I mean, it does mess with Storm, only insofar as like any other random enchantment that says like Storm can't win the game, like does, right? Because there are a lot of those, and Storm doesn't care because it just has unsummons.
It's narrow is the thing, Iatros.
Yeah.
It's not really. It's not wide enough. Like God Arctique says, non-creature spells greater than 4 or 4 and greater can't be cast, and non-creature spells with X in the cost can't be cast, and that's just much more valuable.
No, it does not copy the it does not cancel the copies because those are not being cast. They are being copied and put onto the stack.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so actually going back to the game here,
Yep.
Benji is, I believe, ballisted for 4, and now he's trying to do some shooting on these scrap trawlers, which is kind of seems somewhat futile. Interestingly enough, this engineered explosives that's on 0 is fully capable of killing this Walking Ballista.
Mm-hmm.
So Ami put a lot of cards back in his hand, and then here's KCI. So Benji could have tapped in such a way that he left blue open and he didn't, and I'm curious as to why that is.
Mm-hmm.
Just to represent like anything, like a Spell Pierce or something.
So Ami is getting dice ready, representing that he is going to demonstrate mana loops, which this is Comp Real, so he will need to demonstrate properly. We see him sack his Terrarium. It's a mouthful.
Yeah.
Generates 3.
So we'll see
sack
if he
star
can
draw.
We'll see if he can actually go off here.
Spring.
That's okay. Back-to-back Ichor Well Springs is a pretty big deal.
Yep, he's going to draw 4 cards off of those 2 cards.
Yeah, those are really big. It's going to be probably pretty hard for him to brick at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, here we go. Strap in.
Another engineer for 0.
So yeah, here we go. So this is
getting back Scrap Heap. He now has Scrap Heap and KCI.
Yeah, Scrounger and the Trawler. So this is he can just loop this.
Yep.
To some arbitrary point, I believe.
Basically, what Ami is probably digging for right now is to find either the Pyrite Spellbomb. Is creating a green, so he can cast Stirrings. Gets back Opal, makes 5. Ami's been doing this at least 4 rounds. I believe Ami went 4-0 and then double drew into 8th place. That's how tight the top 8 was today, folks. It's Mindstone, makes another 2. Still has 2 green. Spend 1, make 2. Yep, cast. Benji's asking a question about an interaction, it seems like. Spending 6, there's Ish.
Oh, we're going to do this.
We're doing it this way. He's got the Ish loop, folks.
Spine of...
Spine of Ishtar? Ishtar?
Of Ish-Saw.
Ish-Saw. I always say it wrong.
This is new. No, this is not new.
It's old, but it's returned.
Yeah.
It's made a comeback. So when Spine of Ish-Saw enters the battlefield, destroy target permanent. When Spine of Ish-Saw is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, return Spine of Ish-Saw to its owner's hand. So once this happens, he can cast, sack it, create 2 mana, return it to his hand, cast it again, blow something else up, sack it, return to his hand. So basically he's just demonstrating that he's going to blow up all of the Tron lands Ami has a pretty commanding point right now. He's demonstrating his loop that he can continue to draw cards and blow up Benji's permanents while netting mana. That's the important part. You have to be able to demonstrate that you're netting mana
as opposed to going even.
As opposed to being even. That's one thing I learned in GP Portland because I had an opponent who was a KCI player who did not demonstrate his mana loop properly.
Because the board state isn't changing or something. Okay.
Well, he was just like, I'm going to loop this and make like 20 something mana, and I'm like, not sure. I said okay, and said in response, and he just put out a bunch of dice and stuff. And then a friend of mine called the judge over, and the judge was like, you need to demonstrate how many times you've drawn and made mana, because that's the rules. And he still did it. I was still dead because it's KCI, and at that point it was he was just cutting corners. But we see Ami very plainly demonstrating his loop of being able to sack the permanents and get them back, especially with both Scrap Heap Trawler or Scrounger. I always mix up the names.
Yeah. Scrap Trawler.
Scrap Trawler.
Scrap Heap Scrounger.
Scrap Heap Scrounger. You would think when it comes to artifacts that they would stop naming artifacts with S's. Scrap Heap.
Nope.
Spine of Ishsaw.
There's only so many names of Magic cards.
I know.
So. Alright, we're going to keep doing this for a bit. I'm sure that Benji is dead, but I'm no expert.
Well, at this point, Ami can theoretically create enough mana and continue to draw his deck as many times as he would like. Carrot Faraco says this is the best loop. Yeah, I mean, being able to destroy your opponent's permanents and just leave them with nothing as you continue to draw your decks, pretty hot.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good loop if you're on the, if you're making the loop. It's not exactly the most entertaining thing to watch. I think what
so Ami's demonstrated he can generate X amount of mana per turn and draw cards. So Benji's probably wanting to just see, how do you kill me? Because Spine of Ishsaw is just a thing. Looks kind of like the Wall of China, or like a Spine of a Dragon or something. There's no flavor text on it. I wish there was.
Is there flavor text in the original one?
Oh, that's a good question, actually. Nope. Benji scoops it up here. As we go into game 2, Ami effectively demonstrating the power of KCI.
Yeah, and Benji demonstrating the power of tapping early blue source.
Not sure if he actually nets 1 mana and a card. I believe that particular loop netted a mana and a card per turn. Yes.
No.
Because he could also, I might net more than that because he also had the Mox that he could tap for a color mana.
Oh yeah.
Which at some point I imagine he'd make red, get Pirate Spellbomb, shoot you, keep looping, shoot you, ping.
Yeah.
Sack, play it, shoot you, sack it, loop it, sack it. Sounds like a trap song, that trap. Draw it, sack it.
Oh yeah, okay,
it,
let's go sideboards. Right, sideboards. Okay.
Sideboard cards. So for Ami, he's got a 1 Fire Spout, 2 Galvanic Blast, 2 Lightning Bolts, 4 Nature Claims, 2 Negates, 2 additional Side Master Thopterist, 1 Swang Song, and 1 Tormod's Crypt.
I like the negates to help fight over some of this stuff. And I like the Nature's Claims because
Tron's got
Blue Tron's
pieces.
got a lot of artifact stuff going on. That might be all I'm looking at. Maybe a Swan Song. And then Benjamin here has 3 Spreading Seas, a Crucible of Worlds, a Silent Arbiter, which I don't remember what that does, but I think it's a Sphinx or something.
Yeah, I believe so. I'll look it up.
2 Spatial Contortions, a Tormod's Crypt, a Relic of Progenitus, 2 Hurkyl's Recalls, 2 Spell Pierces, an Aetherize, and an All Is Dust spelled in all caps.
No more than 1 creature can attack each combat. No more than 1 creature can block each combat.
Okay.
Silent Arbiter, yeah.
So interested in the Spell Pierces, probably.
That's not coming in.
Possibly the Hurkyl's Recalls. You do want Ami to you want to get Ami stuff out of there, but also a lot of the stuff that he plays draws a card. So it's kind of a wash.
He might be bringing in Torment Crypt to try to just blow up Grave at some point.
Yeah, I don't hate that either. Spreading Seas are maybe viable. There is KCI uses I forget what land it is.
It's the red-green.
Or no, it's not that one. It's
Oh, right.
it's somewhere in here.
Darksteel Citadel.
Buried Ruins to get back their KCIs.
Oh,
and so turning that off might be relevant. But it's possible it doesn't matter that much. Yeah, let's get this one up there.
It's actually a very important card in their deck. Return target artifact card from your graveyard to your hand.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Yeah. So
Benji doesn't have a lot to answer, to be honest.
I mean, he has quite a bit of counter magic just hanging out in here. Stuff like remands and repeal kind of works. Condescends.
I think this is the one deck with the most 1-drops in it that we've seen all day.
You mean 1-ofs?
Or 1-ofs rather, not 1-drops, but 1-of cards.
Yeah, this deck list is however many things this is long. That's
like it's every line on the first side of the standard DCI deck registration sheet.
It's a lot. There's there's like 6 4-ofs in this whole list, and
5 basic islands.
3 of those so there's 5 4-ofs, 3 of which are the Tron lands, and then there's 5 islands, and then everything else is like
3s,
2s, 1s,
or 2s, mostly 1s.
Yeah,
there's only 2 3s, 1 2 3 4 5 2s, and everything else is 1s.
Yeah,
at least in the main board. Sideboard, it's a little bit different. Mostly 1-ofs also.
Yeah. It runs a Teleria West. So you can go get your Tron land.
Go get your
with your blue mana.
Get your whatever.
That's sick.
If you're just joining us, this is one of our quarterfinals matches in Collector Legion's Modern Staples event. We played 6 rounds of Swiss today with 64 players, a wide variety of meta. Is this a hard matchup for KCI?
Or what is a hard matchup?
Blue Tron or Tron in general? I don't know that it's necessarily hard, considering that for the most part, Tron decks, Green Tron is probably not, because Green Tron typically does not interact with their opponents. They just do stuff. Blue Tron, as someone was asking earlier, what they have is, we just saw, they have cards like Spell Pierce.
Yep. That just ate that Mox Opal. That's pretty cool. Yeah. For the most part, I would say that bad matchups for KCI are just decks that go really fast. While it is a pretty consistent turn 4 kill, unless it has mana acceleration, it's a turn 4 kill. And even then, sometimes you need an extra turn of stuff. And if you have a deck that just beats the crap out of them, they're really not very good at interacting with, like, they're not good at stopping themselves from dying. And they're somewhat weak to counter magic.
Benji with the slow reveal.
It is a Trinket Mage, I believe, or a Trophy Mage or something.
Let's see.
So we got a Relic of Progenitus. Treasure Mage. No, wait. There's a Treasure Mage and a Trinket Mage.
So not a Trophy
They're different. Not a Trophy Mage.
Because that's also a card.
Yeah, these are all cards. It is a Trinket Mage.
It is a Trinket Mage. When Trinket Mage enters the battlefield, search for your library for an artifact card with converted mana cost of 1 or less. Reveal it, put it in your hand, shuffle your library.
Yep. It's a good one. Fetch up that Relic Progenitus, which is pretty relevant in this matchup.
Yeah. Gets rid of the grave.
And then, so Ami put down the Cart Clan. And then, oh man, that's so... I missed that so much. So Hurkyl's Recall, put all that stuff back in Ami's hand.
Yeah, wow.
And also, basically, not necessarily stone raining him, but making him down a mana as well. That's like a pretty big deal.
How do you spell Hurkyl?
Hurkyl, like Hurk. There you go.
Like Steve Hurkyle. Did I do that? 2 mana, return all artifacts target player owns to his or her hand. Holy Toledo, folks.
Yep. This one's cool.
If you're wondering if Bluetron is a hard matchup for KCI, the answer might be yes.
Yeah, that can be a problem for this deck.
Omni goes to 16 as that Trinket Mage starts the beats.
Beatdowns. So let's see if he redeploys the KCI. I believe this might eat a counterspell, but I don't know for sure.
I don't see why it wouldn't.
Well, he might not have one in hand.
I mean, if he had one, I feel like looks like it resolves.
Looks like it's good. Well, that's dangerous.
Omni still doesn't have a whole lot going on in comparison.
The thing is, Omni doesn't have too much stuff he wants to eat, and if he wants to eat Darksteel Citadels, he's kind of committed to going off this turn.
Next step, Benji's gonna crack his map.
Yep.
Probably find a Tron piece.
Yeah, it's also hard for them to go off into a relic.
Mm-hmm. Gets himself a tower. That's a nice looking tower there, eh? Those damn white border Tron lands, don't you know?
Those white border Tron lands.
Yep. Mm-hmm. So pricing for today, folks, in case you're wondering, there's a UMA box with Topper for first place, as well as quite a plethora of fetch lands, Aether Vials. There's a Lily of the Veil.
Collected Company is
a set of Collected Companies.
Thoughtseizes, all kinds of
business. There's some tasty treats in the beaten down.
Yep.
Down to 14. It's almost like Snapcaster beats, only
it's better because it's a 2/2.
It's better. It's a 2/2, not a 2/1. Omni's got land for turn. 5 mana. Both blue and green sources.
We'll see if he tries to do anything here.
Having that Mox hit the grave was pretty bad.
It didn't help. It didn't help him. Although if he had held it, he could have probably got the KCI and then popped the relic. Mm-hmm. So I mean, it depends. Like the mana acceleration is always a good thing to cut off. But sometimes you need to pick your battles a little more carefully, and it might not matter, or it might matter. We'll see.
I mean, not going as fast with the relic on the field.
Yeah, he definitely needs to slow down to just make sure that
doesn't want to misplay here.
Yeah, he doesn't want to work himself too far into a corner either. I think this is just kind of for value right now. I don't know if he's trying to go off right now.
I don't think so. I think he's trying to dig his deck and see if he can find answers or just pieces.
Yeah.
And try to maybe bait out the relic popping.
Never mind. Okay, so he has a second KCI in hand. So he did eat the Darksteel Citadel, which means he might be interested in going off this turn, actually.
Now it looks like he's going for it.
Or at least bait the relic, because he does need to get that off the table, basically.
Yeah. Relic doesn't kill the creatures on board, or the creature rather. It only hits the grave. Baiting the relic. Just Fab thinks they're baiting. Omni's baiting the relic as well.
Yeah.
It's like Benji's contemplating a counter or popping relic.
Well, I don't think he has a priority right now, unless the Scrap Trawler is still on the stack.
I think Scrap Trawler's on stack.
Okay.
I could be wrong. Omni, remove the mana. Oops. There's the Darksteel that is tapped.
Yeah, okay. Probably not on the stack, because he pointed to it.
Mm-hmm.
Some thinking going on.
The judge or someone looks like they might have asked what is happening. Oh, is that a Field of Ruin?
It is a Field of Ruin going after the buried ruin?
Yes.
Yep. Okay. Gonna turn this ruin into a different ruin.
Field of Ruin, going to bury that ruin.
Yep.
Omni elects to not search his... Well, he can't search. He has to search.
Doesn't have to. He can
off of Field of Ruin, you have to search. Or you have to shuffle your deck.
Oh, you have to shuffle. Oh, yeah, sure.
We'll wait a second and see what happens. I don't know if Omni's responding.
So he sacked the Darksteel Citadel. So there's something going on here. I think Benji's holding priority and in response is thinking about cracking the relic.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really know. I don't know anything about this matchup really outside of KCI is lame, but like I don't know when you are exactly supposed to.
Hold on. If that's a Field of Ruin, then he's supposed to shuffle, I believe. Unless he's sacked. It's not an artifact.
Yeah, I don't think you have to search. I think searching is just optional.
Unless Ami paid 2 to sack it in response and put it in the grave.
Oh, no, he did. Wait, yeah. He must have, yeah. Oh, yeah. No.
Okay.
That's fine. Yeah, because, okay, so he sacked the Darksteel and then sacked the Buried Ruin to get back the Acre Wellspring. Yeah, that's what happened. Because we're, like, not sure how the Acre Wellspring. That's why Benji was thinking about it. He wanted to figure out if he, like, wanted to blow up the relic here. So now he activated it, I believe.
Looks like it. And the question is where in the stack. Oh, so that's Ami's hand. Ami's got a lot of cards in hand.
Yeah, really.
He drew that many cards just... Oh, because he sacked.
He, like, recurred this Acre Wellspring a ton. I mean, he drew a lot of cards the previous turn as well, so he was basically full. But...
So Ami continuing to go off, it seems. Trying to fight through, getting relicked.
Yeah.
I don't know that was the opportune time for Benji to crack his relic.
I kind of agree with that. I think you wanted to do it before he got his Wellspring back, if you're going to do it there at all. Otherwise, I think you wait for a Scrap Trawler to show up, or a Scrap Heap Scrounger.
So we see a Stirrings. Finds another star.
Again, the Mox Opal pretty good here. More sacking going on.
More sacking. I think this is where Benji goes F6.
Yeah, yep.
And Benji's
He's
just
seen enough.
Yep. So Ami winning 2-0 versus Benji. Benji saw enough and said, "Here's my hand. Take my hand."
Yeah, I mean, really just didn't see enough counter magic to like really stop what Ami was trying to do.
Nope.
I think really only saw one counter between the two games.
The one Spell Pierce?
Yeah.
Yep.
There's not a whole ton of counter magic in this, but there's like enough. So
which that Spell Pierce again probably should have been held for something like
KCI?
Like KCI.
Well, it's possible. I mean, I don't think it's necessarily wrong going after the mana, but it looked bad afterwards. So I don't know.
I want to go see real quick, ladies and gentlemen, which other, where's that one piece of paper here with the bracket on it?
Oh yeah, here.
Go find out what's going on at the other quarterfinals. Odds are one of them is already done and ready by now that we'll switch over and get the next either quarterfinals match or maybe already be moving on to one of our semis matches. So we will be back momentarily.
Yep.
There goes the left channel, and now it's back. Herder deer. We'll be right back in a moment.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are getting ready to start our semifinals. Both semifinal matches are about to be underway. Ami, who we just saw win versus Bluetron with KCI, is going to be playing against Nicole Santana. Nicole is playing Infect. That's at the other table right now. On this table for this semifinals feature match, we're going to have Mr. Nicholas Johnson back with Blue Red Drakes versus Mr. Stephen Haker, who's using the restroom at the moment, but Mr. Stephen Haker is also on KCI.
Yep.
It'll be interesting to see the differences in lists as well.
So that means that KCI beat Bluetron. KCI beat
KCI beat let's see, he beat Seth beat Ponza. No, not Ponza.
Seth is on
Seth was on
Rock. Black green. And then Infect beat
Ryan Castillo.
Yeah, Ryan, who I have here. I have it already here. Who's on Burn.
Yeah, it turns out Nature's Claim's a great card against Eidolon.
It's decent. Yeah.
Because apparently that happened again. I think we saw that earlier today.
Yeah, we did. And then Nicholas, who's on our blue-red Phoenix deck, beat Ponza.
Oh, yes. That is correct.
Yeah, unfortunately, Burn did not make it. I would like to have gotten Burn on camera one more time, I think. Burn this pile of KCI nonsense. But it is what it is. Yeah, sorry, if we have a KCI mirror in the files, I think I'm just going to go home.
Let's see. What deck am I looking for? Do you have Nicholas or you have...
I have everybody.
You have Haker?
What do you need?
You have, oh, you do have... I'm looking for Stephen Haker over here, and you already got
I pulled out all of them.
Here to dear. Oh, they switched sides on me. That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine. Nicholas is one of the players from Kingslayer Games. Like we mentioned earlier, friends of Collector Legion over here. Shout out to Kingslayer Games.
Yep.
Sorry,
I went there
folks.
like one time and it was cool.
Yeah, it's a super dope shop. I like it. They got some cool dudes down there. So we avoided having to commentate KCI all day until this quarters and semifinals match.
Yeah.
We'll see if we have to commentate it in the finals match or not.
For the record, there were 3 KCI players
Stephen Haker,
in the 64.
Stephen Haker, Ami Obejas, and Justin Porches.
Yep. And 2 out of 3 of those are in the quarterfinals.
Yep.
So turns out it's still a pretty
semifinals.
decent deck. Excuse me, semifinals.
Yep.
And the quarterfinals. So yeah.
Pardon us as we drink water right into the microphone.
Yep.
It's less hot in here now that there's not 64 people in the building.
Yeah, less hot, voice more tired. So
voices and brains are far more tired.
Yeah. So
I'm not 100% certain who is on the play or draw here. We'll find out whoever puts the card down first, having been the higher seed.
I can check.
We actually have
the
standings.
high seed.
Nicholas was first seed. Oh, hey,
he's
check
second
that
seed.
Out. Second.
Mono Bluetron was first seed.
Mono Bluetron was first seed.
Yeah, Benji was first seed somehow.
I imagine somehow. Well, I imagine Mono Bluetron was helping to avoid KCI.
I guess
maybe.
so. I don't know. I mean, absolutely no disrespect to Benji because he's a pretty cool player, but
yeah, he's a cool.
Bluetron is not what most people would call competitive, but it does turn up from time to time.
I think this is his second or third top 8 on Bluetron.
That's awesome.
I know. Yeah,
I know Dom used to play that too. So before playing mono black decks, like a true champion. So looks like Nicholas
went to 6.
Took a mole.
Yep.
He's keeping it though.
Keeping the 6, keeping it on top.
Manamorphose. I think there's a Fiery Temper, Opt,
and an Island. Nicholas is real good at flicking his cards. He's actually played Infect before as well.
Yeah.
Hager plays his land tapped, even though it doesn't enter tapped.
I mean, mana spent immediately.
Yep.
Yeah, so
It just doesn't irk me, but it's like, really?
Yeah. Well, the worst is when you play one that could enter tapped, and that's where it starts to get confusing.
Yep.
I guess we're making some mana here.
Making mana and drawing cards, and then passing.
Yeah. Okay, well, the thing is, outside of being a 7/8 once it flips, really doesn't do a whole lot in this matchup.
Like 0.
Yeah.
Unless KCI bricks on drawing, or you've nuked their grave enough, and they're trying to get in with the scrap beats.
Sure. Or post board if they switch to Sai or something like that, which I don't think is going to happen. Actually, let me check if he has. Okay, he has 1 main deck Sai and 2 in the board.
Ami also had 1 main deck Sai.
That's kind of standard.
Let's see the list real quick. We might have a KCI finals. Oh man.
See if it's an exact 60 mirror or not.
Pretty darn close.
It looks pretty close.
The sideboards are different.
Yeah, sideboards where things get a little different, but
similarities, but nothing exact.
Okay. I don't know how that. I'm guessing that match is just they go fast as past each other as they can, because I don't think there's a lot of interaction outside of Nature's Claim.
I don't think I've ever watched KCI versus KCI, so part of me is like, that's going to be interesting, and then the other part of me is like, no, it's not.
I'd rather watch like Lantern Mirrors.
Lantern?
Yeah.
Put me to sleep though, man.
That might. So I think Lantern Mirrors might actually be entertaining, just because.
Who locks the other out more first?
They're just both trying to do the same exact thing, and like, I don't know.
I guess KCI does have a little more variance in how they can win compared to Lantern, where it's just basically the same thing.
Yeah.
Make you not play cards and deck you.
Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, it's possible that it just turns into a mill race, which might be really funny. But
plays another Mox.
Yep, gets rid of the old one.
Gonna make some more mana.
Yep. And here's the Scrap Trawler.
Scrap heap.
And he buys back the Mox.
Mind Stone. Land. Oh. Foils, dude. Telerium. And passes.
Yep.
So he can't go off yet. He needs KCI.
Yeah, he has, I believe, 1 card left in his hand. And if that card is not KCI, we might be here a while.
Unless Nicholas is able to string enough cards and start getting Arclights on the field. Or flip this horror. Looks like he could flip this horror.
He can flip it now, I'm pretty sure. He has access to 3 mana.
Yep. Definitely can flip it now.
Picked up a Lightning Bolt. Imagine just going upstairs.
Well, yeah, I mean.
And, well, I mean, it could, in theory.
Ooh, if he can flip both of these big boys right now.
Well, he doesn't need to flip the other one, because it doesn't.
Well, it can attack. It doesn't have haste.
But
that's
still, this is a. If he can flip it next turn, that's a 2-turn clock. Or if he picks up another Lightning
Bolt.
Bolt.
Going to go to 13.
Yeah. So, or it goes to 10. Took the bolt.
Oh, he took a bolt too? Yep.
Yeah. And then let's see if he can do anything. Does he have... I don't think he has Kark Clan in his hand.
I don't see a Kirkland. Kark Clan. Karakadu. Yeah, yuck.
So, take another look. Picked up a land, I guess. Looks like
he can still. He has draws, right? So.
Yeah, he does have draws, but it's possible he could get to a point where he doesn't have enough mana to actually deploy the KCI. Right now, he has access to 1, 2, 3.
Looks like he's drawing a lot of lands.
If he doesn't have KCI here, he is out of attempts unless he finds another Mox Opal. It's a Wellspring. It's a star, or a sphere, excuse me.
Sphere, yep. Trying to decide if he's going to crack the sphere. Plays land for turn.
Still the land drop. So he could have... Okay.
And then passes. Is he dead here?
I believe he is going to die, assuming that Nicholas can assemble 3 spells.
Or just 2 bolts.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I'm
not a big fan of that.
Okay, so it's possible that he didn't have the 3 spells. In which case... Oh, he didn't. Okay. He couldn't. So he had a Phoenix in his hand. So that means he had a maximum of 2 spells in his hand. And I don't think either one of them was cantrip.
Nope,
okay, one of them was a fiery temper. So Steven has another look at this thing.
So he blocked with his scrap heap and didn't take any damage. He should still be at 10, even though they're not using the dice.
Yeah. No, he did not. He didn't take anything. Okay, so redeploys or deploys another scrap trawler. Buys back the opal.
It's interesting to see the difference in playstyles between Steven and Ami, both playing effectively pretty dang close to the same 60.
Yeah. Just mean like in how they're navigating the game, or like in their mannerisms?
Both, like their mannerisms,
yeah.
what they're choosing to, what they're prioritizing in their castings.
Yeah.
Digging for a KCI here. Will he find it?
That's a Mind Stone.
Not a KCI.
Not exactly what he's looking for here. There's a lot of stuff on this field. Be a shame if like a Hurkyl's Recall happened or something. Although I believe no Hurkyl's Recall in the
if I was playing blue-red Arclight, I think I would put a Hurkyl's Recall in my 15.
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
just the representation of what that card can do is like, wow, all your artifacts go back to your hand.
Their matchup against Affinity can't be great, right?
Yeah, I imagine that's part of the reason it's there.
So they would probably want it actually, but I don't know. We'll see. I just know I used to play a lot of it in Merfolk because that matchup was abysmal. Better after Ceremonious Rejection, but not by a whole lot.
Wark. Looks like Steven is contemplating giving us the bony finger.
Yeah. Only has 2 mana available right now. Or 3. He has 1 floating.
Well, each of those stones will tap for mana, correct? And he has a green.
Yeah. So
that's what you're saying.
Yeah,
sorry.
He has the untapped stones and the green floating.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I guess he
could play a land for turn.
I believe he played the land for turn.
Or did he already?
Yeah. Okay. So he has the other. That's right. He has the other Mox that he bought back last turn. So he could make 4 mana. Looks like he's not going to. Okay, he's cracking the Mind Stone, which buys back the star, and then draws a card.
Play a star, crack the star.
Yep.
Float a color.
Nothing to buy back. Or, excuse me, has the opal.
Yep, he's got an opal to buy back. Can play the opal again. Nope, see, he didn't play
Oh, you're right. Oh, wow. Okay, so that means Nick...
The last line he played was one of the coasts.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay. No, you're right.
Nick missed 2 land drops.
Still Mind Stoning. Here's a...
Spellbomb.
Pirate Spellbomb. Yeah, okay, he's just getting it all out in the field then. And, okay, yeah, shoot Jace. Yeah. Well, that actually might affect Nicholas' ability to flip this thing that ice, definitely, because that turns off the bolt.
He says go. Finds a 4th land.
So he could just hard cast the
Sphinx, right? Or not Sphinx, the Arclight.
Yeah, the Arclight. He could also 3 mana bolt that Scrap Trawler, get in for 7, and then next turn he could have it. I guess it's kind of $50 one, 50 cents the other.
Yeah, either way you're giving Steven a whole nother turn to
there's no way to
for a KCI.
No way to 2-turn this, I'm pretty sure. Okay, he's gonna go with that plan. He wants the damage now.
I see there's value in that.
This also enables him to potentially flip it the next turn if he if he needs to do that. But he's also fade this like whole extra turn, which he's already done a very good job of fading, like, I don't know, 4 turns of stuff or something. Draw for the turn was a Grove of the Burn Willows, which is really not what Steven wants right now. Oh yeah, the Cart Clan. Oh, well, okay, well then never mind. This game's probably over.
Looks like it.
It's possible it's not. Nope.
Oh, there goes our feed. That's what our feed thinks about. One sec, folks. Here we go.
It's like, oh, case hash are going off. It's over. I'm going to turn this off now.
We're done.
I'm having a lot of problem getting this die out of here. There we go. Yeah, use that one. We can see it. We can't actually see it. It's the thought that counts. Do you want to run those out there?
Yeah, we got some other bigger dice.
Right, yeah, he's going to go supply them with some more imposing D20s. While I get to walk you through what the hell's happening. Which the answer is... I'm not really sure right now, actually. Let's see. So, looping... Seems taking a minute to kind of think this through here a little bit. Engineered for 0 and then crack it. Mind Stone. Here's the Scrap Trawler. Okay, now we can start really just...
I have an update on the other matchup at the moment.
Okay. What's our update?
The update between Ami Obejas on KCI and Miko Santana on Infect is Ami is up 1 game.
Wow. That's really surprising to me.
Same.
Because Infect's the kind of deck I would play to beat KCI, I think.
Same. So just so everyone's aware, the green die is representing green mana, and the black die that is not 3...
Colorless mana.
Colorless mana, correct.
Yep. Or generic mana, excuse me. Or...
Yeah,
no, this is colorless. Yeah,
colorless
this is actually colorless. Yeah, you're right.
Nicholas is just going to scoop it up at that point. There's a loop demonstrated,
yep.
And he doesn't want to waste any time.
KCI, boys and girls. Fun time for everyone involved, assuming you're the deck pilot.
I don't know. I've seen some people after they play KCI, and even when they win, they just seem so frustrated.
I mean, it can fizzle to itself, so that's definitely a part of it. All right, so let's
Definitely.
look at take a look at sideboards. Again, what is what's Steven got?
Funny talking about all caps. Stephen Haker at the bottom of his 60 has Spine of Ishsa in all caps in comparison to the rest of his list, which is not.
It's very important.
In his sideboard, he has 4 Nature's Claims, 4 Galvanic Blast, 3 Negate, 1 Fire Spout, 1 Defense Grid, and 2 Psy Master Thopterus. So this is actually a much different sideboard in comparison to Ami's.
Yeah. Can I just take a look at that?
Oh, yeah. So Ami's only has 1 Fire Spout, 2 Galvanic Blast, but he does have 2 Bolts, 4 Nature's Claims, 2 Negates, 2 Psys, 1 Swan Song, and 1 Torment Script. So if we do end up in the KCI mirror, that will be interesting later.
Yeah, so it's possible he wants the defense grid.
Defense grid seems good.
It's also possible he wants some amount of negates just to fight over any potential counter magic. But I would keep things pretty minimal, I think.
I don't know that there's a lot he wants to bring out. And I don't know that there's anything that's directly worse than...
I would honestly probably get rid of the Psy because it's really bad against a Thing in the Ice.
Yeah, that's fair. And all the Thopters it makes, it's kind of...
But I might be wrong. And then for Nicholas, he's working with a Jace the Mind Sculptor, a Ral is at Viceroy, 2 Blood Moons, 2 Anger the Gods, an Engineered Explosives, a Ceremonious Rejection, and a Braid, 2 Spell Snares, 2 Ravenous Traps, and 2 Surgical Extractions. So I'm interested in the Anger the Gods to get rid of, to permanently get rid of the Scrap Trawlers and stuff like that. I think that might be decent enough. Ceremonious Rejection absolutely gets in. Spell Snare probably not. Probably wants the Abrade, kill the Cart Clan or something.
Yeah, Abrade seems good against
Surgical Extraction is probably not good enough, but I maybe am okay with it, and maybe also the Ravenous Trap. Although actually Ravenous Trap might be kind of hard to get triggered, so I don't know. Also maybe Blood Moons, but
Blood Moon would be interesting.
Yeah, I don't know for sure if I would want that. it shuts off some of the utility lands that Steven's working with, but it also doesn't really kill him. So that's kind of the issue, is that you have to really weigh, if something kind of stops KCI, you kind of need it to really stop KCI, because you still need to win the game somehow.
Yeah, I've lost to KCI with Stony Silence and Rest in Peace on the board before.
That is ridiculous.
Yeah, that's this deck does not like to lose.
Yep.
Miko Bolas. Yep, Miko Bolas is currently down a game versus Ami. It might be over at this point, depending on what's happening. Not quite sure.
Yeah.
We'll see if we can't get an update sooner rather than later.
Okay, so players just about shuffled up here.
If anyone's just tuning in, this is our semifinals match of our Modern Staples event here at Collector Legion in Gardena, California. My name's James.
And I'm Wyatt.
And we've been commentating now live for 7 hours, 42 minutes, 25 seconds through 6 rounds of Swiss, 64 players in a wide variety meta consisting of many different kinds of decks. And as you can see, we are currently watching Blue Red Arclight versus KCI. Hey, thanks, Just Fab.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Appreciate the compliment. We're trying to do a good job. It's a lot better than yesterday. Yesterday, me and Johnny, we were a little whack trying to keep up with Legacy. We're still, Johnny's a noob, and I'm a scrub. I don't know jack much about Legacy. By the time we got to the finals, I knew exactly what was going on, because it was an aggro creature deck versus a control deck. So
you're familiar with this. None of this, like, how does Alurin work?
Yeah, exactly.
And you're like, I don't know what that is.
What is this weird combo deck that, like, plays Griselbrand on turn 0?
Yeah.
Or turn 1.
Those are the easy ones to figure out, because it's like, all right, he put Griselbrand in the bin, and he put it into play somehow. I know what's going on. The ones that's like, I don't know what any of these cards do.
The other guy's dead.
Yeah, like something happened. I don't know.
This guy draws 7.
How does Belcher work? How does, like, Manaless Dredge work? How does normal Dredge work? Like, oh man, there's a lot of stuff to keep track of. If you haven't seen it before, it's quite a ride.
As we get going here with game 2, Nicholas on the play. Starting off, here comes a Thing on the Ice.
Yep.
Surprise, surprise. Nice natural commentary voices. Natural. I'm not sure if that's a compliment. Natural. Does that mean we have ugly faces? We have good radio. We got good faces for radio. I think that's the term.
I don't think we talk fast enough to be good on the radio.
Nah. We're both a little too monotone. Oh. Like, I'm really having to accentuate my voice to not sound like a dull teenager.
Yeah, I have some serious problems with that also. And also, it's been a bit. It's a little late, so it's... So
we see Thing already down to 1 counter here on turn 3. That's pretty hot.
Yeah, he just chained 3 Metamorphoses together, so that's one way to get those counters off. I'm guessing he has some amount of colored mana floating.
Thanks, folks. We appreciate the compliments. We'll try to keep it smooth. And it's just flipped. Here's the thing.
I think this is the path to victory.
This looks like KCI might lose this game.
Also,
there's an Arclight in hand, too. Too bad he didn't have a way to... Oh, there's a Faithless Looting. He can bend the Arclight.
Can he cast?
I think he can cast it this turn. He has mana open. Yep, there it is.
Oh, that was it. Oh, my God. Wait. So it's... How's Arclight worded?
We'll bring it up.
Yeah.
It's 3 or more instants or sorceries, I believe.
Yeah, but I'm trying to think. Beginning of combat on your turn.
Beginning of combat.
Right.
If you've cast 3 or more instant or sorcery spells, return it from the graveyard to battlefield. Okay. It has haste, so it may attack.
Yeah, so that's kind of a big deal. Also, Steven missing that land drop really hurt him, I think.
It kind of looks like Steven's dead here, folks.
Okay, so there's a Galvanic Blast on the Phoenix.
Sure.
And then here's Lightning Bolt.
And I'll bolt you.
Going to game 3. That was a lot faster than game 2.
Wow.
None of this messing around with eating artifacts or whatever. We're just going to make a 7-8 on turn 3 and kill you.
So that was the fastest. We've seen Arclight, blue-red Arclights a couple times today. And that was the fastest we've seen them do 20 damage.
Yeah.
At any point in time.
No.
The fastest we saw a thing get flipped, and the fastest we saw Arclight hit the battlefield from the graveyard.
Yeah. Manamorphose is a scary card.
Manamorphose is one heck of an accelerator
for these kind of cares about instants and sorceries happening.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So let's so Steven's going back to the sideboard real fast, probably thinking about some way to kill Thing in the Ice.
It's grabbing one card.
Yeah, I don't.
It's not dismembered because he doesn't have any.
Yeah, it doesn't have any. It's an artifact. I don't know what it is exactly. Oh, it looks like he's putting back in a Terrarion that I guess he cut.
It might be something that's play and draw dependent.
That's
since now
possible.
He's on the play, it might be something because it does enter tapped.
Yeah. Yeah, Manamorphose is that's quite a magic card.
You heard about this card, Manamorphose? You heard about this?
It's pretty decent.
It's pretty good.
Doesn't seem decent on the surface, but it turns out free draws are pretty good usually. The problem being that you spend mana and then you draw into something and you just don't have the mana to cast it. It doesn't really do anything. But 2-mana draw card is not appealing. But
Of all the decks that it could do nothing the most productively in, it's this deck though.
yeah, you're probably right.
Because you're still like getting counters off a thing, even if it's a dead draw.
Yeah, that's
You know.
true. I mean, that's really the main reason why it's here is just to be a free spell that cantrips. Like this deck would be all over Get Probe if it was still in the format. Like that would be like the fourth card that you put in this deck.
I imagine you know why cantrips are called cantrips, but do you know why cantrips are called cantrips, or what?
I
it
do
references?
actually. If I remember correctly, it's originates from D&D, and a cantrip is like a little like wizard trick that you can do. Like it might be once a day or something. That's just like a random little thing.
It's unlimited per day.
It's unlimited, but it's a random little thing.
Does not cost you a spell slot.
Yes. Okay.
So wizards have X amount of spell slots per day, and so cantrips are ones that are 0 cost spells that you can basically just spam. Something like prestidigitation, make something look nice, or
like dumb
there's all different kinds. A little
wizard things,
like a little flame ball, not a fireball, but just a little like
kind of like
scorching flame,
like
thing.
tricks or whatever, like parlor tricks kind of thing. I don't know how that actually translated into you draw a card.
I think it's because of the value. At some point, they decided this is effectively like free, and I'm casting a spell, and it's free. So I think that's
I guess so. If a spell slot is like a card in your hand,
these are wizards battling to the death.
That makes sense
with their magical knowledge.
But yeah, that term's ancient, and the original cantrips, I believe, drew a card at your next upkeep, and that's why Mishra's Bauble does that, because Time Spiral's dumb, or Cold Snap is also dumb. Cold Snap's like an honorary Time Spiral block set, kind of, in its design.
So Nicholas mulling to 6 again on the draw versus Steven.
Ooh, right on the Spell Snare. I don't really like Spell Snare too much in this matchup, but I think it's, if it hits something, whatever.
That seemed kind of like an opportune Spell Snare. It stopped a draw.
Yeah. And maybe another draw down the line.
It might have been better to save Spell Snare for Ancient Stirrings.
Well, it can't hit it. Spell Snare's only CMC
Oh,
too.
never mind. Excuse me. I'm thinking of Spell Pierce, I think.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think if Spell Pierce, you just hold it, because that can hit Cart Clan.
Mm-hmm.
But Nicholas only has a single spell that can counter a Cart Clan, and that's the one of Ceremonious Rejection. So
get rejected.
You gotta work with what you have.
Finds a scrap heap.
It looks like he has an Izzet Charm in his hand. Oh, actually, Izzet Charm can counter stuff. I totally forgot about that. So that is also an option.
These blue-red decks be running that Izzet Charm.
Yeah.
Serum Visions.
Going for a Serum. Picked up, I believe that was the thing in the ice. Looting and a land. Guessing that looting is going to stick around. But I could be wrong.
Trying to decide what his value is here. I imagine looting goes back on top, so that way he can...
bombs both.
Oh, hey.
Interesting. Slights. Bought him a land. Didn't get a look at what he actually drew. Don't think it was that lightning bolt. I think it was a blue card.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
so Nicholas leaving no mana up.
Well, he has red mana, but that might not matter. So I think Yeah, in response, kill that thing.
There you go, bolt. Sure. Correction.
Yeah, that is...
The red mana was relevant. I was about to say, I don't think that red mana is that relevant, though.
Yeah, I was going to
say.
say...
as soon as...
I mean, he also knew that was in the hand, which is definitely good, but you have to kill whatever thing gets played, and now he kind of sacked his Mox Opal for no reason.
Yep.
Which is actually pretty funny.
It's pretty good, because while Steven got the spring, Wellspring back to his hand, he can't cast it because he no longer has Metalcraft.
Oh yeah, you're right. He didn't even get the bonus mana out of that.
Nope. That was actually a pretty good turn.
Nice little lightning bolt there. Yeah, fan of that. Here's Sting. And he has an Arclight in his hand. I believe a blue cantrip and
he passes though.
Yeah, a sleight of hand, and then the Izzet Charm. So the Izzet Charm sticking around to deal with a potential Cart Clan or some other thing. Any non-creature thing, I believe. I believe it's just Spell Pierce. But I don't remember. On Izzet Charm. It's engineered on 2. And he is countering that. Okay, so Steven with no extra land drop and no other artifact. Actually, that Izzet Charm might be quite good.
Yeah, if he just holds up that Izzet Charm, I think...
Well, he used it. He countered the Engineer Explosives with it.
Oh, sorry. I was looking away at the moment. Never mind.
Yep.
Countering Engineered is a great spot.
The thing is in thin ice.
Treading on thin ice, yep.
All right, so here's the Awoken Horror.
It's kind of funny watching Nicholas play this fast. Almost looks like he's playing KCI because of how much he's just throwing stuff around. And here comes 10 damage.
Yeah. What are you gonna do about that?
Hope to go off the next turn.
Well, he drew Cart Clan. Let's see if he can. I think he's done though, because he didn't have the land drop last turn, and that means he doesn't have it this turn. So we're on blocking duty, and I don't know if that thing's gonna stick around.
Abrade it.
Yep. Get out of there.
There's game. Wow, Nicholas with blue-red Arclight takes out Steven Haker on KCI, folks, in a very well-played 3 games by both players. That was actually rather entertaining.
Yeah. I think after watching this Phoenix deck, kind of do its thing a bit, I really just think that the best card in this deck is Thing in the Ice. Like, I think the Phoenix is it's fine, but it's just kind of extra. And Thing in the Ice might be a real thing to worry about.
No KCI mirror. That is correct, Just Fab.
Yeah, it's broadcast saved. We're good.
It's not ruined.
So that was after that first game, it was looking a little dicey, and this was really the first time we saw this Phoenix deck go fast, because
again, yeah, that was even in game 3, that was relatively fast.
Yeah, it took him a minute to actually kind of get set up a little bit.
I think he was not necessarily slow playing, but like holding back.
Yeah,
like once he was drawing into answers, making sure he held up mana for his answers to stop Steven from actually going off.
Yeah, and it turns out that lightning bolt was just like completely insane.
Completely relevant. It probably saved him the game right there.
Yeah, I think so, because otherwise he could have played a Cart Clan Ironworks because he'd have well, not that same turn, but the next turn.
Oh, okay.
Where because he was down the land, but he'd have the extra mana from the extra opal. And then instead he couldn't get 3 mana or like 4 mana. Like he got there only by playing, another thing that got him out of KCI range.
Correct.
And I mean, it was kind of a long shot, even if he could get there immediately afterwards, because I think he was only drawing, 3 cards or something. But
and that spell snare was also great. You're absolutely correct, Hydro.
Yeah. Well, it stopped Metalwork or Metalcraft from happening because it just wasn't on the board. And
wasn't there on the board.
It stopped Cart Clan, if it was on the board, and then because they had Metalcraft, Cart Clan could hit the board, then it stopped that from happening. So it's actually pretty significant. It's crazy how good that stupid little like black artifact card thing is.
It's so good. Incredibly good. Well, that was some interesting magic. We are probably getting ready for our finals match, folks. So we're going to go out real quick, take a short break, probably less than 5 minutes. I imagine the other matchup between Ami, who is also on KCI, and Mikol, who was on Infect, is probably done. So
I'd be surprised if that match went very long. So
we're going to take a quick break, grab some more water, and get the finals match of our Modern Staples event underway. And so that way we can all go home and celebrate and have a nice holiday and everything like that. We'll be back momentarily, everyone. Stick around.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen,
as long as it's lame.
Well, folks, our finals players are sitting down right now, getting ready. They're just taking a little photo, I think, real quick. Ami Obejas beat Mikol Santana
in the quarter.
I think in 2 games in their semifinals match. So guess what? We have.
We get to watch this again.
We get to watch this again.
Yep.
Huzzah!
So now we're really familiar with this matchup.
Yeah, we know exactly what's going to
happen.
We know how Nicholas can possibly beat KCI, and we know how KCI will eventually beat Blue-Red Arclight if nothing happens. Looks like they already started filling out the information here real quick.
They're going. We were told we were going to have a 2-minute break, and that did not happen.
That did not happen, but that's fine. Oh, that's not life totals. That is...
Yeah, so it's a little... You said blue or you question mark.
What did I do?
You something.
It's late. I'm tired.
Yeah, I don't envy your position of filling out all this stuff.
I did not get to eat today. It's fine.
Yeah, I'm starving actually.
I think we're all gonna go eat food after. Well, some I don't know if all.
Some
people are. You'll be welcome to come if you like.
For sure.
But
yeah, a little Kingslayer versus
Kingslayer versus Collector Legion in the finals, folks. It doesn't get much better than that. That seems to happen a lot in SoCal, especially in Staples events. We see Nicholas fetching and shocking and getting his serum visions on.
Getting that serum on.
Still in his turn 1. Passes over to Ami. Ami's going to... Oh, sorry. It hasn't resolved yet.
Yep, they're resolved. Now it is resolving. Island and something else. Didn't see what.
One on top, one on bottom?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Forrest. Gonna make something. He has at least a star. I think that's a star or sphere.
I think that's the old star.
The like Weatherlight one or
Becky
whatever.
Had one of those earlier.
Yeah. Chromatic something. I think it's star. That's the old one. No, sorry. Sphere is the old one. Star is the throwback. Because it's time spiral.
Spiral.
And it is invasion.
Oh, yep. 100%.
There it is.
That looks like some D&D art right there.
Oh yeah, I'm such a sucker for old Magic art.
Same.
It's just not the same as it used to.
So there's a not Tolarian.
Terrarium. Or Terrarian or whatever it is.
Every card in KCI is just like a mouthful to say.
It really is. There's nothing easy. The easiest card is like you can say Mox Opal. That's fine.
Ooh, no third land. Oh no, that was second land drop. Never mind. Sorry.
No. Yeah, he's down land drop. He went. Wait.
Did he? Unless Ami missed a land drop.
I think they both.
Did they both?
I think they both missed a land drop. Yeah, because last turn Nicholas slided. Yeah, so they both missed a land drop.
Wow.
Actually, wait. Yeah, right? Nicholas went first.
Nicholas went first. He fetched and shocked. Unless this is Ami's turn 2 and he doesn't have a land.
Wait. No, this should be Ami's turn 3.
No, this is Ami's turn 3. He fetched shocked serums, played thing in the ice.
Yeah. Man, we're losing it right now, but yeah, there's one land.
And did he how does thing have 4 counters and this
okay, so because last turn he slided and then played a tap land, or maybe he just kept the other land up or whatever.
Sure.
And then this turn he missed the land drop and then just played the thing in the ice. Okay, so Ami found Darksteel Citadel. No, this is finals.
Oh, I'm sorry, folks.
We're really good at updating that ticker. Yeah, this is now finals. Yeah, it is the rerun of the semifinals essentially, because it's pretty much the same matchup. But
that's not inaccurate.
Yeah. Here's our Noxious Revival that's happening. I don't know what we're putting on top. Oh, never mind. We put that land on top.
So this is Nicholas's kind of spice in his deck. I was talking to his teammate Dylan earlier, and they were talking about. He was telling me about how Nicholas and Dylan were talking different deck lists, and Nicholas likes the Noxious Revival because effectively you can loop your counter spell or your lightning bolt. It's kind of like having a Snapcaster Mage, only not.
Yeah, it's definitely quite powerful with the amount of just like random like draw cards in the deck, because like the difference between putting it on top of your deck and putting it into your hand is like very minimal in this deck.
Atros, we just saw Nicholas lose game 1 but win games 2 and 3 versus Steven Haker in a semifinals match, which Steven and Ami have almost the same 60, but they have quite different sideboards.
A little bit different sideboards.
So it's hard to say who's actually matched up or who is favored directly, because as we see right here, Nicholas is very capable of flipping a thing and getting an Arc-like Phoenix out rather quickly.
Yeah, so this has been the recipe for success for the last 2 games he's won is make thing, and then next turn after thing, flip it and play a Phoenix, and that's a 2-turn clock.
Yep. Because then it puts Ami on the KCI player on defense, because they have to use their scrap heap for blocking duty. But it looks like with his KCI on the battlefield, Ami is going to attempt to go off.
Ami's pretty much got to win now, and I wouldn't be too surprised if he does. He has a lot of artifacts to sack to this thing. And got there on 2 lands.
Yep.
A lot of mana acceleration in this, just because a lot of artifacts make mana. He's moving pretty quick.
Yeah, Ami definitely, he calculates his plays very quickly. He played this deck for quite a while last year, kind of dropped it for a while, switched around, played humans for a bit, and then played blue-white control for a bit. Now he's back on KCI. There's Sai.
I could never see him playing a control deck for some reason. He's only played like this kind of stuff in my experience.
He was on Lantern for a time as well, actually, in between, I think.
Yeah, those were not fun times. I did not... God, I hate that deck.
Yep.
I think I'd rather play against this than Lantern, just because at least this will kill you.
Yep.
Lantern, you kind of have to play it out. Not always, but you can.
Yeah, and you just have to sit there and actually wait for them to either do nothing, and you can't kill them because of Ensnaring Bridge or something.
Yeah, usually Ensnaring Bridge. Or you have to hope that, like, you draw the one thing, but, like, they have a lot of ways to, like, put the top card of your deck into the graveyard, so you have to, like, do the fetch land dance and all this dumb stuff to, like, try to get your draw there, but...
So Ami's looking for his scrap heaps and his scroungers. sorry, Mer Retriever, not Mer Retriever. Yeah, he's looking for his Mer Retriever and his Scrap Trawler. Scrap Trawler is the 4 of. Mer Retriever is a 1 of, which he's...
Wait, have we been saying the wrong thing this whole time?
I believe we have, probably.
Mer Retriever is the 2-drop.
Yes.
Scrap Trawler is the 3-drop. Scrounger is the 3/2 in standard that you can pay black or something to put it back. Okay.
Yep.
Oh, whatever. Man, got artifacts.
So Nicholas is getting a turn here, but Ami has 4 Thopters and a Sai on the battlefield.
That's interesting, yeah. So,
ideally, Nicholas finds a thing in the ice, casts it, and is able to flip it in the same turn, but that's not going to happen.
There is no way he can do that. His hand is Land Phoenix. Oh, we have some engineer explosives sitting around.
Ami is just generating...
That we are feeding to Sai, I believe.
So Ami blocked. He's down 2 Thopters. Exuding some confidence there, though.
Yeah. So
there's another Chromatic Sphere. Here comes another Thopter.
Yeah, I think this is probably just too much for Nicholas to deal with. He needs some kind of way to clear some way to clear the way. Can we bring Sai up?
Oh, yeah,
he's
absolutely.
Like a 1/5 or something stupid.
He is something ridiculous like that. You can't just bolt him.
He's a 1/4. Okay.
He's a 1/4 that whenever you cast an artifact spell, create a 1/1 colorless Thopter artifact creature token with flying. It's funny that this card just does that, and we saw earlier with the Hardened Scales, they have something similar, except they have to pay mana in order to do it, and that card doesn't even fly. It's just an artifact creature on the ground.
Yeah, but the difference is that
this one's a rare.
Well, sure, but also the other one's a repeatable effect that doesn't rely on you casting cards from your hand. So when you're out of gas, you can still do stuff. It's like kind of it's not like an insignificant difference. But yeah, like the Hardened Scales deck is not interested in casting it makes an artifact every turn, but it's not interested in casting like 1 million of them. Whereas the KCI deck is definitely interested in casting like just a crap load of artifacts.
So Ami is currently sacking his Thopters to generate 2 mana. Cast Spring, get more Thopters. Sack Spring, get more mana. Draw a card. There's the Mer Retriever.
Yep.
And it looks like he's close to a loop right here. Nicholas is in F6 mode.
Nothing you can do about it.
Nope.
Just gotta sit there and wait to lose, basically. And Sai is definitely capable of winning the game on its own, and I think at this position, Sai could just win the game on its own.
Yep. We see Ami using 2 different token cards.
Yeah.
He has 1 Sai main and 2 Sai in the sideboard.
Yes, this is the 1 of main.
That he has 1 card of Thopters with 2 dice on it, representing the 2 Thopters that do not have Summoning Sickness. The other represents 6 Thopters that do have Summoning Sickness.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Advantage bar is probably somewhere near 90% Ami right now. Like, he's gonna have to brick real hard. I don't see him running out of steam necessarily.
Like, I think Ami can win this game even if he didn't try to combo, and if he...
There's a Scrap Trawler.
Okay,
Nicholas sees it and just scoops it up. Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Nicholas is very experienced in playing against KCI, it would seem, and knows that once there's KCI, Mer Retriever, and Scrap Trawler out there, that's just generating mana and draw power, especially with basically unlimited zeros, because sometimes where KCI gets stuck is they run out of a 0 cost artifact to get back.
Yes.
And if they don't have that, then such as Mox Opal or something, they kind of just can run out of steam there. Looking at sideboards now, as Ami takes game 1 in our finals match, ladies and gents.
Yep.
He's got a 1 Fire Spout, 2 Galvanic Blast, 2 Lightning Bolt, 4 Nature's Claims to negate 2 Psy Master Thopterus, 1 Swang Song, and 1 Tormod's Crypt. It seems kind of similar a little bit to what Stephen Haker did in the semifinals. Psy is probably not great, even though Ami just won with Psy. It'll be interesting to see Ami's thoughts. We'll see if Psy stays in or not.
So on one hand, it's horrible against an unflipped thing in the ice.
Yeah.
On the other hand, it's extremely good against a flipped thing in the ice.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of a wash. So it's possible that you still want him.
What teams are they from? Eatros Nicholas on the left-hand side playing blue-red Arclight is actually from Kingslayer Games.
Yeah, it's a little emblem on his shirt that you can just barely see.
You can barely see KG. And Ami on the right-hand side is actually local here at Collector Legion. He's on Team Collector Legion. He's rocking one of the old T-shirts as opposed to a jersey today. Said that it was too hot to wear jerseys with 64 people in the building. I couldn't agree more with him, even with the air conditioning on.
Jerseys are supposed to keep you cool.
I don't know.
Oh, whatever.
It's fine. Preference, I guess. Maybe he didn't do his laundry. I don't know.
It's possible.
But Collector Legion is a store that is currently hosting the tournament, which is finally almost over.
Yeah, that's where we are right now.
I mean, I love being here, and I've had so much fun. I'm starting to lose my voice right now as I'm speaking.
Yeah. I don't. It ain't easy.
Magic's great, folks.
It is. Well, it is great. I mean, if I didn't like Magic, I wouldn't be sitting in this booth talking about it for 8 hours.
I would not be sitting here on my butt for 8 hours, 12 minutes, 48 seconds.
But who's counting? Yeah. So possibly sides for Ami. Honestly, also possibly Galvanic Blast because actually no, he'll probably take Galvanic Blast because that kills
That kills
thing in the ice.
Kills early thing, kills bird.
Yeah, also kills, yeah.
So Galvanic Blast is good. Bolts, maybe also for the same reasoning.
Yeah. I mean, those only kill the Phoenixes, which is a little less good. The Galvanic Blasts also kill the Crackling Drake if he's aware of it.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if Ami is aware of Nicholas's Crackling Drake, but
yeah, I don't know.
Nicholas runs a 1 of Crackling Drake in his main board.
You guys get a lunch break. I mean, we kind of just didn't because we're stupid.
We kind of didn't because of the way the tournament runs. We've had short intermittent breaks, and sadly nobody brought us food, so we're probably gonna go eat like ramen or
something.
I don't think I'm down for KBBQ.
I don't want to spend money.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
I'm doing this because I couldn't afford the entry tournament today to play this.
Oh yeah.
I'm commentating because I couldn't pay the entry fee to play. We see a fetch and shock and a Serum Visions from Nicholas as game 2 gets started. Let me fix the life totals here, folks. Sorry about that. We're too busy BSing.
That's what we do.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Terrarium tapped because that's what it does.
Yep.
Nicholas gonna now do more cantripping.
Is he digging for a land? Did he keep a one? Nope, there's a mountain I thought I saw.
Yeah, it's possible he might just want a blue source instead. If he has another cantrip in hand.
I thought I saw a basic island there as well. Yep.
Yeah, there it is. Pass the turn though.
Probably for a spell snare.
Spell snare or opt. He does. Yeah. So
he's just gonna follow the same game plan.
He has an opt. Yeah, I believe he has both in hand actually. But
Ami sacking his Terrarium for 2 green.
Yep.
Plays star. Plays another star. Says go.
Yep.
There's the opt. If he does have the spell snare, there's nothing quite yet he wants to snare, which I would agree with.
Yeah, couldn't hit anything. Draws thing nice. That's a big deal.
There we go, folks, and we're off. Just Fab. As we saw, Nicholas played against KCI in the semifinals. In case you missed it, and turn 2, turn 3 thing in the ice that can flip in 1 turn, along with an Arclight Phoenix possibly in the grave. In the process of the flipping of thing, is how he won games 2 and 3 versus Stephen Haker.
Yeah.
And so that's basically his game plan probably at this point, is just rinse and repeat.
Yeah, he needs to go faster. He has some amount of interaction, but the interaction is like kind of flimsy at best. It's only going to maybe buy him a turn or two.
Yep.
Unless Ami keeps like a questionable hand.
Looks like Ami kept Cyan. We see him make a blue mana off of his Chromatic Star. So he has 1 green, 1 blue, and looks like a green or red he can play. And
plays the Wellspring instead.
Plays
this
Wellspring, draws.
Okay.
And passes.
And I'm guessing the Spell Snare was not what it was. So Bolt goes upstairs.
Yep. Seems a bit of a slower start on Ami's side at this point.
Yeah.
So Nicholas
he doesn't have any mana acceleration, which is kind of the big thing.
Mm-hmm. Nicholas here is charting out how he can flip his thing. I see a Metamorphose that's gonna hit 1 counter, draw a card, make 2 mana. Looks like an Abrade.
That's also good.
Very good. He could save that for KCI or Scrap Trawler. Faithless Looting.
Yep.
Off of the Metamorphose, so he has 1 mana floating.
Picked up a Surgical, which is
that's actually
potentially relevant.
Potentially relevant as well.
So there's some really bizarre stuff with KCI going on where you can save certain things. Assuming you have a KCI in play, you can save certain things from like getting surgicaled because of like how paying for mana abilities work, or paying for mana with mana abilities works.
Is that a Ravenous Trap?
Yeah, that was a Ravenous Trap. I'm gonna take a look at that. I think we were gonna do the same.
It's gonna flip Thing in the Ice, and he's already going to surgical.
Gonna surgical some
Chromatic Stars.
Oh, that is 3 KCIs in Ami's hand.
3 KCIs, 2 Scrap Trawlers, 1 Psy, and 1 Engineered Explosives. Wow, folks. So getting rid of Star is actually pretty good here, because Star is an important part of being able to reloop, draw, and generate mana. And so Nicholas is going to get to look and see what else Ami might have brought in, as well as how he can anticipate Ami's interactions with his own thing, or his birds, or just what he may or may not have. Ami's hand's not looking great right now.
Yeah. And then here's Phoenix.
And here's Phoenix swinging in for 10. Ami goes to 7. Ami is probably going to need to just... Yep.
Oh. You have a numpad over there. Okay, there we go. Did Ami have a 4th land in his hand?
No.
Yeah, so, okay, that's, might be in trouble here. This might be a Scion chump blocking duty, which is really not where you want to be. Yep.
Yeah,
okay, so we can make more chump blockers.
Yep, Psy, Engineered Explosive for 0, make a flyer, so he can block this turn. Nicholas has a Braid in hand. Yeah. And I'm not sure if he has a Bolt. If he has a Braid and Bolt...
So what he can do is he can abrade the token, and that means that Ami has to like feed Psy to the horror, or he dies.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's what he's gonna do. And so Ami's at 4, but that means that like he has to draw land or a opal. Oh my god, well, there it is. And KCI, oh
wow,
ceremonious rejection. That's what that was. That wasn't a Spell Snare. All right, we go to game 3.
Ami slammed down his KCI, his man, just slam, response, slam on the stack. I'm gonna slam you back.
Yeah, slam on the stack, counter slam. Yep.
Of all the KCI X matchups to watch, I think
this has been pretty exciting, actually.
Kind of exciting, because it's like, is he going to get the combo? No. Okay. Is he going to get the cantrips to flip and kill? I don't know.
Yeah. It's kind of a good exercise in, like, how does this blue-red Arc-like Phoenix deck, when it's, like, run when it's not trying to be stopped? Because the KCI deck can't really interact with what it's doing. It can only kill it, pretty much.
Yep.
And it's also just fun to see how the hell Nicholas barely skirts getting destroyed by KCI.
Like skin of his teeth.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just... So, in case you're just now joining us, folks, this is our finals match. We're going into Game 3, the last game of Magic we'll have today.
Yeah, this is it. After that, it's dinner.
Nicholas on Blue-White Arclight versus Ami on KCI. Nicholas might have an advantage here simply because he played against KCI in his semifinals match and beat that 2-1 in the exact same way we just watched him beat Ami right now in this game, too.
Yeah. On the flip side, Ami now on the play, and I think play draw is a pretty big deal in this matchup.
It's very important.
So let's fix life totals here.
Oh, sure.
But Nicholas certainly gone through the KCI ringer here.
So in the semifinals match, Nicholas mulled to 6 both games 1 and 3. We see there's the Ravenous Trap.
Yep.
Interesting hand. Trying to see what else is in Nicholas' hand. Ami's hand looks interesting. There's 2 Scrap Trawlers. They both keep. All right, here we go. Land and Sphere, go.
Nicholas drew a Noxious Revival.
Shock and...
Sleight of Hand.
Oh, I don't think that's a shock. Excuse me.
Yeah, it's a Spire Bluff Canal. Or, that's right.
Check land, yeah.
Yeah, whatever the fast land is. How do you think the sideboard? I believe so.
Nicholas
so
definitely brought in his Abrade because we saw it.
Yeah, so Nicholas for sure brought in Ceremonious Rejection, Abrade. He previously brought in Spell Snares. It's possible that he may or may not have those in there right now.
Mm-hmm.
We saw the Ravenous Trap. We saw the Surgical Extraction.
Yep.
So that's what he brought in. I don't know what he cut.
That's potentially 7 cards. We're not entirely sure.
Yeah, he probably cut the Jace and some other stuff. He maybe cut the Crackling Drake also, actually.
Yeah, that might be too slow, having to pay 4 mana.
Yeah. And then I believe Ami pretty much probably just brought in, I'd guess, negates and maybe more size. Negates just to fight over whatever. Let's see. So Ami just drew for his turn, right? The start of his turn.
Yeah, we're at the start of Ami's turn right now.
Yeah,
he
so
just untapped his Terrarian.
So stuff could happen here. But it is into open mana. And that's a little dicey. I believe Nicholas has Ceremonious Rejection again, and he also has the Izzet Charm, which has a counter mode on it. So he's actually pretty proof right now against like KCI.
He chooses to use the Izzet Charm.
Get rid of the Terrarium.
The question is, was Ami baiting him?
I mean, he can't really do anything else here, I think. So
the Terrarium does tap for mana, but he says go.
Yeah. I think he just wanted to be mana efficient. But I don't know how much that matters. Okay, here's the thing. All right, key to victory once again.
Step 1, play thing.
Yeah, that is step 1.
Step 2, counter something.
Yeah, counter.
Remove counter from thing.
Yeah.
Counter to remove counter. Bolt to remove counter.
Yeah.
Serum Vision and Metamorphose to remove counter.
You know that card in it's like Unhinged or something called like Ambiguity, and it does something when you counter something with counters, or if you put a creature with counter, like it's ridiculous. But yeah, it's kind of what's going on right now.
The winner here, folks, will get a box of UMA with the topper as well.
Yeah, they're walking out of here with however much MSRP that is, like $300 or something.
Yep. As well as Prestige, because there is a friendly rivalry between Collector Legion and Kingslayer Games.
Yep. Bragging rights galore and all that business. We are, whatever that card is, Inventor's Fair.
Yep.
Inventor's Fairing up a Cart Clan Ironworks.
Inventor's Fair is a nice artifact fetch.
Yeah, that card's really good.
Heard about this card? Inventor's Fair? It's pretty good. Ami still doesn't quite have...
He's tripped on land.
Yeah, he has tripped on mana. Whereas we see Nicholas has plenty of it in comparison to other games that he has won with less mana on the field.
Yeah, deck's only on 18 lands.
But at the same time, that might be too much mana.
That pass is interesting. He has a
Noxious Revival.
Looting in hand. Oh. Okay, I see.
So he's going to Noxious and Izzet Charm something on this turn.
Possibly. He could also Rejection, like if he needs 2 counters for some reason, he could Rejection, Noxious the Rejection or something. But I'm guessing he's just gonna
probably save it for KCI.
Yeah, I don't think you're countering anything but KCI now. I mean, you could maybe counter Asai. But
we see at least one KCI. Here's a Stirrings. Ami just
really wants another land right now.
Oh, he's gonna
he's gonna cut off the Stirrings. Man, that is
Metamorphose, draw, cast.
that is pretty cute. Oh, so it pays for it. He had enough. Yeah, he had the one floating. Then I really don't like that, actually. That was cute, but I did not like it.
It was cute, but it wasn't quite cute enough, perhaps.
Or what was he afraid of on 3 mana coming out of that thing? Because he's going to get a land.
Well,
Assuming,
he knows Ami had KCI in hand too, so I don't know why he just didn't wait.
I mean, maybe he might have been afraid of Sai, but actually, maybe, yeah, that's possible.
Oh yes, Ami gained a life. We missed that from the Adventures Fair
sure.
before.
All right, so Faithless, bounce everything, which is actually nothing.
Yep.
Picks up a Spell Snare and Arclight Phoenix. Arclight Phoenix gets to go to the bin along with a Ravenous Trap, because who cares? We're gonna swing for 7. Gaining 1 life doesn't matter in 7 damage increments, so. And this means that I think Ami's in trouble here, because if he tries to go for KCI, then it's gonna get countered.
He's gonna try. Yep, it's gonna counter. On the stack so he's gonna sack the land. We saw him try to do something before sacking the land. Tap, star, draw, and he extends the hand. That's just it, folks.
Yeah.
Nicholas is our Modern Staples champion. Nicholas Johnson, ladies and gentlemen, with Arclight Phoenix beating back-to-back KCI matches in both semis and finals. Congratulations.
With the one of Ceremonious Rejection out of the sideboard, both games.
He stands up and walks away, folks. We'll get him in here for some conversation and questions. If you guys have any,
we've got a winner's interview. Is that happening?
That's what we do here, man. Right now, they're going to probably pick him up, take a picture, parade him around a bit. You know, Sal's out there.
Oh yeah.
Carlo's out there. They're gonna try to lift. Man, Nicholas is not a small boy, ladies and gentlemen. They're gonna lift him up.
Yeah, it's gonna take some muscle,
or make it look like they lift him up. Really, there's Ami with his prizing of a playset of March Flats. Yeah, go Kingslayer.
That's a pretty good booby price, I'd say. I'm good with that. If I
playset of March Flats for $25. That's you heard about this? It's a pretty good deal.
I'll take a deal.
Not a bad deal.
I don't know. You have to also factor in what you could have done over the course of 8 hours.
That's fair. I could have done a lot more over 8 hours. Personally, me here in the booth. Yeah. 8 hours, 29 minutes, 14 seconds, and counting, folks.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ami, well played. Ami played a lot of great Magic today as well. Congratulations to Ami getting 2nd place in our Modern Staples Finals, the last big tournament of the year here at Collector Legion.
Last big thing of 2018.
Correct. Absolutely. That was a lot of Magic today. A lot of great Magic. Folks, we're going to take a quick small break, and we'll get Nicholas in here. If you guys have any questions you would like to ask him about any of his matchups today, he played a lot of matchups. I think he did not have any buys. I think he played all 6 rounds into the top 8 as well.
Yeah, because I think
he was X1 in round 5, I think. So he still had to play for it.
Yep.
Yeah. Awesome. Can you think of any questions that you would have
for him?
How does it feel to defeat back-to-back KCI?
I guess it'd just be about how's the deck feel. I mean, obviously it won, so it's probably pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
But
what about this deck?
What part of the deck did he feel was good? What part did he feel was not good? What is improvements he's looking at? What does he think that is there something that's coming out that might be good? Yeah, does he want to make changes? You can have a deck that runs hot and you're still I don't like this part of it,
100%. We're going to take a quick break, folks, as we jump over and get old boy Nicholas in here for a quick interview. Yep. Give him a second to get some of the jitters off, because when you win a big match like that, whether you win or lose, there's a lot of emotions and feelings. If you
true.
guys have been there, you absolutely know. So we'll be right back momentarily. See you guys in just a minute.
Yep.
Stick around. We were muted. It's late. I'm tired. I didn't unmute it. Let's start over, shall we? Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you our Modern Staples champion, Nicholas. How's it going, Nicholas?
I'm pretty all right. I mean,
Doing okay? Oh,
got like $300.
you got a box guy? Yeah, that's pretty good. Let's see if anyone in chat has any questions. Be sure to type them in real quick. We got a couple people. No
Still
sound.
no sound?
There should be sound now. There's a delay, so there should be sound now.
Yeah.
Double, triple check here. Check. There should be sound now. Sorry, guys. It's late and I'm tired and I had it muted. Apologies, especially to Kingslayer folks. Back-to-back KCI in semis and finals. I mean, we'll be completely honest. It did not look good game ones in either of those games. But going into the sideboards, from our perspective, it was like, what can he actually do here to be able to stabilize and stop this combo deck that is very resilient? What was going through your mind?
So I know that it's not a great matchup for KCI, or for my side on the KCI matchup. But I do have quite a few sideboard cards I get to bring in. A lot of the things that are important in the KCI matchup is, if you can, casting a timely surgical extraction. You got to get it early, though, because if you let them set it up late, then they can just start getting everything back to scrap trial in response, so it doesn't matter.
Right.
So interacting with them early is important, or putting a clock on them. One of the things that I tried to make sure I did, I mean, I also just drew things on time, which helps, is basically always having interaction and keeping pressure on them. In both my semis and my finals match, I was able to have Thing in the Ice with Spell Snare or Ceremonious Rejection back up on turn 3 almost all the time.
Yeah.
So being able to interact with whatever they're doing plus developing is the key to the matchup. And basically any combo matchup for Arclight.
Right. And it's funny because it's not like you run play sets of both of those cards. Those were like, you just happened to either dig into them or have them drawn, and it worked out really great.
Yeah, one of the helpful things about playing a dense cantrip deck like Arclight is that your sideboard cards show up a lot more often. Your 1 of and 2 of sideboard cards just become more prevalent in the matchups.
Just like Metamorphose.
Yeah, like
Opt.
You saw me cast like 3-4 Metamorphoses back to back, and it's like, I'm just drawing like counter hate cards. This is perfect.
Yeah.
Plus, I'm just putting pressure on them. Like, you need the explosive turns, and you need to be able to have one piece of counter magic. It's kind of like a legacy deck in that sense.
Yeah.
Playing like a legacy combo deck, you
We
have to be able to
mentioned that.
Yeah, you have to pressure on them and have a counter spell back up. Like, Ceremonious Rejection basically being my force will.
Yeah, absolutely. Ceremonious Rejection and Surgical Extraction, both MVPs, and both semifinals and finals.
Yeah.
Being able to take their 1-drops, the stars just out of the deck, that's a crucial piece.
That was just to flip my thing in the ice. Like, getting star isn't that important. I want to hit Trawler or Karkland.
You'd rather, obviously, but it happened to work in your advantage on top of flipping thing.
And then he just had nothing in his hand. Like,
I think it was like
3
scrap
Karkland
trawler, scrap
RLX,
trawler,
2 scrap trawlers, a Psy, and an AE. I'm just like,
and you're like, great.
This is fantastic. Like, I'm just going to flip my thing in the ice, counters for spell, and then kill him in 2 turns.
Absolutely. 3HD Gamers asks, did you play against Tron today?
I did. I played against Mono Bluetron, and I lost.
It was Benji?
Yes, it was.
It was the top seed Benji who actually lost to Ami in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, it's just like Mono Bluetron's not even like a regular Tron deck. It's basically a control deck, and he just had counter spells for my threats.
A lot of different kinds of counter spells too.
Yeah, like whereas my Blood Moons are really good against regular Tron, but they don't do anything as Mono Blue.
They have basic islands for some reason. Who would think of that?
I even got to resolve a Blood Moon into his 3 non-basics, and he just untapped, casted an EE for 3, and it didn't matter. So.
Wow. Yeah. Absolutely. Ryan Burninator says congratulations.
Woo! Thanks, man.
Any other thoughts? Going. So obviously, this is a deck you're looking into playing in Oakland. Probably Los Angeles as well.
Yeah, a couple of us from Kingside.
What made you choose Arclight Phoenix over the rest of the field? Because Modern is so diverse. There's so many different types of combo decks, aggro decks, and things like that. You've played Tron before, I know, or Infects.
Yeah, I play a lot of
Infect.
a lot of Infects. So I haven't talked with Michael much about the Infect deck, but just based on what's going on, there's a lot of Lightning Bolt decks running around. Like have KCI, which is a great matchup, but that's not going to be a large portion of any field, except maybe this one. There's like 5 or 6 KCI players.
There's 3 today, I think.
3? Really?
Yeah. I think it was Stephen Haker, Ami Obejas, and Justin Portress. There might have been
Wow, I think
more.
they all played against each other, too. That's terrible.
Yeah, Ami played against Justin. I'm not sure if one of them played against Stephen or not.
But Infect is good against that matchup, but it doesn't have many other matchups, and that's my other deck I've been have had as a go-to. But when Arclight came out, we felt like there's a lot of play to how we can build the deck. So what we decided to try and do is just try and test it and just jam it into the ground like how we did with Standard. We've been like really performing with Standard too. So we've just been just like grinding this into the ground, picking out like what kind of strategy we want to have, because currently there's not even like a de facto list for Arclight.
There's a lot of different lists.
Like no one has like this is the correct list yet. So we feel like it has the highest potential of any field if you're going to just jam reps and trying to build the deck correctly, or something like KCI just rewards play skill and knowing like how to play your deck and how to fight certain hate cards. Like,
right. Which, coincidentally enough, Steven and Ami's lists were almost identical 60. The sideboards were a bit different. I think there's about 6 or 7 cards in the sideboards that were different. But they both mained one Psy, and the rest of like the stars and the
the builds of KCI are basically identical.
Basically
it's
identical.
Choosing sideboards, and it's just a couple of schools of thought. Arclight, it's very wild, and we feel like there's a lot of reward in deck building for Arclight. So
chat actually talked a lot about Arclight. There's a person mentioning they played a mono red. I've seen a red splash white list, white splashing for like Rest in Peace and Path and Stony Silence.
There are versions. There was a Maru version at SG Vegas that top aided. One of Dylan's friends actually. There was the blue-red versions, the straight blue-red. There's the splash black, and there's also the splash white for Stony Silence for the KCI matchup because it is that poor.
Right.
So,
well, not for you, obviously. You're able to just.
I draw my one-ofs. It's quite nice.
Draw
just
your one-ofs. That's fine.
Turn 4, draw your one-ofs.
You want to be a good Magic player, kids? Just draw your one-ofs. That's fine.
Welcome to playing Modern. You got to draw your one-ofs. You got to kill your opponent quickly.
Yeah. A spicy card that we saw that you had, which we also got to watch Dylan play today, which he played against Becky on Tron on stream, Mono Green Tron. You had a card, Noxious Revival, that was not in Dylan's list. Yeah. What was the choice for you to play that and Dylan not, as opposed to just talking about builds of?
Sure. So me and Dylan have talked a lot about Arclight and about card choices. So Noxious Revival feels very powerful with the Bedlam Leveler draws. When I was playing at SCG Vegas, there was a lot of turns where I would go cast a Bedlam Leveler, trigger on the stack, put another Reveler on top, cast another Reveler, and I would just like go through so much of my deck and develop so much. Like
because you're drawing 3 cards each time.
Yeah, I'm just like going through so many cards and just able to generate so much velocity, and just Noxious Revival just has so many things. Like actually earlier today, round 3, I was playing against Enduring Ideal, and my opponent had 2 Ghostly Prisons in play, and I had 9 mana.
I saw a little bit of that game.
Yeah,
actually.
I needed to loop my Noxious Revivals back and forth 4 times to get enough prowess to get exactly 10 poison on him because he had a Phyrexian on life and play he was at -5. Like,
that's incredible.
There's a lot of play with Noxious
But you were
Revival.
taking 2 points of damage each time, so you were
I was down to 2 life.
endangering yourself.
I was down 2 life, so definitely not great, but yeah, there's a lot of versatility with Noxious Revival. Also just like points against Dredge. The amount of times I have seen my opponent discard 1 Dredger and then cast a Cathartic Reunion and just put the Dredger on top. Just, it's a time walk.
Yeah.
0 mana time walk is powerful. So, other card choices, mostly sideboard cards. I decided to play a Jace the Mind Sculptor today.
Right. Actually, have your list here, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
Still.
Yeah.
Should.
So yeah, there's a Jace the Mind Sculptor in my sideboard. That was a concession to how grindy the games get post-board. I played against an Abzan today. Jace just starts drawing you cards, starts ticking up. He was fine. Other considerations in that slot were like Vendilion Click or is it Static Castle?
Right, we saw Dylan playing Vendilion Click, I think.
Yeah. Definitely something I want to change about the list in the future. Vendilion Click seemed very powerful, and in the combo matchups where the matchups are rough. Because
then you can take a piece out of their hands, put it away, and also just increase your clock because it's 3 power flying in the air. Absolutely.
Yeah, not a lot of instant speed interaction in the deck currently, but Vendilion Click offers like a good medium. Something we discovered and think is very important is that you need to have a lot of cards that overlap but do slightly different things. So we have like Spell Pierce, Spell Snare, and Negate sometimes. And they all do very different things, but they have some overlap, and we need to have like a bunch of redundant cards that are good in certain matchups. Like Spell Snare is great against the Tarmogoyf decks, but it's not like Spell Pierce isn't very good against Jund.
Right.
So we just have cards that are good in like hard counters or really powerful counters against certain matchups. Like Dylan was running a main deck Spell Pierce today, and he countered a Karn, a Settler Wreckage, and just like a bunch of stuff just like with this Miser Spell Pierce because no one's expecting to run into counter magic with 1 mana up from the Arclight deck. It's just so powerful, and it can protect you going off with your Thing in the Ice. You can often just like mana Morphos and just have some mana floating. They try and interact with you, you blow them out with the Spell Pierce. And just
or even like you Spell Pierce your own spell just to get the cast trigger correct, and
that can happen sometimes. Like sometimes you just need lethal. You don't have a bolt. You just cast 3 spells, Spell Pierce one of them, get back your Phoenixes, attack them. Like on camera, I cast a Surgical Extraction just for the spell count.
You did.
That happens a lot. That's why the free spells are so important in the deck. You need to have some sort of like Noxious Revival or Gutshot effect in your main deck. If you want to play like Crackling Drakes or want to play more of a mid-range plan without the Revelers, Gutshot's typically where you want to be. But if you're playing the Revelers or Pyromancer Ascension, you definitely want the Noxious Revivals just because of how much power they add to your deck.
Chat did mention and discuss the power value between Noxious Revival as opposed to Gutshot and the different builds, how one's better in one build versus the other.
Definitely pros and cons.
We saw that demonstrated today.
Yeah. Something moving forward, I think you probably discussed it, but Light Up the Stage is a new card. But
it came up in chat as well.
I don't think it will be as prevalent in like the blue-red builds, but I expect the mono-red builds to get a lot out of that card because they are just trying to go through their deck and like lava spike their opponent out.
Yeah, that's the exact conclusion we came to when Wyatt and I were talking with chat in between rounds and stuff. Arclight has been kind of the hot topic of the day.
Yeah, it was all over the place today.
Yeah, and it won. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Any final thoughts before we let you leave and go eat and celebrate and whatever it is you're going to do?
Spell Pierce is a powerful card. Ceremonious Rejection is a powerful card.
You heard it here, folks.
Play Arclight Phoenix.
Play Arclight Phoenix. Put Spell Pierce in the deck. You'll probably win.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thanks, man.
We'll let you go. Thanks, chat, for hanging out.
Thanks, chat. Thanks for having me.
Thanks to all 64 players who came today to play in our Modern Staple event. Thank you to Ami, who got 2nd place, as well as all the rest of the top 8. We saw some great Magic today. Most of the time, there's certain decks and matches that's just like, we got to watch this one. But to be honest, it was all very entertaining, very interactive, and it was a great day. My name's James. Wyatt was here earlier. He's probably went home or something by now. But we'll sign off, say bye. thanks for tuning in to Kingslayer or the Kingslayer Collector Legion.
Kingslayer.
We've been invaded. Kingslayer defeated us. We've been invaded. Shout out to Kingslayer. The rivalry continues. We'll see you all next time.
Shout out to Travis.
Thanks very much.
See you guys.